The ruined city stood almost in silence. The streets were damaged. Amidst this terrible scene, children were running around, collecting something. Two boys sat down next to one of the objects with interest, and suddenly they saw a golem to the side, and were shocked that he was already here. One of the boys called Gallius and said that he would give him the objects he was holding in his hands, and he should quickly give him food. There is a golem in the 50th sector, and no one knows where it came from or who its owner is. But the important thing is that it gives food in exchange for trash and scrap metal. The golem's eyes suddenly glowed with an ominous red light. They immediately went out, and the golem turned around and left. The guy was shocked and shouted where he was going, because yesterday he took the flashlight, and it turned out that it doesn't always work. The boy didn't understand why the golem wasn't taking his things, and shouted for him to come back. But his friend told him to control himself, because if he attacked, the golem would respond in kind. He also added that they talk about golems that killed people right on the street, and at that time a white-haired boy was sitting on a mountain of garbage. He jumped down very quickly and found himself next to the golem. He took off the bag, which contained a lot of scrap metal, and handed it to the monster. The golem looked at him for a moment, and then accepted the gift. He ripped open the bag, and everything that was in it flew into his mouth. The boys immediately noticed this stranger, and were surprised where he came from again, and where he got so many items. After that, the golem gave the guy a lot of food and water. No one understood how he managed to get only something every time, and someone got angry because it didn't make sense. There was talk that this might be enough for 3 days, and someone said that he had an idea to rob the guy, but it was a bad idea because he was the ghost of 17th Street. And now the white-haired guy has already arrived in the 50th sector and entered the 17th Street. He walked slowly, strolling and examining the area. At this time, several people were following close behind him. Ray listened inattentively to the sounds and realized that the man himself was following him. He stopped and told them to stop hiding, and how much longer they were going to follow him. One fat guy said he had pretty good perception because they tried to be careful when examining him. His eyes were cunning. He had brass knuckles on his hand. He was missing a tooth, and there was a bandage on his nose. Ray immediately recognized this guy. His name was Ron, and he had already warned him last time. If he shows his face to him again, Ray will make it so that he won't be able to walk anymore. Ron asked if the guy really thought he was going to let him get away with it like last time, since he just had to put his bag down on the ground. He must do this, otherwise he will not be released unharmed. Ray was silent for a few seconds, and then said that the guy was a liar. He's definitely lying, and they won't let him go. The local children have a saying, "A ghost lives on 17th Street. A white ghost, with a silent gait and no emotion. They say you can't look him in the eye, otherwise all the lies will come out." Ron angrily clenched his fist with the brass knuckles, and then he ran towards the guy, calling him selfish. He wanted to make sure that something like this never happened again. He tried to strike, but Ray skillfully dodged, and after that, he tripped Ron. And a few seconds before he fell, he grabbed him and hit him in the stomach. Ron started spitting and coughing. All the guys who came with him started to worry about him. They were very angry with Ray. One of them shouted for everyone to rush at him. 6 boys, some with clubs, some with sticks, started running towards him. One of them swung and wished death on the guy. Ray easily dodged and hit Peter in the face with his elbow. All his friends were very surprised when they saw blood pouring out of his nose. They didn't have time to do anything, because a second later Ray appeared in front of them and hit one of them in the face with his knee. Blood spattered across his face, and he glared at the guy next to him. After a couple more seconds, the guy was able to defeat all the remaining ones. He told Ron that no matter how many people he took with him, nothing would change. Ron sat there shaking all over and calling the guy a monster. He shouted at him not to come any closer and asked him to stop. Ray said that he had already warned him and would make sure that the boy would never be able to walk again. Ron yelled at him and started to pull out a knife from behind his back. He put it forward and told the monster not to come near him. Ray looked calmly at his trembling hand with the knife. He thought about being called a monster, and perhaps it was true. It happened when he was 10 years old, around the time he realized he was different from other people. That time he got hurt and blood was coming out of his knee, the children asked him if it hurt and why he wasn't crying. But Ray didn't understand why he should cry from pain. Another child was screaming about Kale being attacked by the 7th Street kids and asking why Ray wasn't angry. Ray didn't understand why he should be angry, or what anger was. And then the other boy cried over Bello's death and didn't know what to do. But even at that moment, there was not a tear on Ray's face. And everyone was afraid of him, because something was wrong with him. It was then that Ray realized everything. He couldn't feel what people call emotions. Looking at the moon, he wondered if he was somehow wrong. He dreamed of being like everyone else. And he always wondered if he would ever be able to know what emotions were. But even now, 6 years later, he still felt nothing. But he had learned to read the emotions of others. Ray told Ron that blades weren't allowed here. And did he really bring it with him because he wanted to attack him from the start? Ron replied that he had just recently picked it up from the trash. But Ray realized that this was a lie, because it was easy to recognize by the color of the vessels on his chest. The boy could see a world that others could not see, because inside every person there is a small vessel. And when someone experiences emotions, it is filled with certain colors of mana. Traces of anger, hatred, and love are displayed as red mana. Mockery or despair become blue mana. Joy and inspiration are converted into yellow mana. There are countless other colors that fill Ray's world. Ron continued to hold the knife and said that if the guy took one more step, he would stab him. Deep black mana meant intense fear. Ray didn't care and started to move closer and closer to the guy. He screamed and backed away until at some point he crashed into the wall. His face was distorted with fear. He was trembling all over. Ray merely replied that a liar like him deserved to be punished. Ray walked through the ruined streets and reached a bridge and climbed under it. He reached the right tent and raised the curtain. There he was greeted by Pale, the leader of the children of the underground passages. All the children immediately ran up to Ray and started hugging him, and Pale told them not to hang on him, because together they were very heavy. They all sat down around the lamp and decided to see what they had managed to salvage today. One child took out 2 candy bars, another bread, someone chewing gum, and the rest coins. Everyone looked sadly at this catch and wondered whether they would be able to divide it among the 7 of them. Ray looked at them silently and began to take off his bag. He opened what he could get today: buns, water, and a lot of food. And everyone was shocked at how cool he was. Someone wondered if he got it from the golem, but another guy said he didn't take anything from him. Ray knew that this was because the golem only took magical items with residual mana, and if it didn't see any mana, it wouldn't be able to take anything from it. Pale said it was time to share the food, and thanks to Ray, they wouldn't go hungry today. They decided to start with the youngest, Josephine. And she, when she received the food, thanked them. After that, another boy stood in line, happily received food, and Ray went outside. He thought about how they never had enough food for everyone. He looked at the water nearby and wondered whether he should go to the warehouse. He had to support this group for a long time because he owed them his life. A year ago, he was lying in the snow and dying, and someone came up to him. The whole group was calling for the leader because they noticed that someone was lying in the snow and they needed to get him out. At that moment, Ray, in general, was not against dying. But the children looked at him with concern and asked if he was okay when he woke up. Everyone praised God for the fact that the stranger woke up and everything was fine with him. Ray was determined to repay all debts, whether it was a simple favor or revenge. Suddenly, someone approached him and spoke to him. Hale came out of the tent and said that the guy needed a portion too. Ray turned his head away and said that everything was fine and he was not hungry. Pale immediately heard his stomach rumble and said that it seemed like his stomach didn't agree with that. Pale took out 1 bar and said that it needed to be divided. He handed him half and asked if he was listening. It was raining black, and they said it was because they were using too much magic. Almost all of them lived in sectors with lower numbers. Pale thought that Golem was also sent by magic, but Ray replied that it could be a simple machine. However, Peel said no. He was sure that the golem moved thanks to magic. In fact, Ray agreed with Pale, because when the golem moved, it attracted mana from the surrounding area to its core. Then it mixed and came out as black gas, black rain and black gas. Ray couldn't shake the feeling that they were connected in some way. But of course, something else was much more important right now, and Ray said he would go outside for a while. Pale was shocked, because he was really going to do this in such a heavy black rain. And Ray told the leader to watch the river because it would be dangerous if it overflowed. Pale tried to stop the guy, but he had already run away. The guy grabbed his head. He was very tired, because the guy always did whatever he wanted. During the black rain, everyone hid, fearing its power. People believed that 1 drop of it could make a person sick. But Ray could protect himself from the rain, so it became easier to work. He ran to 18th Street, to lame Hector's grocery store. There were people sitting inside, playing in the casino and placing bets. Ray knew there would be people inside, because they always gambled on rainy days. First, the guy climbed through the bars, then walked up to the building, took out some bricks, and climbed inside. Thanks to this, the security was significantly weakened, and he saw that it was very dark inside. There were hundreds of different types of mana in the air, of which the guy attracted only a certain one, and then mixed it according to the required formula. Ray's eyes were glowing, and magic was flying around him. He stretched out his hand and began to conjure a small fire, illuminating everything around. Although he didn't know the exact methods, he could use this technique quite well. And yet, for some reason, controlling red mana was more difficult. It seemed like it might also be related to his sense of emotion. But he wondered if he could create a larger flame. And at that moment, a knife started flying towards the guy. Ray managed to react, turned his head to the side, and only touched his ear. He turned around and saw the knife already sticking out of the wall. Someone was shouting that the small rat had finally shown up, and whether the guy really wanted to cut down on their rations. Ray realized that someone had been hiding in the warehouse initially, and the man was shouting that the rat had hidden, but that it could escape as much as it wanted. Ray realized that there were 3 people there, and they knew his exact location. He didn't think they might have equipment like night vision goggles, but the man shouted that he didn't have to hide, because they would find him anyway. And after that, he swung the knife again. 3 knives with sharp tips were already flying towards Ray. The guy reacted instantly and very quickly dodged everyone. The man was shocked that this boy was able to dodge like that. They shouted at him that the man needed to aim better. He said that something was wrong with this boy, but he had already been hit in the face. The rest of the team were shocked that the boy could see them and still fight like that. Ray began to analyze the feelings of these men. As they ran towards him, he noticed rage and surprise. The man swung his knife and told him not to pretend to be invisible. Ray, observing the flow of mana from the vessels through the arteries, could predict their next movements. The guy jumped off the floor and appeared next to the man's face, and then he dealt a very strong blow to the enemy. A man on the side watched this and thought it was impossible. Ray was next to him, hit him in the stomach, and told him that it was wrong. And there he stood, safe and sound, while 3 men lay unconscious on the floor. At that moment, the main gate opened, and a bald man appeared on the threshold. He said he came to check out what all the fuss was about. Ray immediately recognized the man. It was Hector's band performer, Gamprey. The man said it looked like all 3 of his brothers had been carried away by a small rat. Hector Gamprey's band performer turned out to be as scary as rumors said. Ray decided he needed to get out of there. He flew up to the man and hit him in the chest, but he didn't even move. The man told the boy to ask him if he could avoid it. After that, he stretched out his huge hand to strike. Ray dodged in a few seconds and realized how fast this man was. The boy ran back, and the man noticed how quick he was. Ray also assessed his level and realized that he was undoubtedly much higher than him. Gamprey was very close and was about to strike again. Ray dodged every attack and instinctively knew that he couldn't win one-on-one. He was determined that in the upcoming fight, he would aim exclusively at the man's open and vulnerable spots. Just as Gamprey was about to deliver his crushing blow again, he involuntarily opened his chest. Ray concentrated and began to create a spell in his hand, forming a clot of fire magic. After this, plucking up his courage, he reached out and carefully touched the man. Gamprey closed his eyes, unable to bear the overly bright and blinding light. When he finally opened his eyes, he realized that he had completely lost sight of the rat. Someone shouted that the guy had just fought the boss, which meant he couldn't have gone far and needed to be found. While Ray stood behind the small building, thinking about being found, the men shouted that every corner needed to be searched. Ray wanted to climb over the bars, but saw a stone. He threw it to the side and everyone turned around, realizing that he was near the entrance. Everyone ran in that direction to kill him, and at that time Ray climbed over. He thoroughly searched the warehouse, which belonged to the notorious and infamous group led by Hector. He understood that if people managed to find him, they would certainly kill him. But at the same time, he himself was not at all afraid of death. However, he clearly understood that if he was destined to die, the children would hardly be able to survive for long without his support. And it also meant that he would never be able to repay his debt, which had been weighing on his soul all this time. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him and shouted loudly to the others that they had finally managed to find the criminal. Ray turned around abruptly in complete shock and intense anger, not believing that he had actually been discovered and caught off guard. Without thinking, he rushed away, and the men ran after him, shouting and threatening to make sure to catch him. Ray ran from his pursuers for several more agonizing minutes until, to his horror, he came across a dead end. The men were shocked that this young man was so fast, but he had nowhere else to run. They told him to come meet them and return what he had stolen. Otherwise, the man would make a hole in his stomach. Ray turned around, looked around, and saw that he couldn't see Gamprey. This meant he had a chance to win, so he started using mana. The man began to ask the boy if he had gone deaf and approached him. Ray dodged with ease and stopped the attacker's hand. After this, he turned the man to face him and hit him on the chin. All the other men standing nearby and seeing this started running towards the guy. But Ray stopped one after another, and no one could understand how he could be so strong. The guy then used his magic and hit the man in the face. He fell backwards onto the ground, and steam from the burn was coming from his face. People started approaching him, shouting that they heard a noise, and Ray understood that they would eventually see everything. Besides, he couldn't use magic consistently. He noticed something to the side and realized that this place could save him. The men ran past, not understanding where the criminal had gone, and shouted that they couldn't let him go. Ray sat hiding in an old trash can, listening to the footsteps of his pursuers gradually fade away in the distance. He managed to remain undetected, however, and they were never able to find him despite their diligent search. He decided to hide here until the morning, because if his pursuers followed him to the bridge, the children would be in mortal danger. The black, cold rain continued to pour down and loudly pounded on the iron lid of the garbage can. Ray sat inside and patiently waited for the prolonged rain to finally end. The next day, the sky gradually cleared, the clouds went away, and a bright sun peeked out from behind them. A beam of light broke through the crack and fell inside the trash can, causing Ray to wake up and become fully awake. He climbed out, thinking that there shouldn't be anyone in this place now. But suddenly, a man off to the side said that he had found the criminal. Ray turned around and saw a man in front of him holding a knife behind his back. He said he was very lucky that he decided to come back. Ray looked at the color of his vessel and realized that the man was incredibly angry, and he himself had not fully recovered. The stranger was surprised that the guy had a gun and called him a real man. This meant he wouldn't have to hold back, and he ran towards Ray. He said in a cold voice briefly that he would simply kill him, and angrily raised the knife, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. As the sharp blade almost touched his body, the boy deftly dodged the blow at the last moment. After that, the attacker struck again with a furious blow, and the blade almost reached Ray. The boy lost several clumps of hair and realized that he was completely losing his balance. The man swung his sword with great fury for the final blow and mentally said goodbye to the criminal. His knife was almost touching the guy's face when everything changed in an instant. The body fell heavily to the ground, and the frightened birds flew away noisily in different directions. Ray's face was covered in blood, and his gaze became completely empty and lifeless. The man was mortally wounded and collapsed to the floor, while Ray stood in front of him, completely unharmed. The man with the gun who killed the stranger calmly told Ray that the situation was extremely dangerous. Then he took a cigarette out of his pocket, clicked the lighter, and lit it with apparent calm. He didn't understand the fuss Ray had made early in the morning, and this man was the boss of 17th Street, and his name was Niels. He told the guy that it was very dangerous. Ray asked him if someone had called him, since he was usually still asleep at this time. Niels said that everything was so. He heard that Hector's guys were looking for someone, and when he noticed Ray had cans under his jacket, he asked if he had stolen them from Hector, and he called him crazy. The guy thanked him, but the man said it was not a compliment. Ray said it was actually quite difficult, and thought about how difficult it was to deal with people like Niels. It is rare to meet such people, those whose emotions are so monotonous that the vessel never even fills up completely. Niels said that at this rate one could die. He told him that some people should not be touched, and Ray said that if not, they would die of hunger. Niels said it didn't matter because he had now repaid him for saving him, but Ray had only fished him out of the river for his bag of supplies, and hadn't even thought of helping in the first place. Niels thanked him anyway, because it was only thanks to Ray that he was alive. Ray recalled that the man had already paid for this incident. A year ago, he accidentally pulled Niels out of the river. He was an executor of the 46th sector, and he was betrayed. Ray doesn't think the guy was lying when he told her this, because the fighting lessons he gave him as payment for saving him were quite structured. Ray turned to the man, remembering what he had told him earlier. He remembered about his joining the organization. He is going to join him, because if he joins Niels' organization, the children will be safe. Mills walked around the corner and lit a cigarette. He asked the guy if he could use magic, and Ray was shocked that Niels knew about it. Mills thought that he was right, because he already thought that he was hallucinating when he made a fire without matches or a lighter, and Ray asked him to tell him what else he knew about magic. The man said that the only few things he had asked the mage from his previous organization were that magic used mana from the air, and that very few people could recognize and use it. Ray asked if he had been told anything about color, but Niels replied that nothing had been said, since he had been told that mana could not be seen. Ray was shocked, because then what did he see? He asked the man if that was all, and if he had forgotten anything. But Ray's words angered Niels, and he asked if he was asking for trouble. Niels called him a cheeky little brat, asked if he was doing it on purpose, swung his arm to hit him, but missed. Ray stood next to him and asked him what his answer would be to his request, but he said no. Ray asked why he was suddenly refusing him. All sectors are located on the banks of the Elton River, and if you move upstream, you will come to other sectors. A person would certainly be able to escape from the slums and find a better life there, because it would be too great a mistake to allow a child with such abilities to die in this place. Niels asked the guy if he ever thought about leaving the 50th sector, but he couldn't even find a car, and Ray replied that no, because he was taking care of the children. Niels told him that there was no need to worry about it because he was thinking of founding an orphanage. He will keep an eye on street children like him. Ray saw that his colors were so faded, and he didn't understand whether the man was telling the truth, but he probably was, because he always kept his word. And then he told the man to be careful, because it looked like Hector was preparing for war. Ray saw entire trucks loaded with weapons arriving at their location. Niels replied that he knew about it. The use of firearms in any conflict is a direct declaration of war. Ray said that if he lost the war, the people in the stores would suffer, because the guy thought that the amounts for protection from his organization were more worthwhile. But Niels said that it only seemed that way because there were many people worse than him. He told Ray to stop treating him like an old man since he wasn't even married. But Ray said he was still old. Niels got angry and wanted to hit him again, but missed again. A car pulled up to them, and they told Boss Niels that they had to go. Niels sat down and said that there would be a real battlefield here, so if possible, the guy should find another shelter. And then he threw him some object for him to catch, and Ray immediately grabbed it confidently with his hand. Opening his hand, he noticed a small ampule in his hand with a bright green cross drawn on it. Niels calmly told Ray that this was the remedy he needed to use to treat his injured ear. After that, they quickly drove away, leaving the guy alone among the empty streets and silence. Then Ray headed to 17th Street, which was located near the central city square. An old woman was sitting on the rocks, next to a boy and a tin can, and they were greeting the guy. The girl ran out to Ray and said that she was worried because he didn't return yesterday. She noticed his appearance and asked why he looked so shabby. She started crying and asked if he had been in a fight and who had done it to him. But Ray replied that everything was fine. He had just fallen. Ray was surprised that one single person could experience so many emotions at once. He told the girl to take the canned food and go to the tent, and to tell the leader that he would be there soon. The girl took everything and ran towards the tent. Ray turned to old lady Viola and asked what she had told Josephine. The old woman said that she told her about rainbows, because she was the blind storyteller, Viola. Ray told her not to tell such things to the children, because if she continued to talk about fantasies, they would not get used to real life. But Viola replied that who would continue to talk about fantasies if not the children? Ray looked at the old woman and didn't understand what kind of emotion she was experiencing. He saw purple mana, which he had never seen in anyone except Viola. He told her to go to another street because a war could start here soon. And then he left. And the old woman thought about what a kind young man he was. The next morning, Ray knocked on the door and said the delivery had arrived. The man opened the door for him and was surprised to see this guy standing in front of him, because it seemed like Ron was saying that he would now be doing delivery. Ray brought the box inside and asked the man if he wasn't planning to evacuate, since there would definitely be no customers in the middle of a war. But the man replied that he had nowhere to go except his shop. Besides, the war might not happen. But Ray didn't understand what he was talking about. The man pointed to the door and said that Hector and Niels were talking there, and if everything went well, there would be no war. A couple of seconds later, the door opened, and Hector and two men came out. One of them, with huge scars on his face, was the boss of 18th Street, Hector. He was surprised when he saw that the child was working, and what's more, together with the one from which all the adults had fled. He took him by the shoulder and told him to try hard, because that was the only way to survive in this world. He took his palm and threw a couple of coins into it, telling him to treat himself to something. And then he loudly called to all his people, and his whole group, together with him, slowly walked away. Gamprey, before leaving the room, cast a suspicious and attentive glance to the side. He noticed that the boy had a wound on his ear, and a small bandage was carelessly stuck on top. After this, the man stopped abruptly and confidently walked straight towards Ray. The guy pulled his hood up, covering his ear, and immediately realized that the man recognized and remembered him. Suddenly, Gamprey was called out and asked why he was standing there. But he said that he was already on his way. When the car drove away, the seller was glad that the men had finally left. Ray realized that Gamprey remembered the wound on his ear, but for some reason, he left without saying anything. The seller ran to Niels and asked what they had decided. But when the man ran into the room, he was very surprised by Niels's mood. He smoked a cigarette and said that the negotiations had failed, and war is destined to happen. The seller was shocked, wondering if Niels was serious, but the man said that he couldn't accept such stupid conditions like the takeover of his organization. This is truly the worst possible outcome. The seller said that it was not Niels's fault, but it looks like he won't be able to open his store for a long time. The man told Ray not to leave their hideout anytime soon. Ray walked slowly towards his tent, thinking that if the war started, he would no longer be able to stroll around the area so calmly. He understood that he needed to gather and stock up on food as quickly as possible before any possible conflicts began. Suddenly, a black car drove right in front of him, its tires screeching loudly on the uneven road. Ray immediately noticed that Gamprey was behind the wheel, and this immediately made him wary. He had never seen such a machine in the 50th sector before, and this suddenness seemed extremely suspicious to him. Deciding not to delay, Ray realized that he urgently needed to figure out what was going on and why this car was here. He pursues her to 18th Street, to the entrance to Hector's group's base. He sees many people and does not understand who they are, and Hector greets the man, saying that they have been waiting for him. A stately male magician emerges from the car. Everyone bows to him and tells him to go inside. Ray watches the man and doesn't understand who he is. He is emitting a dark blue, almost black color, and an incredible amount of mana. This color is similar to the color that golems emit when they move. He also notices strange rings surrounding his vessel. There is also a lot of mana around the rings, and Ray realizes that the man seems to be using them to limit his power. Ray realizes that this man is dangerous and decides that he needs to tell Niels about it. The men unload various boxes and take weapons out of them. Ray approaches them. Someone asks what happened to the supplies, and all this happens on the 17th Street of Niels's group. Ray quietly approaches the man and asks where Niels is. He gets scared when he sees the guy and asks how he got here. Ray replies that he came through the open gate, but says it doesn't matter and asks again where Niels is. The man says that the boss has gone outside to prepare for war and that it is dangerous here, so Ray should leave. Ray asks to tell Niels something, but decides that it is impossible to talk about mana, and he asks to tell Niels to beware of the man with the monocle. By this time, night had already fallen, and the children were sleeping peacefully in the tent. Pale and Ray discuss how the war won't last long, and yet it won't end in a week. Pale asks his friend who he thinks will win, but he replies that he doesn't know, since the two groups are practically evenly matched. But Niels must win for the safety of the children. If Hector wins this war, the children will be sold into slavery. Pale heard some strange sound and said that it seemed like it had all started. Ray stands up, and when asked if he heard anything, he replies that he did. They've both never heard anything like it before, and Ray decides it's strange and something's wrong. At this time, a shootout occurs on 17th Street. There is a golem standing in front of the men, not a single scratch on it, and they don't understand what happened to it. The monster stretches out his hand and begins to cast a blue beam. He knocks down one of the men, who dies, while the other manages to jump away. He is now covered in blood and looks at his dead comrade. The golem immediately approaches him and stretches out his hand. And then, with one movement, she clenches her fist and leaves only a red spot of the man. A man with a monocle stands, looks at all this, and says that it smells like slop. The golem answers him something, and he agrees with his creation. He says that part of the work here is done. Pale sits and worries, because the sounds are getting louder. When Ray is about to go somewhere, he stops him and asks where he is going, because everything is not as usual. He asks to be allowed to go along if Ray is going to leave. Ray replies that it is not possible and that Pale should stay here and wait. Another boy comes out of the tent and asks why they are not sleeping. Pale pats his head and apologizes for waking him, promising they'll be back soon, and tells him to go back to sleep. Pale turns to his friend and says that he will stay here with the children. After all, we can't leave them alone. But he asks Ray not to go too far and to come back as soon as he finds out what is happening. Ray says he understands everything, promises to return soon, and heads to the burning city. There is almost nothing left of the buildings, and the corpses of soldiers lie in front of it. He approaches and sees people from Niels' squad not understanding what happened here. One guy is conscious, and Ray asks him what happened, and he replies that their enemies brought a golem with them. The man with the monocle had complete control over the golem, directing its every movement with frightening precision. And all the other fighters standing in front of him were completely powerless and were unable to resist in any way. The man's last words were a warning to Ray. Run away immediately, while there was still a chance to escape. Ray stood opposite him in complete silence, and at that moment a strange and gloomy black rain began to fall over the city. He raised his hand and closed his eyes, thinking about his now dead friend and what had happened. He pulled a knife from his bosom, clutching it in his hands, and now his heart was filled with determination to act. He understood that under such circumstances, Niels's group would inevitably lose and would not be able to cope on its own. Then he firmly decided that he needed to intervene and do everything he could to help his allies in this battle. At the same time, on the bridge, Pale, covered in blood, desperately tried to cover Josephine with his body. Behind him, all his dead comrades were already lying, and this sight filled his heart with horror and bitterness. He raised his sad eyes and looked at the one who was the cause of this whole tragedy. Before him stood a golem, casting a spell and preparing to deliver the final blow. Pale shed a tear and thought only that Ray would not come back here. The boy ran to 17th Street in the Central District, trying to understand what had happened to his friends. He looked around and realized with horror that he was late for the most important event. All those bodies lying around turned out to be people from Niels's team, and the sight was horrifying. However, he did not see Niels himself among the dead, and this gave him a faint hope that he was still alive. Suddenly, behind him, in the distance, there was a deafening explosion that echoed throughout the entire block. Ray reacted instantly as the explosion occurred in the direction of his tent, and anxiety gripped his heart. He began to run as fast as he could, despite the incessant black rain beating on his shoulders and face. When he stopped to catch his breath, his face was wet with rain, mixed with blood and dirt. He saw the golem with its hand raised, covered in blood, and this sight strengthened his determination to act. His attention was drawn to the huge blood stain in front of him, which further shocked Ray and infuriated him. He was in complete shock, and his eyes burned with rage and horror at the same time, not believing what he saw. A moment later, he raised his knife into the air, preparing to strike the golem and protect his friends. The guy didn't have time to reach his target before the monster grabbed him and pressed him to itself with incredible force. Ray felt a searing pain in his ribs and began spitting blood, trying to free himself from the grip. After this, the golem threw him into the wall with great force, leaving a huge dent from the impact. The boy slid to the ground, his body aching, but he knew he had to make sure his friends were safe. He remembered the happy faces of the children who used to run to him with smiles and delight. They met him when he returned to them, and now the memories of them brought pain and sadness. Pale said he didn't want Ray to go back into such danger, and it broke his heart. The guy's eyes widened in horror. He couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. All his friends lay dead before him, and the realization of this tore his soul apart. Mother and daughter Laren and Leia lay motionless, their faces covered in horror and blood. Two boys, Corden and Miles, also did not survive the terrible battle, and Ray could hardly hold back his tears. Also, the leader of their team, Pale, and the girl Josephine, whom he was hugging, died before they could escape. The guy's hands were shaking, and he couldn't believe that all this had actually happened. He understood that he had not yet had time to thank them for everything they had done for him before. Sitting on the cold floor, he tried to reach their bodies with his hands, but the strength left his body weak. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. the same one he had heard during the previous fight, and his heart began to beat faster. This meant that the golem had killed them all, and horror had taken over his mind completely. He realized that both the children and the people from Niels's team had died, with no way to save anyone. And all the inhabitants of this street became victims of the destructive power of the golem. And this made it even more terrifying. Ray was consumed with rage and determination, vowing to avenge everyone who had fallen here today. He understood that now he had to act, despite the weakness of his wounded body. When the golem wanted to attack, a car suddenly flew straight towards Ray, blocking the monster's path. A black car pulled up and hit the monster, stopping its destructive progress for a moment. Niels got out of the car and immediately asked the guy if he was okay and if he needed help. The man ran out of the car and ran to Ray to support him and make sure he was alive. He lifted Ray up, and luckily there were no fractures, which was a great relief for both of them. Ray was shaking all over and started talking about the children, worrying about their safety and lives. Niels turned his head and saw the terrible picture around him, fully realizing the scale of the tragedy. The man bowed his head and apologized to Rem, as this all happened because he was late. Ray's face was wet, either from tears or from the rain, and he didn't understand why Niels was to blame. The man couldn't help himself and hugged Ray tightly in a manly way, trying to support him in this terrible moment. After this, Ray asked where all his subordinates were, and was told that they were all dead, leaving him without any hope. Hector didn't expect that he would summon mages from other sectors, which completely changed the course of events. The guy asked what Niels would do now after such a disaster and loss of people. He replied that he would return to the street and try to find survivors. But for now, Hector would have to solve his problems himself. Suddenly, a huge blue beam hit the man, piercing him through and through, and blood splattered all around. Ray saw this and was in complete shock, not believing his eyes in the horror that was happening. The golem stood up and aimed his attack straight at Niels, wounding him, and the tension increased exponentially. The man stood there for a while, looking at the hole in his chest, realizing the full gravity of what had happened, and then he smiled, not believing that all this was really happening right in front of him. He fell forward, right onto Ray, who managed to hug him, feeling the full weight of loss and pain. He began to feel the man's back. His hands were now covered in blood, but he couldn't stop, checking everyone. He looked at him in surprise, not understanding how this could have happened and what to do next. He remembered how the man had previously taught him to fight and how he had passed on experience, which was now more important than ever. And then he remembered how they would sit together on the couch and eat donuts, moments of simple joy amid the chaos. He remembered the same man who always smiled despite the danger, inspiring him. Ray's heart was filled with fiery, furious energy, ready to burst out in a fit of revenge. And now the golem was very close, standing right in front of him, ready to strike a blow that could cost him his life. When Ray saw that the monster was about to attack, he could not stand it, bared his teeth, and firmly said that he would kill them all. The impenetrable black rain mixed with the blood and sweat running down his face and body. Ray hugged his dead friend who was lying on the ground, trying to hold his body and not let go. If this was a dream, the guy would like to wake up right now so that everything turns out to be an illusion. Under glowing red eyes, he extended his right hand forward, ready to confront the golem. As the golem began to attack, it also began to cast magic, creating two beams, blue and red, colliding in the air. In the golem's huge hand, a blue sphere glowed, radiating cold and destructive energy. And in Ray's small hand, a bright scarlet fire glowed, casting a warm light onto the wet ground. Neither of them gave in to the other, and their strength grew stronger, holding each other back in a fierce struggle. Ray thought that he was different from the golems. He was a human, full of emotions and feelings that gave him strength. His fire intensified and began to gradually absorb the blue magic, weakening the golem and its attack. A few seconds later, a fiery hurricane burst from the boy's hand, destroying everything around him with destructive force. He easily burned the golem, and it disintegrated into many fragments that scattered across the ground. There was not a drop of fear on his face, only complete confidence in his own strength and the rightness of his actions. The earth, which this fiery beam survived, melted and remained full of holes, as if reality itself had been burned through. Ray laid Niels on the floor and tried to wake him up, reminding himself that he was still needed alive. He talked about how he couldn't die, and his voice sounded full of anxiety and despair. Niels woke up and told the boy to stop shaking him, as he was already in pain from his wounds and fatigue. Although he understood that he would not see a peaceful death, he did not think that he would die today among chaos and ruins. Niels reflected that he had no regrets, because he had done a lot for someone who started out as a pathetic scavenger. He thought that if he had started earlier, perhaps everything would have turned out differently, and the result would have been different. Yes, if he had started at around Ray's age, a lot in their lives could have changed for the better. Ray told Niels to wait, as he would now bring him some medicine from the car to ease his condition. Niels immediately recovered, and with a smile on his face said that the guy should leave this dangerous place. The guy needs to go to a place where he will feel much better, and where his strength can be restored and strengthened. Niels always considered him his younger brother, and therefore wanted to protect him from unnecessary losses and dangers. He wished Ray to follow the path upstream, to be more careful on the rapids and not to take unnecessary risks. He told him that he was always confident that Ray would cope with any difficulties and trials along the way. Niels placed his hand in the boy's palm, as if transferring some of his strength and confidence to him. And after the handshake, he left something in Ray's hand, as a sign of trust and support for the future. A few seconds later, Niels lay motionless, and silence fell over the battlefield. Ray looked at his dead friend in horror, unable to believe that he had actually lost him. Rage and despair filled him. These were the first emotions he felt in full. He screamed at the sky like never before, his chest pierced by the pain of loss and helplessness. After the rain and after the attack, he sat under the bridge completely alone, surrounded by silence and wet earth. Waking up from sleep, he realized how exhausted his body was, and how much damage his body had suffered. He looked at his hand and recalled the events, realizing that he seemed to have slept for a very long time, trying to recover. Just the memory of yesterday's horror stirred all his emotions, almost as much as they had that time. Something was definitely wrong, Ray thought, feeling the weight of responsibility and his own fatigue. He conjured fire in his hand to warm himself and regain his confidence after the horrific events. The stronger his rage, the more flames he could sustain, meaning the power of his emotions directly impacted his magic. Suddenly, the fire went out, and Ray felt a sharp pain that pierced his head and body. He held his head, realizing that he had overexerted himself and that his strength was at its limit. Standing up, he decided that he needed to go out, and in front of him lay the corpses of his friends, covered with a dirty cloth. He realized that he had to go and avenge all those who died, no matter whether he could achieve justice or not. At this time, on 17th Street in the Central Square, people were sorting through the bodies of the victims, restoring order. Hector's group has won, and now it will be much more difficult for them to deal with resistance and threats. Ray stood behind the barrel and watched as Hector gave orders to his subordinates, planning their next steps. And then he discussed Niels, calling him names and showing contempt for the enemy, which angered Ray even more. Ray knew he had found his target and pulled a knife from his pocket, preparing to act decisively. Suddenly, a huge hand fell on his shoulder, warning the guy to wait at least a second. Ray didn't listen, turned around and tried to stab with a knife, relying entirely on his own determination. He managed to reach the man's neck, leaving a scratch on it that symbolized his first successful strike. Gamprey jumped back and told him to calm down, trying to keep the situation under control. Ray thought that Hector's entire group was about to die, and rushed towards them without hesitation. While the man protected his face with his hands, Ray swung the knife very quickly, delivering a series of blows. The man was shocked by the speed and fury of the guy's movements, not expecting such strength and determination. This boy had never been this strong before, and it amazed even a battle-hardened opponent. Therefore, at this rate, he may lose if he does not change his strategy and focus on defense. He decides to take a different approach, using unconventional techniques for the first time to hurt Ray and stop him. The guy was very surprised that Gamprey simply offered him his shoulder, allowing him to continue the attack. The man then grabs him by the collar and slams him to the ground, trying to crush Ray's rage and determination. He asked himself if he wanted to die from something as stupid as revenge, knowing the risk. He became known as the Ghost of 17th Street for his courage and ruthlessness in battle. The man had one proposal for him that could change the course of their clash and the outcome of the battle. Together they walked around the corner, and Gamprey said that he had been following the guy for a long time and now asked to listen to him. Silent Gamprey is called so because he is silent and performs his duties efficiently. Now he had a desperate expression on his face, and it looked like he was not going to deceive the guy. Ray asked what his proposal was and waited for an answer. Gamprey said he wanted the guy to leave Sector 50, and Ray wanted to know why. The man explained that he had to find his younger brother, whom Hector had sold to the City of Magicians. Hector said that he would tell about his brother's location if he worked for him for 10 years, and that was the only reason he worked for Hector. But now his brother should be about Ray's age. The guy asked why he should accept this offer, doubting the man's intentions. Gamprey also asked if it was true that he could use magic. After their fight in the warehouse, he had no doubt about it, because he saw the guy's strength. Even now, using a little magic, he couldn't defeat Hector. He always had a terrible magician by his side, who possessed powers that were terrifying. The blue-black mana spoke of a fearsome demon that was always nearby. Anyone who contradicted him was immediately frozen, unable to move. Once he even drowned a guy by placing his head in a bubble of water. He was a terribly cruel and powerful magician who was difficult to influence. For now, the guy had to leave this place, because he had to survive to take revenge. And Ray understood that Gamprey was right. He had never studied magic, relying only on intuition, and his opponent was an expert, so his chances of winning were 0. He heard that the City of Mages was located upstream of the Elton River, and only mages were allowed there. Gamprey took out a bag containing the money he had saved throughout his life, and inside was a piece of paper with his brother's name and description. Ray asked why the man trusted him with such a sum, since he might not keep his promise. Gamprey replied that he knew the guy, and that he was not the one to break his word. Moreover, having seen him in action, he was confident that the guy would be able to reach the higher sectors. When Gamprey told Ray that he could handle it, the boy immediately remembered Niels. Gamprey shouted that other members of the group would arrive soon and the guy needed to decide. Ray took the bag and said that he had only one condition. The man must take care of all the corpses under the bridge. Only then will he find his brother. Gamprey agreed and said that he would definitely do it. Ray left and told the man to wait for him, as he would not return soon. After running for some time, the guy stopped and tried to catch his breath. He turned around and was glad that there was no one following him. He approached the building where old lady Viola was sitting. He put a coin in her jar and said that he had a question. Time was short, and she should answer quickly. Although she was blind, the old woman realized that it was Ray standing in front of her, and asked what the question was. The guy asked if the story about the rainbow was true. Is it true that you can make a wish when you find the end of a rainbow? In the past, little Josephine asked him if he knew there was a rainbow in the sky. It was a long, colorful ribbon that appeared in the clouds after the rain, like a beautifully decorated donut from which someone had taken a bite. If you find the end of the rainbow, you can make a wish. Ray, hearing about the donut, remembered that his friends had asked for donuts, and Josephine had gotten angry, asking if he was even listening to her. The guy said that it was okay and that he would have to deal with them tomorrow, but Josephine screamed that that was not the issue at all. Viola replied that the rainbow exists, and whether to make a wish or not is his business. Her mana was pure and calm, purple in color, so the guy couldn't tell whether she was lying or not. Earlier, Gamprey had told him that if you think about it, a magician had once looked for a rainbow here. Ray remembered that this mage was also looking for the rainbow, which meant they had clear evidence of its existence. The boy asked the old woman if he could resurrect the dead if he found this rainbow. Viola smiled and said, "Who knows? They say that you can make any wish and it will come true. However, no one knows where all the rainbows are, and they are probably somewhere far, far away." Ray nodded his head and thanked the old woman. He left and told her that it was better to leave this place too. After some time, Ray found himself on the outskirts of the 50th sector, 23rd Street. He sat behind the barrels, looked at the piece of paper, and realized that the place Niels had written about was here. Something was bothering him, but he immediately noticed a white car. Earlier, Niels said that he had prepared a car for him, a 4-seater sedan. As Ray was about to open the door, someone asked him who he was. The man from Hector's group realized that the guy seemed to be Nils's tail. He had a tourniquet on one hand and a syringe in the other, and he asked Ray if he had really been given an order to bring this car. The guy wondered where his boss Niels was then. Ray knew that none of Hector's men were following him, and he couldn't waste any more time. He grabbed the handle abruptly and the man noticed it. As the boy dived into the car, the man ran after him, asking where he was going. The door didn't have time to close, and a man's hand crawled through it. Ray held the door as best he could, and the man ordered him to open the door. The guy used too much mana and his strengthening magic ran out. With his other hand, he began to gather magical energy, creating a small sphere of fire that glowed brightly in his palm. He then threw a fireball straight at the man, just as the massive door suddenly swung open. He then kicked the man in the chest with all his might, and he lost his balance and fell backwards with a crash. Ray didn't waste a second, jerked the control lever sharply, and confidently pressed the gas pedal. After that, the car rushed forward and rushed at high speed straight down the narrow road, and he finally drove beyond the 50th sector, leaving his difficult memories behind. Ray continued moving through the deserted and uninhabited land that stretched along the calm ocean. A black raven was rummaging through a huge pile of garbage nearby, looking for something edible among the trash. But hearing the sharp sound of a car engine, the raven became frightened, took off and flew away towards the sky. Ray stopped the car at the edge of the road, got out, and walked leisurely toward the trunk. I opened it and saw a lot of bags of food and a lot of water. Niels was well prepared. He still had a few days left until the next sector, so he set up a small camp, because once he got there, he needed to find out more about magic. Now he learned that there are two types of mana: red mana that can be used without preparation, and other mana which requires mixing colors to obtain. Manipulating mana isn't easy, but if a guy is experiencing certain emotions, certain types of mana are attracted faster. And as happened that time, rage helped him. Now he sat and just thought about rage. And a red ball formed around him. But after a couple of seconds, it started to fall apart. This was his maximum, because as soon as he loses concentration on emotions, his mana slips away. And now the guy decided to try a combination. He caught several multicolored beams of mana and tried to create a ball out of them in his hands, but nothing worked. The ball disappeared, and the rays evaporated. Mana types that can't mix cancel each other out, and combining colors requires a lot of effort, so it also takes a lot of mental energy. But there are also combinations that are bound to work well, so he kept trying combinations. This was not necessary before, but now everything is different. Sitting all alone in the moonlight, he realized that he now had reasons for this. The next day, Ray set out at dawn, and again he waited in a secluded place, gradually using up his supplies. And at night, sitting on top of the car, he caught rays of mana and tried to mix them. He was able to conjure the power of snow and the power of wind, and only then small stones came out of his hand. This was the power of the earth. Ray decided that it was time to stop there. He wondered if he could use mana more smoothly, because if he could hold mana in his vessel and use it when needed, the whole process would be more efficient. All this works like the rings that surrounded the vessel of that magician. He was going to look for a way in the 49th sector. And so the next day, in the 50th sector, on 17th Street near the bridge, people were running, because they were ordered to search all the places. Mac sat in the car with binoculars and asked if they hadn't found anything. The man apologized and said that if he waited a little longer, they would find the golem. The magician extended his cane towards him and ordered him to take hold of the tip. The man began to apologize, worry, and tremble. He asked to give him a little more time. The magician said that he doesn't like people who don't understand him. The man started crying. Sweat appeared on his face, and he was shaking all over. But he obediently did as he was told, and suddenly snow magic began to emerge from the cane. The man's hand began to freeze gradually, and the frost went through his whole body, he screamed. Just a couple of seconds, and now he stood frozen and could not move. The magician pushed him with his cane, and he fell, breaking into pieces. The man said how useless he was, but suddenly someone shouted that they had found something. They found a huge burnt strip on the ground, and said that it looked like a golem had fought there. And the guy also found something here that looked like part of a golem. Mac felt that there was still mana in the air. Magic had been used here, and traces of it still remained. And in this place, its concentration was greater. The magician walked further, crouched down, and began to touch the ground. He asked the man standing behind him who lived there, and he replied that street children lived there. The magician was surprised to learn that this was a place where vagabonds lived, and the man said that this was indeed the case, since it was a favorable environment for them, and they probably left when the war began. The magician couldn't believe that the tramp could really use magic, but then he smiled and laughed loudly and angry. Seriously, a stray child from these streets used magic, single-handedly finding an incredible little combination of elemental magic among the countless numbers in this world. It was simply impossible. So he said that it looked like another mage had come here, destroyed the golem, and everyone should find out what happened. However, if the impossible became possible, then this magician may be a genius whose destiny is to become an archmage, the likes of which this world has never seen. Ray arrived in the 49th sector after some time. Earlier, Ray was sitting in a diner with Niels, who told him in detail about his distant homeland and its peculiarities. Sector 42 is very similar to this place, but there is complete chaos. Garbage and destruction on every street. The difference is that this sector is significantly larger than the 50th, and the buildings here are taller, and there are many more streets. All the lower sectors are similar to each other, but the higher you go along the river, the more noticeable the differences become. Ray stood on the edge of Sector 49 and was amazed at how vast and sprawling the area was. He walked slowly through the city streets, carefully examining everything around him and thinking about how unusually the entire space was arranged here. There were no golems in this area, and Ray wondered if they only appeared in the 50th sector of the city. People discussed everyday topics. Some talked about wages in the mines, while others discussed drinking and ordinary everyday matters. Ray arrived at 36th Street and realized that this area was at least twice as big as the 50th section, so he needed to move on. He urgently needed to find information about magic, especially about the Magi and the rings around their vessels, because this was the key to his further path. It was also necessary to learn more about the colors of mana, the city of mages, and ways to get money for upcoming research and goals. Ray had some Gamprey money to start with, but he didn't know exactly how long the long and dangerous journey through the city would take. Suddenly, he stopped in front of Veronica's bookstore, wondering what he might find there and how it related to his task. He thought about the magic and the people around him, feeling that everything in this place seemed more human and real than he expected. After that, he tried to understand what a bookstore was and what information he could get here for his purposes. Earlier, Niels taught him words like, "Don't kill," "I will kill you," "gun," "sun," "river," and drew them in the sand for clarity. When he drew the circle, Niels said it meant brother, showing the importance of remembering symbols and their meanings. Niels asked Ray to repeat the word brother after him, and thanks to these lessons, Ray was able to learn to read, although he had never been able to do so before. Ray didn't understand what all this meant, because he had never seen such a way of transmitting knowledge through pictures and words before. The entire space around was filled with squares with writing on them, forming a strange and incomprehensible pattern to him. Suddenly, an unexpected scream came from above, causing Ray to flinch and raise his head, trying to understand the source of the sound. He saw the girl asking him if he had broken the window and come again to steal her books, expressing surprise and anger. The girl began to kick him out, asking questions about why he was doing all this, and showing irritation and misunderstanding of his actions. Ray touched the glass with his hand, thinking about books and what these things were called in stores, trying to understand their meaning. The red-haired girl shouted loudly that she would not repeat the explanations to him and persistently tried to drive him off the street. Ray tried to comprehend how it was possible to simultaneously feel red excitement, yellow joy, blue discomfort, and dark green irritation. The girl shouted that the adults were already going down and he was still standing there. But Ray did not understand what she was talking about and why she was reacting like that. He quietly said to himself that she was behaving strangely and unpredictably, although he did not want to offend anyone with his opinion. His comment angered the girl even more, as she took his words as a challenge, despite the fact that he didn't know who her grandfather was. Ray realized that there was no time for this, and decided to leave so as not to prolong the situation and avoid further conflicts on the street. A small party was already gathering outside, and the number of people around was growing, creating a feeling of lively movement. Suddenly, Ray noticed 3 unfriendly guys standing to the side, watching his actions with interest and suspicion. He saw that their gazes were full of curiosity and mistrust, which made him wary and ready for unexpected situations. This was to be expected, given that Ray was a stranger on their streets, and they might consider him a provocateur or a threat. In this area, Everything looked the same as in the 50th sector, with chaotically placed buildings and streets full of people. After some time, Ray returned to his white car, which was parked in a deserted area, to rest and think about his actions. He lay down on the seat, thinking that he had walked through many streets, but still had not found anything related to magic or clues. He closed the door, leaned against it, and realized that tomorrow he would have to inspect even more areas to gather the necessary information. There were 3 guys standing near the car, one of whom was holding a bat, and Ray watched them carefully, assessing their intentions. He was glad to himself that they had finally come, because it gave him the opportunity to test his strength and capabilities in this situation. At first, Ray thought there were 3 of them, but then noticed there were actually 4 of them, which made any potential confrontation more difficult. The guys came closer to the car and began to look inside, trying to understand who was behind the wheel and what his intentions were. One of them asked what they should do. Should they kill the guy? But the other said that for now, they just needed to knock him out before he had time to resist. They also planned to find the car keys, suspecting that there might be food or useful things for them in the trunk. But before they could do anything, Ray looked out of the car and hit one of them, which took them completely by surprise. While everyone jumped to the sides, no one understood anything, and one of the guys dropped his weapon, losing control of the situation. Ray circled around them with incredible speed, like game, easily maneuvering and preventing their attempts to attack. He then moved towards one of them and delivered a strong blow to the stomach, causing pain and coughing in the opponent. He rolled his eyes and began to spit, trying to catch his breath. But after that, he fell motionless to the ground, completely immobilized. Another guy with a pipe tried to attack Ray from behind, hoping to catch him off guard and take advantage. But Ray effortlessly prevented the attack, dodging and maintaining control of the situation, demonstrating his dexterity and strength. He snatched up the pipe and threw it towards his opponent, who screamed at them not to come near him, losing his confidence and control. Ray began to twirl some kind of rag, ordering the stranger to clamp his teeth so that he could not scream and distract attention. Now all 3 sat before him, covered in bruises and bumps, humiliated, and realizing that they had lost this clash. Ray asked them how many streets they owned, but they remained silent, not wanting to reveal the information and admit defeat. Suddenly Ray's gaze turned menacing, and he ordered them to answer, demonstrating his authority and determination to get the information he needed. One of the guys was almost hit by the rag that Ray was holding, but he managed to dodge in time, saving himself from the blow. When Ray sat down next to the guy, he admitted that there were actually only 3 streets connected to their territory. Ray asked which streets exactly these were, and the boy, with anxiety, doubt, and fear in his eyes, answered that they were from 23rd to 25th. Ray stepped hard on his hand, showing his displeasure, and said that it was a lie, demanding the truth and an honest answer. The boy began to apologize and beg Ray to forgive him for lying, realizing the danger he was in because of his word. Ray, still holding the rag in his hand, looked carefully at the next guy, assessing his willingness to tell the truth or lie. He immediately shouted that he was ready to tell everything he knew, realizing that resistance was now pointless and dangerous for him. They reported that they had 14 streets under control and a total of 52 members, which was more than Ray expected. Their leader, Kendrick, had a base in an abandoned factory, and Ray was surprised that the number of streets was so large for such a group. Ray immediately ordered the guy to raise his head and look at him, showing that he was now setting the rules and in control of the situation. He asked his name, and he replied that his name was Neshu, after which Ray asked what orders their leader had given them. The guy admitted that they had to beat Ray half to death and take all the food, following the cruel instructions of their leader. He also said that the leader monitors everything that happens and sees their actions, controlling the situation from a distance. There was a 4th guy on the hood of the car who jumped from behind with a knife, intending to attack Ray suddenly and quickly. Ray said that everything was clear to him now and that their leader was indeed monitoring what was happening and watching him personally. Suddenly, windy magic began to gather around Ray, creating a sense of danger and demonstrating his power to his opponents. The guy jumping behind him started squinting because dust was getting into his eyes, making it difficult for him to concentrate and defend himself from blows. And then he received 2 blows, one to the face and the other to the chest, which instantly threw him off balance and caused pain. The boy grabbed his sore spots and fell to the ground, covering his mouth from which blood was oozing, showing the seriousness of the injuries. Ray grabbed him by the hair and ordered him to tell his leader that they were the only ones and could see everything, demonstrating his control over the situation. As Ray expected, the people in the 49th sector were the same as in the 50th. They knew nothing about magic except rumors about books. The boy had heard that books were just stacks of paper, covered with various information, and had no idea they contained any magical content. So there must be information about magic too, Ray thought, when suddenly someone appeared in front of the West, attracting his attention. 3 boys approached and asked if Ray could come with them to discuss next steps and share important information. He warned them that they had not come to fight, so he needed to relax and be prepared for peaceful conversation and coordination. Ray asked if these people were connected to those who were looking for him yesterday, and the guy confirmed that last night he beat Anthony Horn and Melber half to death. The guy added that he acts in his own style, and the leader liked him because he fights very effectively and confidently, demonstrating skills. He took out a piece of paper and asked if any of them could read, but they all replied that they couldn't, wondering how Ray knew how to do it. The guy didn't know what to do, because the boss had told him to tell him exactly what was written on the paper, and this created tension. Ray snatched the piece of paper from him and said that he would read it himself, which stunned the guy, because he didn't even expect Ray to be able to read. Ray replied that he could read a little, showing that his skills, although limited, were sufficient to understand what was written. The 3 guys were shocked, not believing that he could read, because only the boss and Waver knew this skill and could transmit information. The piece of paper said that the boy should come and work for the leader, and then he would never again need food or money. Ray asked the boys how they choose a leader and how they decide who becomes the head of the group and has control over the members. One of the guys replied that a leader is determined through fights, and the strongest one who survives becomes the boss and gains power over everyone. Ray said it was an excellent choice and invited them to come with him to meet their leader in person and discuss business. They asked where exactly they were going, and Ray replied that they were going together to meet their leader and discuss plans and instructions. Together they arrived at Kendrick's group's base in an abandoned factory and stopped in front of the huge iron doors, preparing for the meeting. The guy in the group said that this is where they needed to go, showing them the direction and confidence that they were doing the right thing. They slide open the iron doors and walk together down the dark corridor, listening carefully to the sounds and examining the surrounding space. Ray reaches the right place, where there are many people inside, and in the middle there are chairs, like a place for a manager or leader. He looks at the guests and gradually realizes that in front of him is the man he was looking for, and the events become clear. Toyota greets him, introducing himself as Kendrick, and Ray takes it with respect and caution, assessing his new acquaintance. The guest also introduces himself, his name is Ray, and the 2 exchange formal greetings, establishing each other's status and role. Suddenly, Ray senses something unusual about the leader's ring, noticing magical energy and power emanating from the object and focusing his attention. He had seen mana-draining items before, but this was the first time he had encountered such a level of magical energy and the amount of power in the ring. Kendrick invites him to sit down, explaining that he is inviting him as a guest, not as an enemy, showing respect for his strength and position. The guy sits down, and behind him stand the boss's assistants, demonstrating the organizational structure and order within the leader's group. Ray understands that the leader has tried hard to demonstrate his dominance among his peers, already possessing leadership qualities and skills. Kendrick says that after seeing him in person, he has no doubt about his choice, because the guy got here by car and showed confidence and determination. Ray reveals that he is from the 50th sector, which astonishes everyone behind the leader, causing surprise and interest. The people behind Kendrick were shocked, and they didn't understand how a person from the 5th sector could rise so far, because usually they go down. Kendrick gestures to stop all unnecessary conversations to focus on assessing Ray and deciding on his participation in the organization. He says that if this is true, it is simply incredible, and the guy is more than qualified to join their organization, demonstrating strength and experience. Ray was very surprised when he heard about the existence of this organization and its real possibilities, which opened up new perspectives. Kendrick explains that this is how they plan to join a real organization, giving Ray a chance to increase his status and influence. The organization is called Red Mercenary. It is a super famous group from the 45th sector, which has serious authority and capabilities. They agreed to join when they had 66 members to become a full-fledged part of the powerful structure. Kendrick asks Ray what he thinks about this, as it is enough for him to join the organization and increase his status in the city. Ray admits that it is an interesting story, and a perspective that allows him to expand his capabilities and learn more about magic and power. Joining the group turns out to be easy, and Kendrick says that Ray made a wise decision. But Ray interrupts him to express his own position. He says he refuses to work for someone weaker than him, demonstrating independence and a desire to lead rather than be subordinate. There is a sudden silence in the room. Everyone is in complete shock at his words, realizing that he is not ready to be subordinate. Kendrick, filled with rage, could not believe that the guest had just stated that the leader was weaker than him, which was an unexpected challenge for him. Ray explained that in the 50th sector, the leader was chosen solely by strength, assessing the abilities of each participant. He admitted that he didn't remember the details exactly, but it was clear that there was no point in discussing it unless he was careful. One of Kendrick's men became angry at Ray's words and walked forward, not understanding how the guest dared to speak like that in his presence. Kendrick grabbed him by the neck within seconds, stopping him and demonstrating who was in control of the situation here. He lifted the man into the air, continuing to choke him and asking who gave him the right to speak like that without the leader's consent. The boy understood perfectly well how much Kendrick hated being interrupted, and now he realized the danger of his behavior. He started to apologize, and suddenly red magic gathered around the leader, and Ray recognized the strengthening magical energy. Despite this, it doesn't seem like the guy himself is capable of using magic. He just happened to be near its source. The ring on Kendrick's hand oozed mana, creating a sense of power and control that overwhelmed everyone around him. Ray asked one of the people when this would all end, to which he replied that never, until someone stopped the action. Ray thought about breaking the ring to neutralize its magical power and the leader's influence. Kendrick immediately released the boy he was choking, and the ring's magical energy instantly died out, showing his control over him. The guy apologized to the guest, explaining that he had lost his temper a little, and this sudden change of emotions was explained by fear. Kendrick said they needed to continue the conversation, remembering where they left off, and reminded him that Ray had called him weaker than himself. Ray agreed, but at that moment a table flew towards him, demonstrating Kendrick's anger and displeasure. Kendrick was completely furious. His eyes were burning, and he ordered the boy to repeat the words to confirm what he had heard. He asked his men if anyone really thought the leader was weaker than Ray, and they all replied that it was impossible. Ray realized that the ring reacted to Kendrick's emotions, amplifying magical energy depending on his state. Apparently, the sudden mana restriction was not fully understood by him, and he was unaware of the ring's effects on himself. Kendrick agreed with the guest, wondering if he really wanted to see the leader's strength and experience it for himself. Ray offered to fight for the leadership position, explaining that if he lost, he would work for Kendrick, accepting the terms. Kendrick was delighted and announced that they would have a duel in a week, giving both of them a chance to show their strength in front of everyone. The fight will take place in front of everyone. Not only his people will come, but also representatives of other groups to confirm the results. This way they would be sure of each other's strength and status. And Ray agreed, understanding the strategic importance of this battle. He asked the boy where he got the ring, trying to understand its origin and the magical powers it gave. Kendrick smiled and said that Ray would only know the answer if he defeated him in a duel, creating intrigue and tension. Although Kendrick thought this would never happen, he was confident in his strength and the confidence that Ray demonstrated. The next day, Ray was walking down the street, wondering what this ring was and what possibilities it opened up for him. Suddenly, a huge stone flew towards him, but he managed to catch it with his hand, demonstrating his speed and reaction. The boys who did this were surprised that Ray was able to catch the stone and asked who allowed him to walk so freely. Another guy added that it seemed like Ray had gone completely crazy to be acting so boldly and fearlessly. He was told not to even think about escaping because they had people everywhere, ready to intervene and punish those who disobeyed. They decided to correct his attitude towards them, but Ray ordered them to be silent and not to interfere, showing control of the situation. They held out their hands preparing to fight, but Ray insisted that they stop and focus on the actions he had chosen. Wherever Ray went, people continued to provoke him into fighting, spreading rumors about his possible fights with Kendrick. Despite this, his group did not touch him as they had agreed, showing loyalty and trust in his power. The other groups did not feel restricted, and their pride did not allow them to simply let a stranger walk through their streets. Other groups even banded together to keep an eye on Ray and watch his actions for any weaknesses. Ray wiped the small cut on his face and thought that everything was going according to plan, and his strategy was working perfectly so far. The more he gets used to the magic, the stronger it becomes, allowing him to use it more effectively and accurately. Gaining experience allows the guy to use magic faster, spending less mental energy, and provoking fights was a good idea. Later, he asks someone deep in the streets how much longer they plan to watch him, assessing the danger. Around the corner stood a guy with glasses, covering his face with a hat, watching Ray and trying not to fall under the magical influence. He said the boy had gray hair and an emotionless face, which made him look extremely unusual and frightening to those around him. The guy asked if he was the hunter who could track targets and attack unexpectedly, assessing the threat. Ray noticed that this stranger was younger than his peers, but was clearly not used to fighting, although strength and control were evident. He approached him and told him to take off his glasses, otherwise he risked injuring his hand if they broke during the fight. The guy immediately shouted at Ray to stop, explaining that he didn't come here to fight and wasn't ready for violence. Ray showed confidence, and the boy realized that the stranger was not used to such situations and was acting cautiously. The guy told Ray to calm down because he was not a fighter and would not be able to fight a person with such a build and skills. Ray then asked what exactly he wanted from him and what goals he was pursuing in this meeting, assessing his intentions. The guy thought for a long time and then introduced himself, saying that his name was Philip, creating an atmosphere of formality and familiarity. He wants to offer Ray something that could change the course of their interactions and add new possibilities to their relationship. Philip leads Ray aside and says that they need to go here, while he himself works next to the eastern garbage pit, observing the surroundings. He has heard a lot about Ray and knows that wherever he goes, people always discuss his abilities and strength, spreading rumors. They call him the Hunter, and the nickname seems to have stuck after Ray took out a few local guys. They arrive at their destination, and Philip announces that they have arrived, preparing to show Rhea the surroundings. Inside, someone is discussing shoe polish and shoes, while someone is called outside, creating a noise and a sense of active life around. Philippe says welcome to Hotel Philippe, which he owns and operates, creating a safe space to work. Ray notes that there seem to be over 100 people gathered here, but Philip clarifies that, including those working outside, there are only 186 of them. Ray realizes that everyone here has something in common, perhaps work experiences and life experiences that shape their character. It seems that they will have a hard time joining another group because they are too young or too small physically to handle the stress. Philip confirms Ray's words, explaining that he carefully monitors Sector 49 and takes into account the dangers of the mines and work. Ray asks if a lot of adults die in these mines, and Philip replies that it's true, which is why there's a huge amount of work to be done. Shops are happy to hire even children, as there are so many of them that even street teams cannot cope with the tasks. Instead of maintaining a monopoly on work with a few groups, Philip negotiates to pay and direct workers as needed. He acts as a broker of sorts and even provides shelter for his employees. Not for free, of course, but for a small fee. Ray asks if he created all this infrastructure himself, and Philip confirms that it was natural, although it took a lot of effort. Suddenly, Jonathan runs up to them and asks about the progress of work at the restaurant, to which Ray replies that everything is great and no one is bullying him there. Jonathan hands over a bag with the month's pay, and Philip says that he will definitely write it all down, keeping track of the finances and the employees' work. Jonathan leaves, thanking him for his understanding and organization, and Philip opens a notebook with many entries and records Jonathan's payment for the month. Ray glances at the notebook, and Philip apologizes, explaining that he needs to record all the data right away so that nothing gets lost. Philip explains that it is a notebook for hotel management, and notices that Ray looks interested, so he offers him to take a look. Ray picks up a notebook and flips through a few pages, evaluating the notes and noting key points in his work and people management. He sees a post about himself, which says that rumors say he is from Sector 50 and lives in a car. so he needs to approach with caution.
Ray tells Philip that he has done a lot of snooping and is surprised that everyone around him actually knows about his abilities and strength.
Philip apologizes, explaining that this is not an excuse, but merely his habit of observing people to understand their behavior and motives. Ray noted that he was the exact opposite of Philip, and even with effort, he still couldn't fully understand the people around him. He returns the notebook to Philip and says that an apology is not necessary, because he doesn't care, and it does not affect his actions and decisions in any way. Philip happily takes the notebook and says that he is very pleased that Ray showed interest and appreciated his work and observations. After some time, two guys come to them, observe the situation, and assess who is next to Philip. One of them asks who the man next to Philip is, explaining that they don't let in just anyone and check the guests. Philip explains that Ray is the hunter everyone is talking about, and that he warned them that important guests would be coming to see them. Philip takes Ray to the room, saying that he uses this place himself, and the guy can settle in here and feel at home. Ray recalls that when he first heard about Philip, he thought he was a fraud, and did not immediately believe in his honesty and abilities. Philip was shocked, because trust is the most important thing in business, and he would never deceive people he trusts. Money can always be returned, but once trust is lost, it will be difficult to do so. So honesty is his #1 priority. Ray notices that Philip is not at all like his peers, and wonders what is the reason for such unusual behavior. The guy said he had something important to offer, and Ray feels like this offer could change his situation and future. Philip still scares Ray a little, but he understands that he needs to overcome this fear if he wants to benefit and stay in the black. He announces that Philip has a sincere proposal, invites Ray to become his business partner, and participate in management. The proposal stipulates that Ray will become Philip's partner after he defeats Kendrick and becomes the new leader of the group. Ray notices that there is less black mana in him than before, indicating that fear has given way to courage and determination. He wonders if he was afraid before, but now he has gathered up the courage to take part in the upcoming events. Ray asks Philip if he thinks Ray might lose, and is told that there is a possibility, but the chance of winning is extremely high. Ray is very interested in this conversation and asks why Philip thinks so, and what is the basis for such predictions. Philip undoubtedly explains that this is a premonition, because by observing people for a long time, he better understands their character and capabilities. If you observe a person's behavior and habits for a long time, you can understand what he is really like and how he will act in critical situations. For example, when a guy communicates with people, he almost always looks at a person's chest rather than in the eyes, which indicates hidden psychological characteristics. Philip doesn't know exactly why this is happening. Perhaps it's related to an injury related to his eyes or the perception of people's faces. He decides to return to the matter in assessment, because by understanding people, one can understand that Ray has a high chance of success in the upcoming events. Ray asks if there are any other habits that Philip has noticed, and how many such traits he has noted during his observations. Philip says he has a couple more habits. When he comes out from around a corner, he always steps on his right foot, perhaps preparing to meet an enemy. This is the first time Ray has heard such a detailed and precise analysis, because before this, people only assessed it superficially and did not notice the small details. Everyone said that he was very strange and cold, which scared people, and they thought that there was something wrong with him, although this was only an impression. Even now, despite the rage and sadness, he has to concentrate to control his emotions and not lose his cool. Ray wonders why Philip seems to be the key to his future emotional growth and development of personal power. Philip goes on to explain that Kendrick often gets emotional in fights, while Ray always anticipates her opponent's moves in advance. Therefore, Philip believes that Ray will defeat Kendrick, and he agrees with this prediction, assessing the odds and strategy. Philip says that he hasn't even finished explaining, and that they haven't yet decided on the issue of payment for participation and cooperation. Ray asks Philip to decide everything on his own, only advising him not to take the matter lightly and to carefully approach the plan. As he leaves, Ray says that he has one condition that he wants to discuss and put before Philip as mandatory. He noted that Philip had many connections here, which made him an important figure for the implementation of future plans and tasks. So Ray wants Philip to find something for him, using his contacts and experience to achieve the desired result. Ray sat among the trash near his car, looking at the shabby body and thinking about the road he had just traveled. The guy sitting under the hood asked Ray if it was true that he was from the 50th sector. Judging by the condition of the car, one would have believed him if he had said that he had crossed the desert and gone through many trials. Philip seemed to like Ray very much, as he rarely sent someone as experienced and reliable as him. The mechanic then asked Ray to give him a 6mm wrench and nut for repairs. Ray immediately noticed a red box next to him, on which lay all the necessary tools. He began to cast a spell, and all the instruments smoothly flew into the air, obeying his magic. A few seconds later, they were next to the guy, and he noted with surprise that the tools had been near him all this time. However, he could not remember at what moment he managed to take them and notice them nearby. After a while, he got out of the car and said that the work was completed and the problem was solved. There was little to do there. He only dealt with the engine overheating and replaced the cooler with a more reliable one. He then explained to Ray that he had borrowed the cooler from the store where he worked, and it was the most expensive item. Ray praised his work, but the guy replied that he was fulfilling Philip's request because he was the savior. Without it, they would not have gotten any work at all. So they returned, paying a portion of their profits. After this, the guy remembered that Philip had asked him to pass on something important to Ray, and he handed over the paper. Philip said that it was difficult for him to remember all the messages, so he wrote them down on a piece of paper. The master quickly gathered his things and ran away, saying a short goodbye. Ray remained standing there, silently looking at the small piece of paper. He had previously told Philip that he desperately needed information about the magicians. Philip replied that he had heard about them and would collect information about everyone who was even slightly connected with them. Philip also asked the guy who he really thought he was. Ray read what was written on the paper and didn't think that Philip would collect so much information in just 2 days. On the second street, there was a man nicknamed Spider from the Wolf Bakery, 42 years old, a baker who carried heavy bags with one hand. On 8th Street was Andrew from Kenny's, 23 years old, Clark, a man, buying dry white bread without the slightest emotion. Ray decided he needed to double-check everyone on the list and headed into the city. A guy in a chef's suit stood out from the crowd, carrying 2 boxes of fruit. Ray stood behind him, writing in his notebook. He decided to exclude Lennon because he did not have a ring around the vessel. After crossing out many names, Ray realized that there was only one last person left. When a chimney fell from a roof due to carelessness, it happened in the 32nd empty shopping district. The man's name was unknown. His age was between 30 and 40 years old, and he was often seen between the upper and underground cities. He always had food in his hand and supposedly lived in the underground part of the city. A strong wind blew, and the man suddenly escaped disaster. The pipe fell right next to him. There was not even a hint of surprise or fear on his face. Ray began to think that the probability of his belonging to the magicians was very high. As he continued his walk, he noticed something unusual off to the side. 2 boys stood outside the bookstore and were glad that it was closed again today. One boy said the store wouldn't survive if they were being stoned every day. The second one replied that they would be paid double if the store was put up for sale, so they couldn't stop. This time, they decided to throw stones at the second floor to force the owners to move out. One boy swung a stone and told his friend to watch carefully and learn. Suddenly, a red-haired girl appeared in the window and shouted at them to leave immediately. She heard everything and understood who was constantly throwing stones at their store. Ray saw her emotions, the light yellow courage and determination, even though the black mana betrayed fear. The boys cried out that they saw how she was trembling with terror, because it was good for her to have a home. But where would they sleep? The girl was trembling all over, but she screamed that the adults would soon come and disperse them. Suddenly, a heavy stone crashed into the wall next to her. The boy shouted that everyone knew that only children and a sick old man lived with her. Now they were ordering her to shut up and get away. Ray stood around the corner and silently watched what was happening. The boy swung again and said that he was now aiming straight at her face. Ray couldn't stand it, decided to help the girl, and was about to cast a spell. But before he could do anything, he saw women's hands creating wind magic. A strong whirlwind arose around the boys, and they were forced to close their eyes. The stone changed trajectory and fell next to them. The girl remained unharmed. Tears glistened in her eyes, but they were full of determination. Ray was very surprised when he realized that she turned out to be a mage. The children stood in surprise, not understanding what was happening, and where this strong wind came from. One boy said that they must have imagined it all and suggested that they try throwing the stones again. Ray watched what was happening and knew for sure that it was real magic, not an illusion. The girl in the window continued to shake, and she screamed loudly for them to leave immediately. The boys laughed at her, saying that she was pretending to be brave when she couldn't do anything, and continued throwing stones. When 2 stones flew at the girl at once, she realized that she couldn't block everything with magic alone. Then Ray intervened. He put his hand forward and began to cast a spell. Wind magic flowed from his palm, raising currents of air around him. The boys were shocked that a real hurricane had appeared right in front of them. One of the boys was hit in the eye by a huge stone raised by the wind. His friend was surprised and asked how he felt after the blow, but then a stone flew into the second one's face, breaking his nose and covering it with blood. Ray emerged from his hiding place and continued to throw stones into the air, holding them in place with magic. He walked around the guys and looked up at the window where the girl was looking out. He told her that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, speaking directly to her. 2 beaten boys lay near the stairs, wounded and covered in blood. The girl bowed to Ray and warmly thanked him for his help. Ray replied that there was no need to thank her, and said that he wanted to ask her something. But the girl also wanted to ask him. They simultaneously asked each other. He asked if she was a magician, and she asked if he had just used magic. Both were caught off guard by the fact that they had asked the same question at the same time and fell silent. The girl became embarrassed, blushed, and asked if he wanted to talk to her inside the building. Ray walked into a beautiful room filled with bookcases, lamps, and a luxurious carpet. The girl closed the door and introduced herself as Veronica, saying that she lived right in this bookstore. The guy also gave his name, briefly and dryly, saying that his name was Ray. Veronica apologized for yelling at him then, because she thought he was the one throwing stones. The guy replied that he understood her, assumed there was a misunderstanding, and the girl bowed again, thanking him, because without him, she would have had serious problems. Ray said that there was no need to thank him so much, because he initially came only to look at the bookstore and learn about magic. But meeting the magician was a stroke of luck. Veronica didn't believe him, because people are usually happy about confession. But this guy seemed strange to her. Ray asked her where she learned magic, and the girl replied that her grandfather took her and her brothers and sisters. Ray asked directly if her grandfather could also use magic, and Veronica confidently said that yes, because he was a magician. Ray asked if he could meet him, and the girl said that she thought so, yes. She would tell her grandfather about him. But suddenly her mood changed, and she noticed a cut on the guest's cheek. Ray pulled back his hair and showed the cut that ran from his cheek to his ear, saying it was a little nicked, but okay. Veronica put her hand to his ear and said that if he left it like that, it could get infected. After her words, sparks and a bright magical light appeared around her hand. After a few seconds, the wound healed, and she removed her hand. She smiled and said that everything was ready, and Ray asked how she managed to do it. He clarified how exactly she was able to move the white mana. She then created light from it and healed him, and he admitted that no matter how hard he tried, he could not move the white mana. White mana responds only to confidence and strong focus on a goal, or it manifests itself when someone sacrifices himself, and all these emotions are alien to him because he feels almost nothing. Veronica said she was just using healing magic. That's all. She then asked what he meant by white mana. Ray remembered Niels' stories about the colors of mana, because he had never heard of such a thing before, and that magician claimed that mana was invisible, which meant that magicians could not see. Veronica didn't understand what he was talking about and assumed he meant the regeneration element. The element she just used is indeed called the element of regeneration, and it is usually the only element that mages use. Although, if desired, many auxiliary elements can be added to it, strengthening the spells. Ray asked how many elements there were in total, and Veronica replied that there were a lot of them, more than 20 natural ones, and if you take into account enhancement, disruption, manipulation, and regeneration, then there could be at least 100 of them. Ray realized he had learned something new today, and wondered if he would learn even more by talking to her grandfather. He asked if her grandfather was on the second floor, and Veronica confirmed that he was, but he was seriously ill and hardly got out of bed. She asked Ray to wait a little while she checked if he was awake. The girl ran to the second floor and said that she would be back soon. At this time, Ray was looking at the books. Kendrick's travel notes, The Interpretation of the Unconscious, and the Book of the Ontological Meaning of People. He leafed through one book after another and thought about what he had heard. Books are very expensive. Realizing that his hands were dirty, he decided that it would be wrong to touch them with such hands. He remembered that the last time he washed himself was only in clean rain. He himself did not feel any discomfort, but others probably smelled it. He thought of Veronica and wondered if perhaps she just had a bad sense of smell, or if she was being polite without showing disgust. Ray noticed objects on the table. They didn't look like books, so I thought they were magazines. The cover said that this was a study of the distribution of elements into sectors, and another magazine dealt with the cause of the spread of black rain. Veronica walked down the stairs and noticed that there was no one left in the room, as if all the visitors had left. She couldn't tell if the guest had left because of her long absence, but Ray suddenly appeared behind her and said that he was still there. The girl was frightened by his unexpected appearance and screamed loudly in fear, and she immediately realized that all this time the guest had been calmly looking around the store, and she hadn't noticed him at all. Ray asked if there were any books about magic, since he hadn't found anything like that, and Veronica was surprised that he could read and identify books by title. She began to think that this guy turned out to be much more interesting than she had previously imagined. Ray asked how her grandfather was feeling, but she replied that it was unlikely that she would be able to talk to him now, since he had fallen asleep again. Then the girl asked if he could come tomorrow, and the guy calmly agreed that he would do just that. As Ray was about to leave, she asked him why he wanted to meet her grandfather, as that sounded like his original goal. Ray, opening the door, said that he was actually looking for the prism. At 4:30 in the evening, the guy was already sitting in the restaurant and carefully examining the piece of paper. Ray reread what was written on the piece of paper about each magician that Philip had previously learned about. He thought that somewhere nearby there was definitely a person who had once managed to avoid the trouble associated with the pipe. The guy sat and thought that he hoped to learn at least something useful about magic here. Ray looked through the text again and came across information about a certain Johnny. At this point, he was interrupted by the waiter, who came over and brought the order. On his chest hung a badge that said, Johnny. Ray was surprised and said that he hadn't ordered anything, but the waiter explained that it was on the house because he was a real hunter and a hero to the children. Then Ray said that he would like to ask him a question, and Johnny replied that he could ask anything, even the password to the vault. The guy asked the waiter how accurate the description of the person he was looking for was, and he replied that it was almost 100%. Over the past 3 months of his employment, Johnny had seen the man enter and exit the building's basement at roughly the same time on more than one occasion. Thanks to this constancy, he himself almost never had to look at his watch. Suddenly, someone from the kitchen called the waiter and asked why he was lounging, and he apologized and hurried to work, saying that if Ray wanted anything else, he could call him. After this, the waiter hastily took the menu and quickly ran towards the kitchen. Ray glanced at his watch and saw that it was 6 o'clock in the evening, and the person he was waiting for would not show up for another hour or so. Ray continued eating, knowing he would just have to wait. A few seconds later, he had already put his fork down on the empty plate. He took a couple of sips of his drink and looked out the window. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he was very surprised. He noticed a mysterious man in a hat and cloak and realized that this was exactly the one he had been waiting for so long. He had the same rings as the monocle-wearing magician, and it became clear that this man was also a magician. Ray ran out of the building, thanking him for the food, and the waiter responded by saying it was an honor to serve the hunter. This man always left his house for about an hour, and during this time he had to find at least something related to magic. Ray opened the door and started down the stairs. When he was about to open another door, it turned out that it was locked, as he had expected. But he decided that he couldn't give up right now and needed to find a way to get inside. Then he noticed many glowing beams and realized that the mana was reacting. The energy flowed straight into the keyhole. Then there was a soft click, and the door slowly opened. Ray looked at his hand and didn't understand how he managed to do it, but decided that now was not the time to think about it. The boy looked around the room and noticed simple furniture and a trash can filled with scraps of paper. Now the most important thing for him was to find any information about this magician. Ray picked up the crumpled piece of paper, unfolded it, and read something about an elephant, a bright flame of life, and a boss, as if it were a letter. There was also talk of a red bloodstone that would allow one to become stronger. And there was also an inscription that said that you need to dig to the number 66. Ray remembered that Kendrick needed exactly 66 street orphans. He wondered if this man was the red mercenary enforcer Kendrick had mentioned, since the letter said he had been kicked out of the organization. Ray suddenly felt something very strange. He noticed a round box on the table from which red mana was emanating. Ray took it in his hands without thinking and opened it. Inside, there were many red stones emitting strong magical energy. It was the same stone that was in Cedric's ring, and it was probably what the letter was talking about. The same mana emanated from it, but unlike air, the stone attracted it much more smoothly. Ray became incredibly curious about what would happen if he used magic with this thing. And suddenly a huge flame of fire appeared in his palm. It was the scarletest flame he had ever created, and it usually took longer to appear. At that moment, he heard the sound of footsteps. Someone was coming down the stairs. Ray was surprised that the owner had already returned, because less than 15 minutes had passed. There was a man in a hat standing on the threshold, and his face was still not visible. He walked into the room and said he couldn't believe he was a discarded wallet, as the years were taking their toll, and that's why the boss had given it up. A voice came from the street saying that there was no need to be afraid, because when he finished with this matter, he could return to the organization. The man left, saying that he needed to buy more food than usual, so that he wouldn't have to leave the house again for a while. Ray lay still, trying not to breathe, and was glad that the man had left the house again. But suddenly Walter stopped and said that he seemed to have forgotten something else. He pushed open the door behind which the boy was hiding and said that he had completely forgotten to spread rat poison around the house. Walter asked the guest if he really thought the man wouldn't notice that someone was hiding behind the door. Ray immediately pulled out a knife and tried to stab the man to incapacitate him. The man jumped back, pressed himself against the wall, and covered his face with his hands, trying to protect himself. The guy asked who he was, because Walter expected the organization to send an assassin. But in front of him was a child, with a wounded face and blood in his eyes. The man asked how he had even opened the door, but Ray suddenly flew up to him from the side. Ray decided that he needed to force the man to tell everything he knew, despite the threat. However, Walter grabbed a knife and began casting red magic while simultaneously calling the guy names. He didn't understand how this young man dared to ignore his elder and point a gun at him. Walter was amazed at how strong this guy was and couldn't explain what was happening. Suddenly, he let go of the knife and jumped back to protect himself. Ray noticed that the man had just focused mana into the hand holding the blade, using magic to prevent himself from being cut. Walter pulled a knife from under his coat and said that he gave in because his opponent turned out to be a child. He rushed forward, and it was now clear that he intended to tear the guy to pieces. Ray watched the man's movements closely and noticed some interesting magic, wondering if he could use it the same way. Walter, enraged, rushed forward to strike, but suddenly he stopped and asked how the boy could use this magic. Ray repeated the man's recent trick, clearly remembering the color combination and mana ratio. Walter didn't understand what was happening, because this was a unique magic that he himself had invented. He tried to strike again, but Ray was faster. The guy flew past the man and cut him in the side. The man's eyes flashed with rage, and he screamed in pain. After some time, he was already sitting covered in blood, holding numerous cuts on his body. He realized that he was right, and that the organization must have sent this guy here. The man realized that among the killers there was one who could copy magic, and a knife instantly entered his hand. Ray decided to lower his voice to hide his identity, and said that he had many questions for the man. He demanded that the man not show off, but calmly answer the questions, which caused Walter to laugh, not expecting that the famous killer would be an Akyun. Ray knew from experience that it was difficult to communicate with such people, and that it was better to first get the information and then get rid of him here. The man mockingly replied that he would do everything to make the boss recognize his abilities and would burn Ray to ashes. Scarlet fire began to come out of his body, and the guy jumped back, trying not to get hurt. The man's body was covered in a black mass, and the knife in his hand melted from magic. He ordered the boy to tell the boss that Walter Bloodeye would be visiting soon if he got out alive. Perhaps the boss now deeply regrets throwing it away, and the man continued to laugh and burn. Ray noticed that the mana was spinning the rings at high speed, causing red energy to quickly spread throughout his body through his blood vessels. The situation was dangerous, and if the boy had not protected himself with mana, The consequences could have been catastrophic. Walter raised both his hands, creating fire, and called the guy a murderer, suspecting that he had come for the red bloodstone. He screamed for the guy to come over and try to kill him. Ray clasped his hands and tried to link several beams of mana. He managed to cast a spell and create a protective barrier that protected him from the attack. Walter laughed when he saw this and thought that if the guy came to kill him, he better have high-level magic. The man grew stronger, increasing the pressure, and asked if the boy really planned to defend himself, and for how long. Ray realized that he couldn't get any closer because the man was covered in fire, and the protection wouldn't last long. Walter laughed and asked how a huge volcanic fire came out of the guy's head, since he wouldn't be able to block it. He decided that the first thing he needed to do was put out the fire. Walter noticed that his opponent had dropped his defense, and decided that he had gone crazy. But suddenly, a drop of water appeared nearby. Ray began to create water magic, which gradually filled the entire room, and the man was very surprised. He didn't understand how the guy could use two main elements at the same time. Ray gathered a mass of water around his fist. Walter was amazed that the guy had a water element and wondered if he really was a killer. The boy closed the man's mouth, sending a wave of water at him, thereby destroying his defenses. Walter tried to get out of the water, coughing and breathing heavily. Ray left the building completely wet, without achieving the desired result. The boy's nose was bleeding, a side effect of using magic at the limits of his mental powers. The fiery power of his magic was incomparable. The rings moved smoothly, and the speed of color mixing was high. Walter turned out to be very strong, and now Ray could not imagine how much stronger Max, with a monocle, was. Now Ray certainly couldn't take revenge on the man. However, over time, the guy could become much stronger. Ray stood there, wishing he had known earlier how things would turn out. He took some bloodstones out of his pocket and decided that he would take them all. The next morning, Ray came to the bookstore, deciding to visit his friends again and discuss what was troubling him. There he was met by the friendly Veronica, who was working at the time and immediately noticed his presence. She noticed that the guy was already wearing different clothes, because yesterday he came in a raincoat. Ray explained to her that he got rid of his old clothes because he didn't want to appear in them anymore. He understood that although the man could not see his face because of the darkness, he could remember him by his clothes. Veronica said that she shared with her grandfather the story of how Ray helped them with magic. She also mentioned that he wears a rainbow, which greatly surprised and interested her grandfather. Ray asked if she hadn't told her grandfather anything else about him. Veronica replied that no, because the guy himself hadn't told her anything else about himself. Ray noticed two small children peeking out from behind the doors, one looking scared and the other angry. When the children saw that Ray had noticed them, they immediately panicked and quickly closed the door behind them, hiding from his gaze. Veronica said that these were her younger brothers, whom their grandfather took from the orphanage. She added that their names were Multa and Julfina, and they now live with them. Ray wondered if his grandfather had taken them in specifically to teach them magic. Veronica was surprised and asked how he figured this out. The guy said that there weren't really any other reasons for such an act. She told him that she herself had learned magic from her grandfather, who was a powerful magician. Veronica walked with him a little around the house and brought him to one door. The girl said that his grandfather was right there and invited him in. She opened the door and addressed the old man in a friendly manner, saying that she had brought Ray. Veronica also said that it was he who had helped them overcome their difficulties yesterday. Ray saw a man with long gray hair on the bed, holding a book in his hand. He immediately realized that this man was the same grandfather. Graham asked Veronica to wait outside for a bit, and she agreed. The girl left, leaving them alone, and the guy sat down on a chair next to the bed. Grandfather said that first of all, he was very grateful to Rai for his help. He heard that the guy scared off those boys, which in fact, he should have done himself. But as it was clear that the grandfather was no longer in the best condition and could not cope with this, Ray replied that it was not difficult for him, and at the same time he noticed something unusual. He saw that the man had 4 rings. Red stood for anger, orange for comfort, yellow for joy, green ring indicated embarrassment, blue for indifference, and dark blue for pity. It's very difficult to experience all these emotions at the same time, but that's exactly what it looked like. However, the guy realized that it wasn't mana at all, but rather traces engraved on the vessels. Many waves of emotions had left their mark on his body over the years. Emotions that were difficult to read, but they spoke volumes about the man. Grandfather said that he heard about Ray's desire to learn a lot about magic. Ray admitted that he had long been looking for a real magician to ask his questions. Graham was surprised and asked if he himself wasn't a magician, since, according to Veronica, he skillfully uses magic. The guy said that he still didn't know a lot and had a lot to learn. Grandfather asked if his name was Ray, since he was clearly not from their area. He asked where he was from, but Ray remained silent, not wanting to answer. The man realized that it was probably too long a story if he had trouble telling it, so he suggested playing a game where the winner of each round asks a question. Noticing the boy's quick reaction, which proved his keen senses, Graham asked if Ray could sense the mana that was between them. The guy said that he felt it, and even saw it in the man's palm. Grandfather noticed that Ray's aura had completely changed right now. He explained that each magic uses its own element, and when they meet, they can create new ones. An element of support arose between them, necessary to maintain the balance of magic. Grandfather noted that this element was the most difficult to control, but Ray interrupted him. The guy asked what about the element he felt right behind the man. Grandfather was shocked that Ray was able to sense two elements at once. Ray said he saw light gray and dark gray as two shades of one color. The old man grabbed his head, laughing and not believing that such a thing was even possible. He didn't need to go around hundreds of shelters. The guy instantly saw maintenance and duration, something an ordinary magician wouldn't even be capable of. He realized that fate was cruel because he didn't have much time left, and he had met such talent. Ray asked what the element behind the support was called. Grandfather replied that he didn't want to reveal it right away, otherwise the game would lose its meaning. He suggested a game. Now a sphere of two elements would appear between them. The guy has to pull the sphere towards himself before it reaches someone else's hands. Grandpa often played this with Veronica. Grandfather added that, for the sake of fairness, he was ready to place the sphere closer to him. Ray knew it would be difficult to defeat such an experienced magician, but he decided to give it a try. Graham created a sphere and told Ray to begin. The guy extended his hand forward, intending to act, but suddenly froze. Only a few seconds passed, and the sphere was already in the hands of the enemy. Ray realized how fast and agile this man was. The grandfather said that now he would ask the first question, and ask the boy from whom he had learned magic. Ray replied that he had taught himself, which startled the man for the second time that day. The guy asked if self-taught magicians are as rare as they seem. Grandpa said that he would answer only if he managed to win the game. Ray agreed and said that it was time to start a new round then. Ray sat sadly, looking at his empty hand, while his grandfather laughed cheerfully. The old man declared that this time the victory was his, and he did so with a slight mockery. He added that the outcome of such a game depends only on a person's ability to manage mana. Ray thought that if things continued at this pace, he would continue to lose without learning anything new. He decided that he needed to find another method, otherwise the training would lose all meaning. Grandfather asked if they wanted to continue playing or end it there. When Ray answered positively, the old man placed the sphere in the center, and both tried to pull it towards themselves. Then Ray began to cast a spell with his other hand and managed to create another blue sphere nearby. Grandfather immediately felt the changes and was very surprised by the unexpected action. He said it looked like the guy had changed his tactics and was now acting in an unconventional way. Ray pulled the sphere towards himself and noted that the rules did not prohibit interfering with an opponent. The old man chuckled and said that the young man could ask whatever he wanted. Ray didn't think long and immediately asked what mana actually was. Grandfather explained that mana is the fundamental element that makes up their world. He said that a person cannot see or touch it, but can notice its manifestations. Manifestations are expressed in secondary phenomena, such as lightning, fire, or severe storms. Very rarely are people born with an innate tactile perception of mana. However, the ability to sense mana does not mean that a person is capable of using magic. This is because sensing mana and manipulating it are completely different abilities. Ray clarified whether the talent specifically meant the ability to manage mana. Grandfather thought that this was already the second question, but still decided to answer honestly. He said that talent is the ability to separate the elements of mana and combine them in the right proportions. Usually people who know themselves have a high talent in magic and learn faster. After all, magic is essentially a discipline of understanding the inner essence of oneself. Therefore, the Elder Masters claim that mana is revealed to those who are honest with themselves. Ray repeated these words in his mind, trying to remember and comprehend them deeply. The next game began, and Grandpa was confident that he would win again. But things turned out differently. The sphere suddenly flew in the opposite direction, and the old man was surprised. He knew that the element of maintenance was the most difficult to handle, and Ray had already managed to do this. The young man had learned to work with it almost in real time, having studied its properties. The grandfather asked what the boy's next question would be. Ray replied that he wanted to know about the rings that surround the magician's heart. The old man said that the rings could be considered vessels designed to accumulate mana. Mana from the air is automatically collected in such rings, fueling the mage. But the process of its distribution inside depends entirely on the magician himself. Ray asked if using air made it easier to feel mana, and the old man confirmed it. However, he added that there is another extremely important reason for this process. Mana from the air can only be used a limited number of times. Otherwise, poisoning occurs. Usually, the reaction appears immediately, and the magician feels drowsy or foggy in the head. Sometimes he can lose control and laugh for no reason or cry from pity. Others experience irritability and a burning sensation, and everyone's symptoms are different. But if ignored, they accumulate and develop into a severe mental disorder. Ray thought that mana's emotions interacted, and unrefined mana could cause hysteria. He realized that until recently, he had not been poisoned only because he had not experienced emotions. Then he asked what would happen if a person could use air without being poisoned. Grandpa said it was a truly unique idea, but he had never met anyone like that. If they existed, they would become peerless mages, capable of using mana without risk, as the air contains an infinite amount of mana, accessible to everyone. After this, the old man asked Ray if he had a cherished dream. Ray was surprised and thought that he was talking about dreams, but the grandfather explained that it was about the future. The young man became sad and admitted that he had several cherished desires. He said that he wanted to kill some people and, on the contrary, save some. Grandfather noted that he had heard similar words before, but rarely so directly. Then he asked the boy if he wanted to learn magic from him. Ray was shocked by this proposal, but quickly agreed. He didn't understand why a magician with 4 rings was teaching an orphan, and he was looking for a catch. But the old man seemed to read his thoughts, and said that he did not demand anything in return. Ray took a deep breath and firmly stated that he wanted to learn everything from him. At this time, Veronica stood at the door and eavesdropped on their conversation. Her grandfather called her in, and the girl entered timidly, embarrassed. She admitted that she had not tried to eavesdrop, but the old man said that he knew her character. He invited her to sit down and asked if she remembered why he had taken them from the shelter. Veronica replied that it was to transfer knowledge, and he confirmed her words. He said that everything he would tell was connected with the rainbow because Ray was looking for it. The story of the rainbow has been passed down orally since ancient times, and many travelers still search for it. There are many theories, but they all agree on one thing. The rainbow opens the way to greatness, and it is said that whoever finds its end can become a godlike being. Veronica asked who God was, and her grandfather explained that it was an all-powerful being. Ray immediately understood why even the monocle-wearing mage was looking for the rainbow. Veronica raised her hand, intending to ask more, but didn't have time. Suddenly, the window near grandfather's bed broke, and a stone flew into the room. Veronica closed her eyes, not knowing how to defend herself. But Ray was nearby. He hugged the girl, covering her with himself, and caught the stone with his other hand, injuring his palm. Veronica noticed shards of glass on the floor and clearly discerned traces of wind magic. Ray remembered that he had already warned these guys earlier, cutting off one of their arms and rendering him incapacitated. However, it seemed they had no intention of giving up on their bookstore request. The grandfather realized that the boy had saved them from trouble again, and felt grateful for it. He would have liked to do the same himself, but his illness prevented him from doing so. So he asked Veronica to heal Ray's wound. The girl carefully took his hand in hers and began to cast a spell, directing healing magic. Then she carefully bandaged the wound and said that it would heal soon, because it was just a scratch. Ray wondered if such a small thing was really worth shedding tears over. And the girl added that if it wasn't treated properly, it could leave a scar on the skin. Ray believed that scars were useful because they were a mark that reminded him of his past enemies. Grandfather advised Veronica to refrain from using any more magic until the circle was created, noting that she had used up too much mana by drawing it directly from the air. Veronica brought a broom and a bucket to clean up the shards, and the guy said that they had been throwing stones for a long time. The grandfather said that similar attacks, seemingly ordered, had been happening at the store for about a month. He explained that someone had been persistently asking him to sell the store, and that he was most likely behind it. Ray asked if Grandpa really wasn't going to sell the store, even now. The man replied that he had not planned this before, but it was becoming more difficult every day. He opened the shop 6 months ago to teach students and complete his life's research. Then Veronica, Molt, and Delphine met him with a bouquet of flowers and congratulated him on the opening. He knelt down, accepted their gift, and smiled happily that day. He was quite happy with this life, because he could meet children and help those in need of books. However, due to his illness, Veronica had to take care of all the store's affairs. He admitted that if he died, everything would become much worse, since only children would be running the store. These words deeply affected Veronica and made her freeze in horror. Grandfather added that they might have to sell the store and find a new home for the children. Veronica exclaimed that the store could not be sold and that this was unacceptable. She said that this is where all her grandfather's dreams came true. He thanked her for her concern, but noted that life does not always turn out the way you want it to. Veronica said that she would not allow this to happen anyway, and burst into tears, not wanting to close the store. She added that she didn't want to lose either the store or her grandfather himself. These words touched the man, and tears appeared in his eyes too. The girl rushed to him, pressed herself against him and hugged him, and he stroked her head. He said that perhaps he had put too much on her shoulders. Ray watched this touching scene in silence. As the night approached, Veronica told me that her grandfather had a rare disease called perpetual sleep disorder. She explained that the illness had started 2 months ago, and his sleep was becoming longer and longer, until soon he would close his eyes completely and would no longer be able to open them. Now he can only stay awake for 2 to 3 hours a day and has difficulty moving. Then the girl asked Ray if he would come back tomorrow, since usually the grandfather wakes up in the morning. It was raining outside, so Veronica gave him her raincoat, which fit perfectly. When Ray left, she said that she would wait for him tomorrow. He placed his hands on the door handle and remembered Josephine's tear-stained face. The guy thought that he was not able to truly understand someone else's sadness, but he knew the words and actions of support, so he told Veronica that everything would be fine. The girl was surprised by his words, then blushed and burst into tears again. Ray left, and she wiped away her tears and quietly thanked him. The guy walked down a dark street in the rain and wondered where those guys had disappeared to. He knew that 8th Street, where the store was located, belonged to the Jeffer group. He was sure that the guys throwing stones were also connected to this group. Could they really be hiding because of the black rain, the guy thought, deciding to postpone the meeting with Jeffer? At first, he decided to find Philip, because he could arrange a meeting with the right people. Ray was making his way through the mountains of garbage at the dump, but suddenly stopped abruptly. He hid behind one of the piles and noticed 4 guys in raincoats at the entrance to the building. It was immediately clear that these were people from Kendrick's group, and he wondered what they were doing there. One of them asked when the boss would finish, to which the other replied that definitely not before the morning. Ray realized that Kendrick was now inside the container, and his new friend Philip was there with him. Kendrick yelled at Philip, accusing him of selfishness and anger. He clenched his fist, as just looking at such people was enough to make him angry. At that moment, Ray heard some sounds outside. He kicked the door down while holding one of the guys by the hair. Kendrick immediately appeared in front of him and was noticeably surprised. The leader asked what was going on, and if Ray had any questions for him, too. He then pointed to the bloody boy lying on the floor. It was Philip, unconscious, with blood coming from his nose and head, in extremely serious condition. Kendrick asked the guest what was the matter. Did he also have questions for this guy? Pointing his hand towards Philip. Ray noticed Philip's condition and immediately realized that the guy was unconscious and unable to respond to anything right now. As his partner, he was not obligated to be faithful, but he still understood that Philip had helped him in difficult times many times. So he stood resolutely in front of the guy, covering him with his body and holding out his hand to prevent him from being offended. Ray always repays his debts, and he considered this rule unbreakable for himself and strictly observed it. Kendrick called him an impatient man and calmly said that their duel was scheduled for tomorrow. Was Ray really going to fight him right now, today, even though the time had not yet come? Ray didn't answer. He remained silent, and only his eyes began to glow, and red magic appeared around his body. He noticed that Kendrick had changed a lot, and that his vessel had a lot more mana in it at the very end. It seemed he stayed not because he hadn't taken off his rings, but Ray said he hadn't come here for Draco at all, but because of the noise. He asked the guy why he did that to Philip, and was surprised that Kendrick didn't even realize that Ray knew him. Had Philip really been looking for Ray before with some stupid business proposal? But he was not capable of more. Kendrick said that Philip only knows how to cling to the strong. He is nothing more. The mere sight of Philip made him feel sick, and he ran towards him to strike him. Philip continued to sit against the wall, not regaining consciousness, and not reacting to what was happening. Ray quickly grabbed Kendrick and pushed him hard to the side, preventing him from attacking his friend. He managed to stay on his feet, slowed down, and didn't crash into anything thanks to his agility. After that, a red sphere appeared around his hand. His eyes glowed with anger, and he rushed to attack. He was instantly there and was about to deliver a crushing blow. But Ray managed to intercept his fist with his palm and stop the attack at the last moment, and so they stood opposite each other. One was trying to strike, and the other was holding him back with force. Kendrick told the guy to leave here because all this did not concern him at all. Ray continued to hold his fist and still asked why he was doing all this. Kendrick was incredibly furious and did not understand why he was asked such a question. He pulled his hand out of Ray's and screamed that he didn't understand anything at all. Just looking at weaklings fills him with such disgust that he can't contain himself. At this time, the black rain continued to pour outside, and Ray asked if he really hated weak people. Kendrick's face twisted with anger, and he admitted that he despised them and that the very sight of them made him sick. When Ray said that was no reason to hurt anyone, Kendrick punched the wall, leaving a dent. He ordered Ray to leave here right now, without a second's delay. Otherwise, he will find himself in Philip's place and experience the same thing. Kendrick said he would show Ray what happens when someone invades his territory and make an example of Philip. Ray stood motionless and silently listened to all his words, without reacting in any way. He thought that if he used a stone clenched in his fist, he could easily solve the problem. But he didn't know what side effects it might cause, so he couldn't use the stone. And then he said that he didn't understand, because if we're talking about examples, there is a much better option. He added that someone could be used as an example in a much more illustrative way. Kendrick told him to stop playing with him, and Ray noticed that he, judging by his words, was going to kill Philip. But if this happens secretly, while no one sees, then there is no point. It would have been much more effective to do it publicly, to kill or beat him in front of everyone. Wouldn't that have been much more effective and convincing? Kendrick imagined this picture and suddenly agreed with his words. He admitted that the idea was indeed not bad, and Ray suggested doing it on the day of their duel. Then the strongest people of the 49th sector will see everything, and it will have an effect. Kendrick understood that Ray was speaking to the point, and there was logic in his words. But he asked what would happen if Philip suddenly decided to run away. Ray replied that there was no need to worry about him, because he personally vouched for him. Kendrick agreed, because Ray seemed like a man true to his word. He said that he believed him, but if Philip ran away or he let him go, things would be very bad for Ray. Kendrick opened the door and said that then the guy would have to take Philip's place. After that, he left, slamming the door loudly, leaving Ray and Philip alone. Ray immediately ran to his friend and began shaking him, asking how he felt and if he could speak. Philip began to come to his senses, but his whole body was shaking and he was making strange sounds. Ray realized that his condition was much worse than he had initially thought. The guy who was in the hospital was surprised to hear a knock on the door at such a late hour. He opened the door and said that they are usually closed when it rains black rain. But when he saw who had come, he was very surprised. He immediately recognized Philip lying unconscious on Ray's back. Ray was also all wet, covered in his friend's blood, and asking for help. Ray sat near the room for a long time, waiting for the result and not taking his eyes off the door. A man came out of the room and announced that Philip had finally woken up. Ray immediately went to his friend and said that he looked better than he expected, and Philip thanked him for his help, because the guys told how Ray carried him on his back. Ray said that the fact that Philip was alive was more than enough, and he agreed with him. He asked why Kendrick had attacked him in the first place, and Philip explained that it had been unexpected. Philip had planned in advance to investigate this action on the streets under Kendrick's control, and then send the guys to the stores and count the bars, restaurants, and employees. Ray said that the guy was completely crazy because he thought Philip was a coward. But he admitted it, and added that sometimes you have to overcome fear. Ray asked when exactly, and he replied that, of course, at times when he could make money. He said that this is done only for the sake of money, because his vessel is more pink than gold. That is, purely materialistic. Ray couldn't understand why Philip was so stubborn when it came to making money. He noted that he seemed to have known Kendrick for a long time, and Philip was surprised that Ray had guessed, although he had no intention of hiding it. He admitted that he and Kendrick were friends in early childhood. They walked the streets dirty, and if one cried, the other would stand up to defend him. On the streets, they always remained weak, and Kendrick stole bread for them. One day, they managed to find a roof over their heads, and that's when Philip founded the hotel. He was happy that he had finally fulfilled his long-held dream. Philip asked Kendrick his opinion about the new place. Wanted to know if he liked it, but Kendrick looked at the room with displeasure and coldness. He asked if they were really rats, and how long they were going to hide. These words greatly surprised Philip, because Kendrick was always dissatisfied. To be more precise, he was constantly angry after work and trained obsessively. 6 months later, Kendrick left the hotel, leaving Philip alone. After that, he seemed to go crazy and started getting into street fights. Ray said not to think that he was winning fights only on his own, and Philip agreed, because he always lost to strong street guys. Ray thought for a moment and said that then the situation changed dramatically, and Philip admitted that he was right. He suddenly became good at fighting and winning, or, to be more precise, it simply became much stronger. Ray asked if Kendrick had always had the ring he was wearing now. Philip clarified whether he was talking about the ring that he had recently started wearing, believing that it was for showing off after he became the head of the group. Ray noted that the boy hadn't always been cruel, and Philip was surprised at how accurately he'd noticed it. He said that he really changed a lot after he left the hotel. Ray wondered if it was while Kendrick was wandering the streets that he had been met by that same man from the basement. Then the guy sat there all beaten up and tired. The man in the hat looked at him with slight contempt. Then his eyes flashed red, and he smiled ominously. He handed the child a gold ring with a red diamond. Philip said that after leaving, Kendrick kept his distance from him. Even if he called him, he ignored him, and sometimes he even looked at him with obvious disgust. Ray noticed a pink color in Philip's chest, which signified sadness and resentment. Ray asked his friend if he wanted to try talking to Kendrick. Philip, hearing this, was very surprised and very excited. But he himself said that they were friends. Doesn't he want to establish contact? Philip, without thinking twice, replied that of course he wanted to, if there was a chance. Ray said that he should go to the fight then, and after it was over he would give him a chance to talk to Kendrick. But Philip immediately replied that this was impossible. He explained that he would not be able to enter the designated place. Only guys from 3 strong groups can get in there, and someone like him won't get in. Ray told him not to worry, because he had already told Kendrick that he would take him with him. Philip was shocked and couldn't believe that Ray had gone so far for him. Ray said he didn't need any thanks. He added that if he lost, Kendrick would publicly execute him in front of all the groups. Philip was completely shocked to hear that there was talk of a public execution. Ray said that if that guy beat him, Philip would die, and most likely it will kill him very painfully. And Philip asked if he was joking, but heard that it was true. Ray asked what was wrong, whether Philip was scared, and he said that he didn't know, because it was strange to see his executioner on his side. Ray put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to worry, because he was not going to die. He added that there was no way he could lose to Kendrick. If after this Philip remains in his debt, he will be obliged to help Ray. Philip said that he understood everything and agreed to go with him. Ray said he would defeat him and added that it was a smart decision. He also said that when they got there, he would need to do one more thing. This will be the second condition that he must fulfill. Philip didn't believe it when he heard it. Ray says this seriously, deciding that this is too cruel a joke to be true. Ray asked him if he himself hadn't said that he was willing to overcome his fear for the sake of a possible gain. He explained that this was a business proposal, as Philip had a chance to make a huge profit. Philip understood that his friend was right, because the spectators of the duel would be members of the 3 main groups. He knew that the leaders of the other groups, Jeffer and Lotson, would also be obliged to appear, and this meant that a truly unreal capital would accumulate in that place. Philip wondered if they could survive, even if everything went according to Ray's plan. Ray said that to win, they just need to defeat Kendrick. He added that there could be hundreds of opponents there, but that was no longer worth paying attention to. Philip reached into the nightstand and pulled out a piece of paper and a pen. He then handed them to Ray, who looked at the gesture silently and incomprehensibly. Philip said it was an honor to work with him, and they should start by signing a contract. The next day, in Sector 49, at the southern dump, in Kendrick's hideout, the day of Ray's battle against him came. They stood in a ring surrounded by a circle of burning barrels. Spectators gathered around, shouting loudly and cheering on what was happening. And in the main places, in the chairs, sat the leaders of the other groups, watching what was happening. Ray and Kendrick stood opposite each other, and behind them a fire burned brightly. Some whispered that this was the same hunter from the 50th sector who had decided to overthrow the leader. The crowd considered him an outsider, and were surprised how he could be such a self-confident egotist. Some asked each other who would win, and they answered that, of course, Kendrick. They admitted that the hunter looked good, but they were still sure that Kendrick would not lose. The crowd placed bets, 10,000 shillings on Kendrick, and 30,000 on him too. Everyone was betting exclusively on Kendrick, because that way they wouldn't be able to make any money, even if they won. The crowd thought that no one would take a risk and bet on an outsider, but most of them came not for the money, but for the spectacle. They wanted to see this overconfident egotist get demolished right in the ring. Ray noticed the emotions of the crowd, seeing bright red and gold colors before him, symbolizing excitement and greed. Kendrick was surprised that the enemy came alone and wondered about the promise he had made. He thought that Ray had ignored his warning and decided to act on his own. Ray told him not to worry, because Philip would show up too. And immediately a wheelchair drove through the doors, with Philip sitting in it with a suitcase. Everyone was surprised because no one expected anyone else to arrive here, and soon everyone recognized him, because it was the popular Philip. Nobody understood what was going on, and wondered if the guys from the hotel had decided to intervene. The crowd was outraged at how they dared to do this, Kendrick shouted, ordering everyone to sit quietly and stop making noise. He said that Philip was his invited guest, and had come up with a funny show after the fight. With a cheerful smile, Kendrick asked if he was speaking correctly. Philip calmly confirmed that everything said was correct. Then he and Ray looked at each other, as if talking to each other without words. Kendrick said that since everyone was gathered, they could begin, but Philip stopped him. He said he wanted to place his bet. Philip opened the suitcase, and everyone present was shocked. He took out 2,240,000 shillings from it. Philip said he was betting the entire amount on Ray. He had previously been surprised that he had to bet all his savings, but Ray explained this. The guy said that the rest would bet exclusively on Kendrick anyway. This meant that if Philip bet everything on Ray, the others would start raising their stakes even more out of greed. Everyone was shocked not only by the fact of the bet itself, but also by its enormous amount. Following this, everyone began to bet absolutely all their money on Kendrick. The man collecting the money was stunned. They pushed him, and everyone tried to pass on their bet. Kendrick asked Ray if he was the one who asked Philip to do this. Ray said that he was only half right. Kendrick said that was nice, and he would gladly accept such an opponent, especially if he was profitable. He ordered the boy to ring the bell to start the fight. He did so, and Kendrick rushed into the attack, intending to kill his opponent. Blinded by rage, he tried to strike, but Ray calmly dodged. Ray noticed that Kendrick had become much faster than he had been before. However, his movements were no match for Gamprey's, and Ray easily stopped his hand. He decided to break his opponent's arm with one blow and hit him sharply with his elbow. Kendrick reacted instantly and jumped back. The fire behind them burned brighter and brighter, and he laughed, saying that Ray was quite good. Kendrick added that Ray is a funny guy. He said that one could fight such an opponent without holding back the desire to kill. Ray completely ignored his words and carefully watched his every move. Kendrick rushed forward, trying to land a strong kick on his opponent, demonstrating his aggression. Ray didn't waste a second and tried to throw punches, but Kendrick deftly dodged them. Everyone watched the fight and realized that both participants seemed to have gone crazy and were fighting masterfully. Philip also noticed that none of them retreated, despite the danger. The fire was blazing around them, and any delay would have meant imminent death. Kendrick screamed, wishing death on his opponent and showing complete rage. He swung his leg, but Ray dropped to the floor and dodged, avoiding the powerful blow. Countering Kendrick's frontal attacks was a waste of time. He needed to be more cunning. As Kendrick tried to attack again, Ray grabbed his leg from behind to push him to the ground. He felt a sharp pain when Kendrick grabbed his shoulder and did not allow him to move freely. Kendrick squeezed Ray's skin tighter and tighter, and Ray tried to break free with all his strength. Using the symbol, Ray threw Kendrick sharply towards the fire, demonstrating the power of his technique. Kendrick flew to the side and knocked over several barrels, causing shock among all the spectators. The crowd was amazed at how this young man could possess such incredible strength. Everyone couldn't believe that the hunter turned out to be much stronger than they expected. They noticed that Kendrick was lying motionless and making no attempt to rise, creating a sense of impending defeat. At this rate, he could really lose the fight, and the whole atmosphere felt it. Kendrick suddenly began to rise from the floor, his whole body shaking and showing willpower. Red magic began to manifest around him, and his body shook with tension. His eyes lit up, and he shouted that he would never be defeated. With a cry, he rushed towards the enemy, ready to continue the fierce battle. He swung his fist with great speed, but Ray managed to dodge it, although he lost a couple of hairs on his head. Each blow from Kendrick was extremely heavy and dangerous for the enemy. At this rate, the fight could have continued indefinitely, since both were not going to give up. Ray recalled a friend's words that his weight often decided the outcome of a fistfight. He decided to take this advice and crossed his arms to protect himself from the blow. Ray blocked the blow completely with his protective barrier, minimizing the damage. However, he realized that there was a way to overcome the weight difference and use it against his opponent. Niels once said that you need to use joint clamping to control your opponent. Ray used this technique, and in an instant, he was next to Kendrick, ready to attack. He grabbed him by the neck and began to flip backwards, performing a powerful cartwheel. He fell to the floor, holding Kendrick's head with his hands and controlling the lower part of his body with his legs. Kendrick couldn't breathe and started screaming, trying to break free from Ray's grip. He resisted, but Ray insistently demanded that he give in and accept his defeat. Kendrick bared his teeth, and the ring on his hand began to glow bright red. Using all his strength, Kendrick rose to his feet, carrying Ray on his back in an attempt to regain control. Ray understood that such a technique would only destroy Kendrick's body and could harm him. Unable to bear the strain, Kendrick fell to the ground, and Ray helped him touch the floor safely. He lay face down, and the ring on his hand continued to glow red. Ray quickly removed the ring from his hand, preventing further use of magic. The audience was shocked, not believing that Kendrick had just passed out and lost. Everyone wondered how he could lose, because he doesn't get up. And now the hunter will become the leader of the gang. No one understood what would happen to their money and how the situation would change in the near future. Ray realized that Kendrick would not be able to move for at least several weeks. Philip immediately called his friend to make sure that everything went according to plan. Ray took the money from the man and said that he needed to keep it with him until the end of the duel, because it was unpredictable what else could happen. Kendrick suddenly stood up, trembling all over, and declared that this was not the end of the fight. He was breathing heavily, and fear was evident on his face. But he firmly maintained that he was not a weakling, and would not lose. At that moment, a tin can flew at his head, indicating the end of his defeat. They started throwing garbage at him because someone had lost money because of him, and the stakes were huge. The crowd shouted that he was a complete disappointment and demanded that he leave the place. Kendrick felt millions of eyes on him and tried to concentrate to make it stop. Despite the pain, he lifted the hot barrel, showing his rage and determination. Philip noticed this and was amazed to see Kendrick's crazy reaction. Kendrick threw a barrel of fire towards the audience, threatening to kill them all. The crowd noticed that the chairs had started to burn, realizing that Kendrick had gone crazy, and ran away. He laughed hysterically, declaring that everything was right and he would burn everyone to the ground, demonstrating complete madness. The fire began to spread more and more, devouring everything in its path and causing panic among people. The crowd of people began to scatter, screaming in fear, trying to leave the dangerous place as quickly as possible. The fire element filled almost the entire room, and people crowded around the exit, while Ray and Kendrick stood in the center of the circle. Kendrick suddenly laughed very loudly, like a madman, showing complete madness and rage. Now no one will dare to look down on him, because he has shown his strength and madness. Suddenly he couldn't take it anymore and fell to the floor unconscious. But now he showed his determination again. Ray noticed the circle in Kendrick's chest, but the emotions inside were empty and drained of power. He realized that Kendrick would now definitely not be able to move and was completely immobilized. If anyone tries to save him, Ray and Philip will be in danger, and they can't take any chances. So Ray turned around and started moving, but suddenly heard someone scream loudly nearby. Turning around, he saw that Philip had gotten up from his wheelchair and was sitting next to his friend, trying to bring him back to his senses. Philip tried to lift Kendrick up, reminding him that they needed to get out of here together, despite the danger. Despite his poor health, he desperately tried to help, shouting for Kendrick to wake up. He tried to lift him onto his shoulder, and at the same time explained that they needed to hurry to avoid the fire. Ray walked up to him and was surprised, thinking that Philip would drag Kendrick in a wheelchair. Philip noted that he expected Ray to leave immediately, but he still remains here, helping in a difficult situation. Ray remembered that 2 days ago Philip had almost died at the hands of Kendrick, and wondered why he was helping now. Philip himself called and asked Ray if he could help him deal with Kendrick. Ray, without saying anything, immediately acted and put Kendrick in a wheelchair, ensuring his safety. He asked what to do now, and Philip said that they needed to leave to escape the fire. Philip also noted that he could take his share of the winnings, and Ray asked what he would do. Philip warned that even Ray would have a hard time pulling 2 people out of the fire at the same time. Ray noticed a yellow glow in Philip's chest, and he said that everything was fine, despite the danger. He acted this way, even though his own life should have been the most important thing, demonstrating fearlessness. Niels had told him in the past to act decisively and quickly when his life was in danger. Ray thought that in this situation, Philip might sacrifice himself to save Kendrick. Philip noted that it was not a matter of calculations, but rather that he acted without thinking about the consequences in advance. Ray's eyes glowed red. He did not understand why Philip decided to do such a thing. Philip became embarrassed and explained that he was protecting Kendrick because they were friends and wanted to keep him safe. These words genuinely struck Ray, causing him deep emotions and surprise. He stood in front of Philip and thought that all this was very strange and unusual for him. Ray thought about how one could risk his life for his friends, remembering his old acquaintances, Niels, Pale, and the children. Once upon a time, a little girl handed him a bagel and said that she just wanted to treat him because they were friends. Next to her, a boy also held out a bagel, claiming that they were also friends and wanted to support him. Other friends extended their cloak and helped him, showing that even girls can help in difficult times. Niels explained that he helped Ray because he reminded him of a younger brother, making him feel caring. Another boy used the medicine on him because he saw that the man was frozen to death and wanted to save Ray. Pale then said that they saved him again because they are true friends and will always help. Ray remembered his happy face and repeated his words in his head, realizing the importance of friendship. If he had reached out further, would Ray have been able to understand the true meaning of friendship and support? He thought that no matter how hard he tried, he probably wouldn't be able to fully grasp this meaning. Philip was surprised that Ray was willing to help him, although it was too late to leave since they were surrounded by flames. He even thought that it might be better to stay here, since the fire had not yet engulfed the entire interior of the arena. Ray started to take off his shirt, and Philip was surprised, not understanding what he was doing in such a situation. He thought Ray had smoke inhalation and might have gone crazy trying to act spontaneously. Ray tore the rag and used water magic to wet it and cover his mouth and nose. Philip was amazed by Ray's magic and realized that he now needed to cover his face to avoid inhaling the smoke. He recalled that when he asked to find out about magicians, he did not expect that magic really existed in the world. He thought that if Ray was able to create water, then they could try to escape using magic. However, Ray reminded that the use of magic has limits and takes time to use properly. Now he needed Philip to answer his questions and understand what to do next. Ray asked who Philip thought was a true friend, clarifying the meaning of the word for himself. Philip was surprised that an answer was needed right now, and he didn't understand whether it was really important. He said that a friend is a friend, everyone knows, and Ray confirmed that he knew what it meant. However, he added that he and Philip have different perceptions of this word and clarified who he considers a friend. Ray replied that a friend is a person he has known for a certain amount of time and trusts. He noted that this strange feeling accompanied him throughout his time working with Ray, showing a special connection. He said that he was right, but it was important that a true friend helps without asking for anything in return. And for his sake, you could do the same. In his opinion, such a person is a true friend, ready to take risks for others, and act sincerely. Ray asked his friend if Philip didn't feel any regrets, despite the complexity of the situation around him. However, he said no, because he remained true to his feelings, which told him to take care of Kendrick. The guy fully understood that he was obliged to protect Kendrick at any cost, regardless of the circumstances. There was no serious reason for this. Everything happened simply because it was Kendrick, and he meant a lot to him. Ray realized that this desire to protect someone unconditionally was born solely out of care and friendship. Suddenly, the ceiling began to collapse, and boards, stones, and debris began to fall from it, creating a danger to everyone. Ray realized that it was too late to try to dodge, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to escape the danger this time. Now everything was happening differently than that night, when there was only one thought in his mind: to destroy the golem. He remembered that the children had died, and he had not had time to repay their kindness, which caused him a strong feeling of guilt. Is this really all that connects him with them and makes him act now? But now he was sure that the reason was much deeper and connected with personal feelings and memories. He cherished those guys and the time they spent together. I cherished every moment spent with them. Ray used magic, and a magical partner appeared above them, protecting them from all dangers and collapses. At that moment, he wanted to protect everything that was dear to him and that he considered important in life. Philip asked in surprise how he did it when Ray raised his hand above his head, and suddenly, the beam stopped. Was this also Ray's magic? The guy couldn't believe it and didn't think that everything would work out so perfectly. He told Philip not to move and to stand still, which he did not understand, but he obeyed, trusting him. Ray began to heal Philip's injured legs, restoring their integrity magically. Philip couldn't believe it, because just recently he had a broken arm, and the miracle seemed incredible. After this, Ray began to heal Kendrick's hands, returning them to normal and relieving the pain. Philip thanked Ray sincerely, amazed by his abilities and willingness to help. He will never forget Ray's kindness and how he helped him and Kendrick in a dangerous situation. Ray exhaled calmly and said that he was always happy to help, remaining true to his principles and friends. Philip would have to work hard for Ray in the future, and Ray also wanted to explore the limits of using white magic. Philip asked what they would do now, waiting for a concrete plan of action. Ray replied that they needed to go outside to save themselves and get out of the burning building. The guy was surprised and asked if Ray really wanted to use magic again, but he said no. They just need to wait a little while until the situation becomes safe and they can act. Ray glanced at Kendrick, who was unconscious, assessing his condition and the chances of salvation. Until the fire burns out completely, they will not be able to come out, and you need to wait patiently. Everyone was worried about their home, as it was almost completely burned down by fire and destruction. The guy couldn't understand what to do next and where to go after all the events that had happened. The leader of another gang claimed that Kendrick was to blame for everything, as he had overturned the burning barrel and created chaos. But it didn't concern him, so others should solve their problems on their own and without interference. The guy was angry at Jeffer and Lotson, expressing his irritation and resentment towards them. The other guy was crying because Philip was left there with a broken leg and needed help. He sat in front of the smoking exit, listening to the strange sounds, trying to understand what was happening. Hope appeared in his eyes, and tears continued to fall slowly, reflecting the emotions inside. When he noticed the figure, he started shouting and pointing in its direction, trying to get its attention. Ray, with a bandage around his neck, walked out of the burning building as if nothing had happened, surprising everyone. Everyone couldn't believe it, because it seemed like an impossible and incredible event. The hunter was alive. He got out of the fire, and behind him walked Philip, pushing Kendrick in a carriage. Ray told the men that if they were going to attack, they had to act as a group, joining forces. He also cracked his fingers, hinting that he would be able to deal with all the opponents in one go. When people saw his strength, many fell to their knees before him, amazed by his power. Ray stood unharmed against the backdrop of the burning building, now the leader of the gang and in control of the situation. He looked closely at all the people and read their emotions, assessing the threat and intentions of each. The children looked out the window and noticed that a large crowd had gathered there, among which they recognized Philip and the boys from Kendrick's gang. Ray walked ahead, confidently leading everyone through the fire. Philip walked with the stroller, and the rest of the gang followed behind them. Ray stopped everyone and told them to stay there and wait for further orders, without taking any independent action. Philip stopped him and asked him to wait a minute to discuss an important point before continuing on his way. Philip asked Chris why he wasn't going with them, expressing surprise at his absence in such a critical situation. The guy said that Chris abandoned them and ran away. So after that, it was hard for him to dare to return to the hotel. Philip said that there was no problem with this, because in his place he would have done exactly the same, understanding Chris's fear. He added that he did not blame Chris for this and told him to follow him, because this was their common home and common interest. Chris burst into tears, hugged Philip and apologized, explaining that he was scared. But Philip reassured him, saying that everything was okay. Philip asked Ray if he minded Chris going with them, considering all the responsibility and danger of the situation. Ray thought that this hotel belonged to Philip, so it was not entirely clear why he needed to ask permission, and told him to do what he wanted. Philip thanked Ray and they walked inside together, with Chris noting that Philip had been very generous and considerate. Everyone was surprised that the hunter was also the owner of the hotel, and they took with them the boy who had previously escaped during the fire. The guys from Ray's team thought that perhaps they too could gain something from this situation and be able to benefit. But at that moment, the doors to the hotel closed, separating them from the outside crowd and providing temporary safety. Inside, everyone was asking about Philip's condition, who won the duel, and which gang was outside watching what was happening. Someone remarked that Kendrick had gotten what he deserved and now looked like a cutlet cooking in a frying pan, which caused laughter. Philip said that they would discuss all the details later, but now they needed to go to the medical unit on the second floor, which raised the question of how to get the wheelchair. Ray effortlessly picked up Kendrick, a show of strength and control that shocked everyone watching. He began to carry Kendrick in the right direction, and everyone who saw it was shocked by such ease and determination. When they arrived at the room, Philip asked if he could ask Ray a question about what he saw during the duel. Ray said that everything was exactly as he saw it, and that he used magic to back up his words. Philip realized that Ray didn't like being questioned, and that information would have to be extracted from him gradually. Ray suggested that they deal with the money first and put the backpack on the table, demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions. They earned 4,024,000 shillings, and that was their total income from the day's events. Ray handed the money to Philip, noting that it was his share, and Philip was surprised that Ray had calculated the amounts so quickly and accurately. He said that he would like to ask Ray for a favor, handing him a stack of money to pay. Philip asked what this favor was in order to understand what was required of him and what actions needed to be taken. Ray explained that his hideout had burned down and he needed to urgently find a new place for his gang and a safe haven. If that's not enough, he's willing to offer payment for his services, simply by stating what exactly he wants as payment. Philip said that he would of course help with finding a new shelter and even buy furniture and everything necessary for a normal life, but he couldn't take the money. And Ray didn't understand the reason, surprised by the refusal of obvious compensation. Philip explained that Ray had calculated his share incorrectly, as he was entitled to much more, since all of today's success was thanks to him. Ray was surprised and wondered if there was something about his calculation and proposal that Philip was unhappy with. He held out the stack of money again, insisting that Philip simply take it and not refuse. Philip returned the money, saying that he could not do this, remaining adamant in his principles. Ray stood up from the table and said that he really did not understand the reason for such a refusal, observing Philip's behavior. He saw flashes of yellow mana coming from Philip, but at the same time, white magic dominated, creating an unusual feeling. Ray asked Philip if he was worried about him, surprised by the hidden care and attention. This question greatly surprised Philip, since Ray was considered the strongest fighter in the 49th sector and rarely needed protection. In that case, Philip should have been more concerned about everyone else, because Ray could easily defeat any opponent. He said he wasn't worried about it, he just thought that this was the right way to distribute income from today. Ray said he didn't understand how Philip was benefiting from this distribution and wanted to understand the logic. Philip proposed an approach where he would invest in Ray, expecting a return on capital in the future if he used the money to strengthen his faction. Then the area would become calmer, and Philip would be able to concentrate on business at the hotel, which Ray understood and agreed to discuss. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a man who burst into the room and announced that trouble had come. Jeffer and Lotson had arrived with all their men. Philip turned around and was amazed by this information, not expecting such a sudden appearance of opponents. They did not recall all their men, leaving some to watch them, assuming that all the money from the bets was there. Ray said he knew about it, but Philip didn't understand why he didn't stop them when he had the chance. Ray explained that he wanted to deal with both gangs at once, and Philip was surprised, because he had just fought a duel. Ray recalled what he had said earlier about return on investment, but Philip did not understand why this conversation was happening now. Ray congratulated him and said that he would now receive his first dividends, prepared through the efforts of all participants. They were met by two gang leaders, confirming rumors that they both survived the dangerous conflict. Lotson said he thought their arrangements had been ruined, while Jeffer said it was nonsense and didn't understand how they had survived. Many good guys suffered because of the fire, but now they have decided to act, to collect all the money from the bets. They turned to Philip, believing that he would not deceive them. And perhaps their assumptions were correct. They decided that they had enough of wasting time on idle conversations, and demanded that they be given the money, promising to leave peacefully. Philip realized that they had no grounds to demand money, and that their claims had no legal force. Ray decided not to spoil the relationship, and told them to take the money, avoiding conflict. After this, he threw several gold coins to the side, demonstrating that the money would be given to them without argument. One of the coins landed right at Lotson's feet, highlighting Ray's determination to hand over the funds. Ray said that was their share, ending the transmission and showing control of the situation. These words made Jeffer very angry, and he was serious about demonstrating his power and influence. Ray said that if they wanted the rest of the money, they would have to take it by force, because that was how order worked on the streets. Jeffer became truly angry and called Ray stupid, not understanding how he dared to confront them so openly. Ray told Philip to go to the hotel first, but the other gang ordered him to be stopped immediately, creating tension. Apparently, Ray knew he shouldn't show off like that, but the two gang leaders still attacked him. Ray thought that his body was not in the best condition right now, as Philip said, but this did not stop him from acting. But it wasn't that important, and he took out a ring with a red stone, realizing that it would give him an advantage in battle. He put the ring on his finger, realizing that he now had an ace up his sleeve and a chance to turn the tide of the fight. Ray had become significantly stronger and was able to break the weapons in the men's hands, leaving them completely bewildered. Both opponents were greatly surprised, not understanding what was happening and how Ray had gained such power. After that, Ray jumped and grabbed their faces, demonstrating absolute control over the situation. Using red magic, he slammed their heads into the floor, creating a powerful, intimidating effect. When they came to their senses, they immediately tried to get up, and all the people watching were amazed. Ray couldn't figure out what exactly they were trying to do and told them to attack, testing their resolve. All the opponents grouped together and decided to attack him without ceasing their attacks, because they thought that he was exhausted. People gathered around Ray in a huge crowd and started hitting him with all the weapons they had, creating chaos. Ray dispersed the people in a matter of seconds, using strong and precise strikes, demonstrating his fighting skill. His eyes glowed with a bright red light, and the stone on his ring emitted magic that surrounded him like an aura. Anyone who approached him received several powerful blows to the face without having time to react. He masterfully dealt with everyone who tried to harm him, demonstrating unique fighting skills. The people from his new gang hid behind the trash, realizing that no one could handle him alone. Another boy said it was incredibly cool to watch Ray's strength and agility. Another guy advised them to gather forces, because their leader Kendrick was defeated by the hunter, and this changed the balance of power. To be fair, they were all annoyed with Kendrick because he did whatever he wanted, which was confirmed by many people. To be honest, it was a relief to see the hunter defeat Kendrick. Since he was constantly throwing tantrums, some would have thought it would be better if the hunter became their new leader, and not Kendrick, causing approval among the gang. But someone suddenly shouted for the people to split up and rush into the hotel together, creating a new threat. Ray, hearing this, was in complete shock, not expecting such a quick turn of events. He had just defeated one opponent, and others had already started running towards the hotel building, disrupting the plans. Ray inhaled the red magic, intending to use its power to control the situation. After this, he shouted for his men to stop the attackers, ordering them to act immediately. Everyone was shocked by such a loud scream and covered their ears, not expecting such power and volume. The men in his gang realized that this was the hunter's order and ran forward, carrying out the command without question. No one understood what had happened to them, because their enemy, the hunter, had just beaten up their leader. But the guy told them to shut up, because now their leader is a hunter, and his decisions must be carried out. The enemy who received the blow did not understand why they suddenly accepted an outsider as a leader. Everyone was shouting to close the doors, and the hunter pointed to Philip with the money, explaining that the entrance needed to be protected. Philip was inside the building and watched everything that was happening from the window, surprised by the chaos that was unfolding. There were also people behind him who noticed that Kendrick's gang was helping them, and no one could believe what was happening. People were getting closer and closer to the building, and one team even took a huge pipe to break through the door. The people from Ray's gang were shocked and called these people crazy for their audacious actions. The team ordered everyone to disperse, intending to knock down the door with a huge pipe to get inside. They accelerated and almost hit the door, and everyone was shocked by the accuracy and force of the blow. The guy was glad that they were able to do it, but then his emotions suddenly changed due to the danger. The hunters stopped their ramming just seconds before they opened the doors, demonstrating incredible speed. No one could understand when he had time, because just now he was behind other people, controlling the situation. Someone said that you just need to push and knock down the hunter because they are outnumbered, not realizing the strength of the enemy. Ray's eyes glowed red and he began to use more and more of his power, concentrating his magic. He began to turn the pipe, which began to hit the faces of those who held it, delivering powerful blows. After that, he seized the initiative, took the pipe, and with one blow knocked everyone who was holding it off their feet. Some watched him with surprise, while others watched him with genuine delight, amazed at Ray's strength. Philip leaned against the glass and could not understand how this was even possible, seeing miracles of power. Ray effortlessly lifted the huge pipe and threw it to the ground, demonstrating skill and physical strength. He approached the traitors from his gang who wanted to break in, showing them the consequences of disobedience. Everyone immediately started running away, realizing that they couldn't defeat the hunter and that the situation was hopeless. Ray wiped the sweat from his face and realized that he was already at the limit of his strength after all the battles. Suddenly, someone shouted, causing the others to cheer and confirming Ray's leadership. Everyone started talking about how cool the hunter was, and someone decided to call him Lord Hunter as a sign of respect. Everyone rejoiced that he became their new leader and defeated the enemies, shouting his name with admiration. It was the first time Ray had seen such a color of mana in people's chests, feeling their emotions and the power of loyalty. He didn't understand what this emotion was, but he also felt it inside himself, being a part of this energy. Philip walked out of the building and tried to get past the people to get to Ray and help him. He didn't have time to reach Ray before he collapsed on the floor from exhaustion, having used up all his strength. The last thing he thought was that this feeling of tiredness wasn't actually that bad. Philip approached him to help, and people with stretchers began to come out of the building, creating a commotion. Ray found himself in an unfamiliar place, and everything around him was gray and colorless, as if all the familiar shades of the world had disappeared. The boy couldn't understand whether he was actually sleeping, because he had never been one of those who dreamed, even as a child. In front of him lay a huge pile of rubbish, which seemed immense and inaccessible, like a mountain of random objects. After much thought, Ray began to carefully climb the massive pile, testing his strength and balance. In just a few minutes, he reached the top, feeling slightly tired and strained from the climb. Raising his head, he looked up and tried to make out what was in front of him in the gray world. Before him loomed a huge sun, which remained colorless and seemed alien and unfamiliar. White light surrounded him, and in this black and white world he was overcome by strange feelings of confidence and calm. He stretched his hands forward, as if trying to touch something familiar from his childhood, when he did this for the first time. Ray felt like this light was always so white and unchanging, filling him with a strange peace. Suddenly, the sun in front of him began to crack, as if by some invisible force or magic, disrupting the usual order. Bright, multicolored paints poured out of the resulting crack, filling the space around him with magical light. These colors surrounded Ray, shimmering and shining, making the whole world around him suddenly bright and colorful, as if awakened to life. The sky turned blue, the grass turned a rich green, and everything around was filled with life and beauty. Ray looked at what was happening with amazement, not believing his eyes and feeling the magic of the moment with his whole body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and woke up, realizing that it was just a dream that left a strong impression. He stood up and realized he was in the medical room at Philip's hotel, feeling the soft light and familiar details of the room. Rubbing his head, Ray realized that all of this was probably just a dream, but the feelings from it remained alive. People came to see him and noticed that he had finally woken up, asking how he had slept and how he was feeling. The boys happily asked if he was hungry and said they could cook him any food to help him regain his strength. Ray looked at them in surprise and said that it wasn't that important to him. It was much more important to find out what day it was and what time it was. They simultaneously reported that today was July 11th, 1823, which meant he had been unconscious for almost a day. Without wasting any time, Ray got out of bed and said that he would go himself, not wanting to delay the others and showing his independence. As he went downstairs, he heard people discussing tomorrow's work on the street, sharing plans and talking about their busy schedules. Ray realized that while he was sleeping, Philip had already sent the boys outside, whom Kendrick was watching, distributing responsibilities. Some guys were hauling boxes, and some gang members approached them and asked if they could help with the loads. One of them said that they could be hired to work because they were strong guys and could handle the physical workload. While the astonished boys watched what was happening, the guy explained that he was not bragging, but simply stating a fact about their strength. One of them agreed to help move the boxes to the warehouse, realizing that it would make the work easier for everyone else. Others also picked up the boxes and said that they would help, since they had nothing else to do anyway, and this activity would come in handy. The boy noted that they were worried that they would have to endure all this for a long time themselves, and Ray noticed that mana was shining on the chest of one of them. It was pale blue in color, meaning that he felt guilty for his past actions or inactions. Ray began to slowly descend the stairs, and everyone around greeted the hunter with admiration and respect. They asked how he was feeling, noting that he looked extremely cool during the fight, and that they won only thanks to him. Everyone shouted their words of encouragement and promised to help if anything was needed, asking questions about his fighting skills and experience. Ray didn't know how to react to all this activity. Perhaps he just wanted to yell and drive everyone away. But suddenly he heard something strange, turned around, and everyone recognized this voice, causing instant attention and tension. As Kendrick tried to escape, Ray yelled at him to stop and ordered everyone around him to stop him, controlling the situation. Kendrick ran regardless of the road and immediately pulled out a medical knife, creating a real threat to everyone. He stopped in front of Ray and angrily shouted his name, showing anger and determination to attack. Everyone also noticed Kendrick's hand, which held a scalpel, symbolizing danger and readiness for violence. Someone said that they could calmly neutralize him, but Ray told everyone to calm down and take a step back, avoiding chaos. Kendrick was blinded by rage and rushed towards Ray, wanting to cause him mortal harm, without thinking about the consequences. The guy was approaching at great speed. The scalpel moved menacingly towards his face, causing fear in all witnesses. But suddenly Kendrick stopped, could not move, and his whole body trembled from an unknown force or influence of Ray. He continued to scream, call Ray names, and threatened to kill him, not understanding the reason for his sudden paralysis. Ray asked why he stopped, trying to figure out what was keeping him from attacking despite his anger. He grabbed Kendrick's hands and pulled them towards his neck, demonstrating control and confidence in the situation. Although Kendrick wanted to stab him with a scalpel, he suddenly stopped, not understanding why he could not carry out his intention. Kendrick continued to look angrily at Ray and did not know what to say, being in a state of internal conflict. Ray noticed that there was no red mana in him at all, meaning he had no real killing intent. Kendrick abruptly pulled his hand away from the scalpel, demonstrating the internal tension and contradiction of his desires. After this, he applied the medical instrument to his throat, causing horror among all the witnesses around. The people who had previously been on his team looked at what was happening in horror, not understanding what to do. Ray also began to whisper spells, and a red force appeared around him, increasing his control over the situation. He stopped the guy's hand, and the scalpel flew out to the side, preventing a possible injury and ending the threat. Ray said that was enough, and now Kendrick must follow him, understanding the seriousness of what was happening. After all, Ray had an important conversation with him that needed to be discussed in order to resolve all conflicts and issues. Philip sat and apologized, because it was his fault. He shouldn't have left the scalpel in a visible place where anyone could take it.
Ray said that everything was fine and there was no need to worry, because ultimately no one was hurt and the situation went without serious consequences.
Kendrick sat next to them and remained silent, stubbornly looking at the floor, as if he could not find the strength to raise his eyes and say a word. Philip said that he heard about everything that happened and asked the guy directly if he really wanted to kill himself at that moment. Kendrick replied that it was true, and Philip was surprised and did not understand why he had decided to act so desperately. The guy admitted that the reason was that he lost the duel, and now everyone would consider him weak and laugh at him. Philip clenched his fists and said that it was not true, because he was sure that Kendrick could overcome the ridicule and rise stronger. Kendrick slammed his palm on the table and shouted that Philip knew nothing about him and could not judge his life. Philip admitted that he really didn't know anything about him, and this only increased the tension between them. White mana burned in Kendrick's chest, and along with it a scarlet fire blazed, betraying his overwhelming emotions. Ray noticed that his mana was depleting at an abnormally high rate, as if something was draining it. He remembered Veronica talking about charge stones that could accumulate and purify unused mana. But charge stones had a limit, and could not perform a complete purification like magic rings could. Because of this, their owners can develop a dependence on mana. And Kendrick cried, not understanding why he was saved. He said that now it was definitely the end for him, and it would have been better for him to burn to ashes then than to end up in this situation. Philip objected that he could not help but save him, because despite everything they were and remained friends. Hearing these words, Kendrick froze and was very surprised that Philip still considered him his friend. He couldn't believe it, because he himself tried to kill Philip, beat up many of his guys and caused a lot of pain. And yet Philip continued to call him friend. And Kendrick did not understand how this was even possible. Philip said he didn't know what Kendrick was thinking, but he was sure he had his reasons for doing what he did. At that moment, Ray noticed that there was no red mana in his vessels at all, meaning he was only feigning anger. Philip shouted that they had spent half their lives together, and Kendrick should not forget their shared past. But Kendrick shouted back at him to stop talking nonsense and not try to get into his soul. Philip said that if so, then let him tell him everything himself and explain why he acted so cruelly. Kendrick asked him to stop this conversation, but Philip grabbed his hand and did not let go. He said that if Kendrick even slightly considered him a friend, he was obliged to tell him how he felt. Kendrick didn't understand why Philip was behaving this way, because he himself lived without thinking about him at all. Despite everything Kendrick had done, Philip continued to call him friend and extend his hand. Kendrick couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears, finally asking him for forgiveness for all his actions. He pressed himself against his friend's chest and repeated through tears how sorry he was for everything he had done. Ray was surprised to see that this cruel guy turned out to be an ordinary crybaby. Through tears, Kendrick admitted that he was ashamed of everything he had done to Philip and his people. He hated his weakness and was angry every time he saw that the guys were no different from his past. He said he worked for various gangs on the streets, but they always forced him to obey and took his money. Kendrick hated this and decided to become stronger so that he would never have to depend on others again. He imagined many times how he would fight back against his enemies and train daily to the limit of his strength. One day a stranger approached him and asked him to talk, and Kendrick agreed. He thought this was his chance, but he soon realized how wrong he was. Then he should have returned to the hotel, but his pride did not allow him to do so. So he started acting alone, convincing himself that he would never give up. Then he met a mysterious man who immediately noticed his inner rage. The man said that Kendrick was like a spark sitting in a powder keg and asked what made him angry. Kendrick replied that what angered him most was himself and his own weakness. He admitted that he hated himself so much that it became unbearable for him. The man smiled maliciously and said that he did not believe his words, holding out the ring. He explained that Kendrick suffered from a disease that prevented him from using his muscle power, and the ring would heal him. The words turned out to be true, and Kendrick was suddenly able to lift huge barrels with ease. The man warned that the ring should not be removed, otherwise the disease would return. He also said that Kendrick must gather a gang of 66 strong and healthy people. If Kendrick succeeds, he promised to reward him even more generously and powerfully. Kendrick happily agreed because he had long dreamed of becoming a real leader of the gang. But Ray said that first
he needed to understand something and accept the truth. He explained that Kendrick had become stronger not because he had been cured of his illness. Ray took off the ring and said that its power was based only on the magic of the artifact. Kendrick didn't believe it and began to beg for the ring to be returned because it belonged to him. Then Ray explained that there is mana that allows one to strengthen the body and perform magic. To prove his words, he created fire in his palm and showed Kendrick magic. He couldn't believe his eyes, fell onto the sofa, and said that it was all about magic. He realized that he had never gotten stronger, no matter how much he trained. But Ray interrupted him and told him that there was no need to go back to his previous state. These words surprised Kendrick, and he did not understand what exactly Ray meant. Then Ray repeated himself and said that he didn't have to go back to being the same. He just has to repeat what Ray is about to say, and it will change his life. If he does so, he will gain a much more advantageous position than before. Kendrick looked at him with surprise and hope, feeling a faint ray of light. Kendrick stood in front of the door, bowing and thanking Ray for his help and the trust he had placed in him. After this, he closed the door behind himself, trying to do it as respectfully and calmly as possible. Gleb asked Ray with surprise if he was really going to appoint Kendrick as his deputy so that he would continue to run the gang. Ray calmly replied that this was exactly how it would be, because after completing his business in the area, he would have to leave it. Earlier, Kendrick had cautiously asked if Ray was truly willing to teach him to fight, even with the techniques he used himself. Ray said that he intended to fulfill his promise. Because Kendrick had a strong and trained body, he just needed to improve his technique. Philip thanked his friend for taking care of Kendrick and not leaving him without attention. He even began to wonder if Kendrick had also begun to appreciate Ray and see him as a real mentor. Overpowering an opponent with brute force is not always a bad thing, as it is one way to win, although far from the only one. After all, an enemy, even if suppressed, can harbor a grudge and try to avenge his defeat in the future. Ray thought for a moment and noted that he didn't remember anyone ever taking revenge on him. Perhaps it was because his enemies were simply afraid of him. He still believed that brute force was the best way to resolve conflicts, since fear deprived people of the desire to plot. Philip objected that force alone could not win the loyalty of other children and maintain their trust. Ray asked him what he thought should be done, and received important and wise advice in response. Philip said that it was necessary to use not only the stick, but also the carrot, as in the case of how he forced Kendrick to learn to fight. Ray didn't fully understand this, but he decided that he shouldn't ignore the advice, because Philip knew how to manage people. After this, Ray went down to his gang and said that until they found a new base, they would live in a hotel. He added that if he learned of any conflict with the local residents, he would punish the offenders personally. From that moment on, Kendrick became his deputy, and most of the decrees would now be passed through him. Ray said that Kendrick's words should be perceived as if they came from him. Everyone immediately realized that the agreement had come into force, and now Kendrick's close associates would probably help him with his training. Ray remembered the words that loyalty requires not only fear, but also a carrot, and decided to act wiser. So he announced that he would return the kids' betting money, since what he got from the other gangs was enough for him. Everyone was amazed by his decision, because it seemed incredible, and many thought that he was like an angel from heaven. Nearby, Philip whispered to him that they still had to deal with Jeffer and Lotson. They both sat in the cell, bound and with their mouths tightly shut, unable to say a word. Ray said he would get straight to the point and ask them if they knew where Veronica's bookstore was. Jeffer shook his head to show that he didn't know, but Ray could tell the lie in his gestures. At the same moment, he received a strong blow to the face, and the bandage from his mouth fell to the floor. Ray noted that it seemed like Jeffer still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. Jeffer couldn't understand what they wanted from him and thought that Ray was demanding money again. But the next moment, his face was met with a second powerful blow, knocking out the rest of his confidence. Ray waved his hand and said that this was not what he wanted to ask him about. He walked over to Lotson and removed the bandage from his mouth, allowing him to speak. The man immediately asked if they were talking about the bookstore on 8th Street. He explained that they had been hired to disrupt the store owner's business and force them to move out. Ray asked who had hired them, and was told it was the owner of Fred's on 3rd Street. Ray nodded calmly, saying that now everything was clear to him, and he understood the situation. After this, he suddenly grabbed the man by the hair and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Then he hit him again and again until blood splattered everywhere. Philip watched this and realized that the real Ray had appeared before him, cruel and cold. Furthermore, by publicly punishing Jeffer and Lotson, he showed the children that he had taken revenge for their suffering. Everyone shouted loudly that they deserved such a reprisal, because so many of their comrades had suffered because of them. Even Kendrick's gang watched the execution and understood that the punishment was fair. If Ray had planned all of this in advance, then all that remained was to applaud his cold calculation. Afterwards, he said that he had a new task for his gang. They were supposed to do to Fred's what they were going to do to Veronica's bookstore, and he warned that if anyone dared to harm his people, Ray would personally find and kill them. Jeffer looked at him in horror, and Lotson was already toothless from the blows. As the night approached, each of the gang members carried the beaten men out into the street. The people from Ray's gang were happy and said that there would be a lot of food today. Discussing the faces of the defeated, they laughed, saying that the bandits got what they deserved and deserved such cruel treatment. One of the guys approached the table with a chicken in his hands and asked if anyone had seen the hunter. He said that he wanted to bring him another portion of food, but he did not accept it. At that time, Ray was sitting on the balcony in a chair and recalling Philip's words about friendship. He thought that perhaps a friend is someone who helps just like that, without expecting anything in return. In his understanding, a friend is someone who is always ready to support in difficult times. Previously, he thought that a friend was only someone you knew and understood well. But now he realized that a true friend is a person who sincerely cares about you. He realized that those children were perhaps the only ones he was genuinely concerned about. And he also considered Niels his friend, despite the age difference of almost 20 years. Ray wondered if there were any people he knew now who could be called true friends. He went through the faces of everyone he knew in his memory and decided that perhaps there were no more like them. He realized that he was different from most people, and that he did not have the emotions that were usual for people. Only Niels and the children treated him sincerely, and he seriously doubted that he would meet such people again. Philip approached him with a cup and asked if he really preferred silence to noisy company. He said that he brought him cocoa because he noticed that Ray ate a lot of sweets. Ray took the cup, thinking he was just replenishing his energy with sweets, and Philip decided that he liked sweets. The guy asked if he could sit next to him, and Ray nodded, sipping his hot drink. He was delighted with the taste and was truly amazed by its richness. Philip noticed his friend's joyful reaction and was glad that he had made him happy. Ray held the cup tightly with both hands and felt that the liquid in it was very warm. The warmth of the drink helped him forget, at least for a moment, the emptiness in his soul. Philip said that he would go to the north side because there were many abandoned factories there that could be examined. At this time, Ray, having put on a new cloak, headed in the opposite direction and calmly walked among the people, merging with the crowd. Some boys were stealthily watching him, and upon noticing his gaze, they immediately began to hide behind the corners of buildings. He soon reached Veronica's bookstore, where he had been heading from the very beginning of his walk. As soon as he opened the doors, a girl immediately ran up to him, clearly happy to see him. She was glad that he had finally come, because she and her grandfather had been waiting for him for several days and were very worried. When the guy took off his hood, she immediately noticed that he had been in a fight and was covered in bruises. Ray simply calmly replied that it didn't matter much to him, and that nothing terrible had happened. Veronica said that you can't say that, because when they hurt him, it's really scary. Ray suddenly saw a clot of mana in her chest, like a small, gentle sun, and thought it was very beautiful. He hadn't felt this way before, but now he began to notice such things because he had learned to care about others. Veronica asked him to wait because she wanted to heal him, but her mana began to rapidly leak out. Ray said that he had already received first aid and reminded her that she herself had spoken about dependence on mana from the air. The girl admitted that she didn't even think about it and acted completely instinctively. Then Ray said that they were playing hide and seek and they needed to go to her grandfather, which surprised her with his concern. As they were climbing the stairs, he turned to the girl with an unexpected question. Ray asked if she considered him her friend, and Veronica even stopped in surprise. Now he became interested in what criteria for friendship different people have, and whether it is possible to consider someone you care about a friend. The girl began to think. Because he saved her twice, she felt affection, and knew that they were both connected to magic. But they only met recently, and suddenly,
He's already talking about friendship. She thought for a long time, blushed, and finally smiled, saying that yes, Ray was her friend. Ray replied emotionlessly that he understood and said that now they needed to move on. Veronica tried to stop him and asked if he considered her his friend. They looked at each other for a long time, and the girl waited tensely for an answer. When Ray said no, Veronica was completely shocked and confused. She got very angry and started calling him all sorts of ugly names. After that, she told him to go in first, and she would go feed the younger ones and join later. Ray was surprised why she was screaming like that, because he didn't understand the reason for her reaction. He opened the door and was greeted by his grandfather, who was lying on the bed, and happily noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The old man said that usually older people need less sleep, but for him it was the opposite, and soon he would sleep all day long. Ray remarked that he had heard about his illness, and Grandpa realized that Veronica had told him the truth. Then Ray asked if he was really going to die soon, and was told that he probably had no more than 6 months left. Therefore, starting from today, the old man decided to teach the boy magic. Ray was very happy about this, but first he reached into his pocket to show something important. He took a ring with a red stone out of his pocket and asked to tell what this object was. Grandfather said that it was a charging stone, and noticed that it also had a boost mixed in. After examining it carefully, he noted that the stone contained a spell that strengthened muscles and reflexes under certain conditions. In addition, he saw that the ring contained exploitation-type magic, which made him wary. Ray, hearing this, was very surprised and thought about what was said. Grandfather explained that usually the more charged a stone is, the faster it loses its qualities and turns into an empty shell. But this ring is different because it absorbs the owner's life force to regenerate. Ray asked if such a thing was possible in principle, and the old man replied that the source of the ring's energy was human mana. Life force is essentially the same mana, only manifested in a different form. But not every magician can cast such a spell, and the old man asked where he got such a danger. Ray admitted that, having become the head of a gang of street kids, he received it from his predecessor. He said that the ring came to him from a man who introduced himself as an officer of the Merc Red organization. When my grandfather heard the name of the organization, he was in complete shock. Ray asked if he knew them, and the old man replied that it was impossible not to know them. It is the most influential and dangerous underground organization involved in weapons, drugs, and even human trafficking. They have dipped their toes into everything possible and impossible, covering a wide range of areas. Although they have fewer members than larger organizations, their activities are much more secretive. But the danger lies elsewhere. They are all magicians. Ray was surprised and asked if magicians really met that often. But the old man said that of course not. The symbol of a Merc Red member is a crimson crystal, which they always carry with them. This shows their complete disregard for mana dependence and indifference to the consequences. Ray noticed that his grandfather knew too much about them, and he wondered if he had ever tried to find out more about them. The old man said that of course, because he had spent his entire youth searching for the rainbow, and this story was well known among the same seekers as himself. Merc Red is said to own a portion of the rainbow, which makes them even more mysterious. Ray, hearing this, was in complete shock and could not immediately believe what was said. Asked if the rainbow is not a giant ribbon in the sky, then how could the organization Merc Red have a part of it? Grandpa explained that although the rainbow is usually thought of as a celestial ribbon, he had once found red crystals in Merc Red while searching. These crystals, unlike ordinary charging stones, had an extraordinary quality and were clearly connected to the legend of the rainbow. The old man realized that such stones could not be reproduced in the usual way, and he remembered the ancient story of the origin of the rainbow. He explained that the rainbow was originally a special stone that endlessly absorbed light and mana, emitting a rainbow glow. Ray asked him to explain in more detail the ancient legend associated with this mysterious artifact. The old man began to tell the story that long ago the skies were a clear blue color, and the earth was full of living plants. In the very center of the first human city, there was a crystal, which was the source of power and life. The crystal emitted an incredible amount of energy and shone with a soft rainbow light, filling everything around. This light made the land fertile, healed diseases, and strengthened the very life of people. However, there were those who wanted to take possession of the rainbow for themselves, and a destructive war began.
It lasted for many years and ended with the rainbow splitting into 7 fragments. These pieces were scattered all over the world, and since then, people have only passed on stories about them. Ray asked if this meant that Merc Red actually had one of the 7 rainbow fragments. His grandfather confirmed his guess and said that the red crystals were tiny particles of that very rainbow. In the past, he and his associates wanted to explore them, but due to the danger of the organization, he was unable to continue. Ray immediately remembered the man in the hat from the basement and thought about his words. He was now certain that the man was connected to Merc Red, although he didn't know if he was still active. From that moment on, Ray realized that he needed to deal with this organization. Perhaps it is there that he can find more clues about the rainbow and its true nature. The grandfather noticed that the boy was about to plunge headlong into danger, but it was impossible to stop him. He respected his will and therefore only returned the ring to him, giving him his last instructions. The old man said that he had already told him everything he knew about Merc Red. After that, he asked Ray if he wanted to know anything else important. Ray became interested in the enhancement and exploitation spells on the ring and asked if they could be removed. Their conversation was soon interrupted by Veronica, who entered the room and opened the door. Grandfather said that since they now had a new student with them, it was worth starting from the very basics. He asked Veronica if she would mind if he started with explanations right now. When she agreed, the man said that magic first begins with the formation of a circle. He explained that mana can be drawn from charging stones or air, but this often leads to addiction, so the circle is a prerequisite for any mage to properly work with energy. When atmospheric mana passes through the circle, it is purified and becomes safe. At this point, depending on the characteristics of the magician, various elements can form in the circle, which is why each person has their own limitations in using spells. Ray remembered that all the rings of the mages he had met were filled with mana of different colors. The old man said that forming a circle was not that difficult, and asked Veronica to show an example. The girl explained that first you need to concentrate mana in your hands and hold it. If possible, it is better to use the type of energy with which you are already familiar. After this, you need to direct it directly to the heart and swirl the movement around it. It is important to keep increasing the speed and not stop for a second. Veronica tried but could only maintain concentration for a few seconds and then gasped in fear. She said that the circle wouldn't work in this form and that the mana had to be held until the end. Grandpa told her not to be upset because she was still making progress every day. She admitted that she wanted to show the completed circle right now, and she felt sorry. Then the old man asked Ray if he wanted to try his hand at it. Ray calmly replied that he was ready and took a deep breath, concentrating. He concentrated hard and almost went into meditation, feeling the flows of mana. First, he selected a familiar type of energy and caught the red light. He directed this red stream straight into the heart, creating a closed loop. The red circles began to spin rapidly around him, accelerating ever faster. Ray sat motionless, and a light breeze rose around him from the energy flows. He felt heavy. Sweat was running down his face, but he did not get distracted and did not move. Veronica watched his actions in surprise and did not understand how he managed to do it. Grandfather watched every step carefully and was amazed by what he saw. Ray felt like his body was about to burst from the inside from the pressure, but he knew that he had to endure this test for the sake of his goal. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and opened his eyes, breathing heavily from fatigue. The mana he had been spinning suddenly disappeared, leaving only emptiness. The heart continued to beat, but the red rays around it had completely dissipated. Suddenly, one red beam appeared again and began to move throughout the body. It stopped at the heart, hovered vertically right in front of it, and lit up, and then it wrapped around the heart, shone brightly, and became fixed in it. Ray felt something unusual and was shocked by what was happening to his body. Ray was breathing heavily, but he couldn't hide his joy at having managed to create the circle on his first try. Veronica, beaming with delight, grabbed his hand and said that it was simply amazing and he was incredibly talented. She was truly happy because Ray achieved what she had been striving for so long, and he created the circle. She couldn't stop rejoicing and called him a real genius, amazed at how well everything turned out for him. Grandfather was also shocked, because it took him 3 months to create his first circle, but Ray succeeded right away. Ray simply asked the girl to calm down a little, and the grandfather deep down understood that the guy was much more than just a genius. He noted that the main elements of his circle are related to strengthening, weakening, and regeneration. But there are other properties as well. Even if it was in a tiny amount, it could be said that every type of mana in existence was present in his circle. Among them was the red mana of rage, intertwined with the pale pink mana of sadness, creating an unusual contrast. White mana, which signifies restlessness, was also part of this flow, as were other types of mana that existed in the world. Grandfather wondered how this was even possible, and Ray asked him if he could see mana in his circle. The old man replied that he could not see her, but he could feel her. And if the guy did not want to show the circle, he had to cut off the flow of mana. Ray concentrated and tried for a bit, after which the circle inside him dissipated and disappeared. Grandfather praised him and said that he did everything right, because in everyday life, it is better to hide the circle and not show everyone that he is a magician. He explained that Ray only had to restore the mana flow in the circle while using magic, and that the other mage's perception depended on the distance. The old man noticed that Ray had just created a circle, but he didn't look tired at all, which he found strange. After that, he said that now it was time for a test where he would use magic, and Ray would try to repeat it. The old man clenched both hands and began to cast a spell, concentrating on creating something unusual. When he opened his palms, a stone of amazing and rare shape appeared between them. The man asked Ray if he could repeat the same spell and waited attentively for an answer. Veronica understood that this was a very complex spell because it required knowledge of the proportions of all types of mana and the exact formula. She thought that Ray would definitely not be able to handle it the first time, but he immediately had the same stone. Both she and her grandfather were completely shocked that the boy was able to repeat everything without a single mistake. The old man praised him and offered him a new challenge. He created a small stone house, which Ray instantly replicated. He then created a stone rose, and Ray easily recreated it right in his hands. Afterwards, the old man sculpted a statue of the girl with magic, and Ray easily repeated it again, as if it were simple. Grandfather assumed that after the creation of the circle, Ray would show new abilities, but his capabilities exceeded all expectations. After some time, the man got tired and lay down to rest again, leaving the young people to their own devices. Veronica and Ray went out together, and the girl said that he was incredible, and how did he even do all this? Ray decided that it was not worth telling her the secret that he could see mana, and replied that he simply tried and succeeded. She asked if he didn't want to tell her the whole truth, but even so, she admitted that he was very cool. Veronica decided that he was perhaps the most talented magician she had ever met. The girl started to go down, and Ray suddenly turned to her with a new question. He asked her if she was jealous of him after everything that had happened, and waited for her reaction. Veronica, embarrassed, said that maybe she was a little jealous, and was surprised that he asked this straight to his face. Ray asked if she hated him for it, if his success irritated her, and if she was angry with him. He thought the girl might feel she should have created the circle first, as other people he knew had done. Veronica was surprised by his question, and she concentrated to think carefully about the answer. Then she said that she envied him, but not in a bad way, but rather in a kind way. She herself began to wonder if it was because she considered Ray her friend. This answer surprised Ray very much, and made him think about her words. He asked if friends never envied each other, and the girl said that this was usually the case. Veronica thought that she wished he would admit sooner that they really were friends, because that was what she thought of him. Ray remembered how in the past Pela had given him food and told him not to keep it for himself, but to share it with the younger ones. He replied that he now understood a little of her words about friendship and their relationship with each other. Veronica noticed that he showed almost no emotion, but for some reason he looked sad. She walked forward, throwing over her shoulder that he really was quite a strange man. Ray agreed to himself that, overall, she was right, because that was really who he was. He turned to the girl again, and she turned around, asking what he wanted now. The guy unexpectedly asked her to teach him to read, because it was very important to him. Veronica thought about it and said that, in principle, she could try to do this. She admitted that she had never taught anyone or even helped with homework, so she was not confident in her abilities. But, having gathered her determination, she agreed to teach him, because he was her savior, and she had to try her best. However, before they could begin their studies,
They had to fulfill one mandatory condition. Ray immediately decided that everything was exactly as he thought, and she would not give him valuable knowledge for free. He assumed that she might even ask him to kill the entire Jeffer gang, and he prepared himself internally, gathering himself. He cracked his fingers and asked what exactly he should do for this. Veronica just pointed to the side and said that he needed to wash himself thoroughly first, since there was a bathroom on the second floor. These words surprised Ray very much, and the girl added that she would prepare clean clothes for him, and he should go there right away. When Veronica heard Ray come out of the bathroom, she asked if he had finished his business. Ray emerged from the shower in a white robe, drying his wet hair with a towel, and asked where he could leave it later. Seeing him, Veronica became embarrassed, blushed, and looked down. Thinking that he was indeed a very handsome guy, Ray asked why she was looking at him so intently. Veronica screamed that nothing had happened, threw clothes in his face, and told him to get dressed quickly. After Ray got dressed and sat down at the table, Veronica asked why he needed to learn to read. Ray calmly replied that the books he encountered along the way were to blame. If he wants to continue his journey up the Elton River, he will need more knowledge than he currently has. From Niels, he learned to read individual words, but he was not yet able to learn more. Veronica happily said that she understood everything and suggested that they come and study at any time, since the store was closed. Ray noted that the bookstore could be opened now and not delayed. After all, those guys who used to throw stones at her won't bother her anymore. Veronica remembered that she hadn't seen them for several days, and she wondered if he had killed them. Ray replied that he wouldn't kill them just because they were throwing stones, and this calmed her down a lot. She breathed a sigh of relief and happily said that then, after the lesson, it would be possible to open the store. The girl placed a huge and heavy stack of study books in front of the guy. She explained that these books helped her when she was learning the language herself, and the other stack were her notes. Ray asked how long she had been doing this, and the girl replied that it had been about a month. Ray said that he would give it his all, and the girl assured him that she would try to teach him everything. Veronica placed a board in front of him, wrote on it, and explained why the subject and predicate should be connected. She noted that the topic was difficult and asked if it needed to be repeated. But Ray said he understood and told her to continue. Veronica gave him a sheet of worksheets and suggested that he try to solve several problems. Ray wrote something for only a few seconds, then put his pencil on the table. He handed the girl a piece of paper and said that he was ready, which surprised her greatly, because not even a minute had passed. She quickly checked the work and was genuinely impressed with the result. Ray made only one mistake, and it really shocked the girl. She realized that at this pace, they would get through their training much faster. Veronica suggested finishing for today since she needed to prepare new materials. She remembered that there was one more thing she wanted to ask him for. The girl asked if he could watch her attempt to create a circle. Ray replied that he was not sure of the benefit of this since he was as inexperienced in teaching as she was. Veronica said it didn't matter. She just wanted him to watch and voice his thoughts. Ray agreed and thought that this could be considered retribution for her teaching him. Veronica smiled sincerely and thanked him for his consent. After that, she began to carefully put the books and notes back in their places. The girl took out the old boxes and was surprised at how many books had accumulated while the store was closed. Ray pointed to one of the books and asked if he could read them, and the girl agreed and told him not to spoil them. She doubted and asked if he could really read these books. Ray replied that he would try, but the girl insisted that he should first look at the dictionary on the other shelf. She explained that this dictionary contains descriptions of many words and is useful when meeting strangers. Ray asked if there was a description of the rainbow. The girl was confused because she had never looked up this word before, but decided that perhaps not, since the rainbow is associated with magic. Ray picked up the yellow book and said that everything was clear to him. Then the dictionary caught his attention, and he lifted it with his magic. A second later, the book smoothly fell into his palm. Previously, he could hardly lift even one book, but now he could use magic to lift several at once. With the mana from the circle, it became noticeably easier, and he decided to test other types of magic later. Now his circle consisted mainly of 3 colors of mana: red, light pink, and white. He had particular difficulty with light pink and white mana in the past, but now the mana flowing through his circle was no longer so rigid and unyielding. If he continues experimenting, he might even be able to learn new spells. However, for some reason, the guy didn't want to do it. At that time, he did not yet understand that the cause was the light pink mana associated with the emotion of sadness. He decided he never wanted to feel like that again,
and it became his natural instinct for self-protection. Ray felt a strong negative reaction to anything that reminded him of sadness. Opening the dictionary and reading it, he noticed that the word about rainbow was indeed not there. After that, he read more carefully and saw something interesting. Suddenly, he jumped up and said that he would go out for a while. Veronica didn't understand where he was going, but he said he would come back to finish reading, so she didn't need to put the book away. Ray, without wasting any time, put on his coat and went outside. He finally realized the real purpose of the man in the hat. Earlier, Ray had read the word sacrifice in the dictionary, and it meant an offering of some object, animal, or person who had surrendered. And then he thought that the man was probably trying to use street children for his own purposes. Most likely, he wanted to present them as a sacrifice for something related to the 66 people. Considering the concentration of magic imbued into the ring, it most likely has something to do with the Redstone's enhancement. Kendrick reminded that there are currently approximately 66 people in the gang. The man seemed to be desperately awaiting Kendrick's report and was beside himself. And now Ray was already sitting in a restaurant at a table on which a variety of different dishes were displayed. He turned to the waiter and said that he had only ordered a drink and nothing else. The guy told him that many people had paid in advance so that he would be served a full meal when he arrived. Ray asked about the man in the hat, and the waiter said that today he came out 3 hours later than usual. The guy asked if there was anything else interesting, and Johnny replied that the man was smiling and muttering as if it was almost time. Ray ate a piece of the dish and thought deeply about the words spoken and their possible meaning. After some time, when the cloudy sky began to clear, the guy left the restaurant. He came to the right place and thought that this is where the key to Murkard's secret was kept. But the time of return was unknown, so he decided that he could not rush into searching thoughtlessly. Otherwise, everything could turn into a disaster. Ray stood in front of the door of the man in the hat's house and wondered what he should do in this situation. Suddenly, he turned around and saw 3 guys walking down the street, cheerfully discussing something. These guys went behind the stairs and excitedly continued to discuss the fight in which they took part. Ray came up behind them, put his hand on the shoulder of one of them, and asked him to turn around. The guy got very angry at these words, turned around sharply, and asked who dared to touch him. But soon, they were all very surprised, because it was Ray who stood in front of them. They immediately recognized him and realized that it was the same hunter. The boys muttered that he seemed to be in a bad mood and that they should take a different route, and the boy asked what the hunter wanted. Ray remembered Philip's words about the carrot and stick and decided to apply this method. After a while, the guys asked if they should immediately inform the hunter if the guy he was talking about showed up. Ray said that was exactly it, and added that if they did everything right, the guy would definitely reward them. When they asked what reward awaited them, Ray pointed to the side of the restaurant, and there the table was literally bursting with the amount of different food and sweets, and the guys said that they would do everything possible. After this, Ray went down the stairs and approached the man's door again. He noticed a large and strong castle and thought that it had definitely not been there before. Ray tried to use magic to open it, but the lock completely blocked its effect. Then he decided that it was most likely a protective spell. He thought that if he broke the lock, people would know he was there, and he thought about removing the door hinges. At that moment, a guy jumped out from around the corner and called Ray. The guy quietly told him that the man was already here and was walking towards them. Ray wanted to run away, but stopped and wondered if the man would recognize him, because it was dark in the basement. He realized that only his voice was heard there, which meant that most likely the man in the hat would not recognize him. The man stopped next to the guy and looked at him in surprise. But not noticing anything suspicious, he calmly walked past. Ray was glad that everything happened as he expected, because he was not recognized. But at the same time, he realized something really important for himself. The next day, near the old factory, Ray stood next to Kendrick. Kendrick was very nervous. He couldn't find a place for himself and bit his nails from excitement. He asked Ray if everything would be okay, but he replied that there was no need to worry and that he just needed to follow the instructions. Suddenly, Kendrick heard a strange sound and turned around in fear. A man in a hat walked towards them through clouds of dust. Ray and Kendrick bowed, and one of them called out that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, calling the man teacher. The man said that was enough greetings and told Kendrick to show his face. Kendrick started to talk about the report and the number of participants the teacher was expecting, but he stopped him. At first, the man became interested in finding out who exactly was the guy who was next to Kendrick. He said he didn't recognize him and asked if he was new. and Kendrick explained that he had recently appointed him as the gang leader. The man was very surprised and ordered the boy to raise his head. He came very close, looked at him, and asked his name. Ray noticed a slight anger in his gaze and gave his name, introducing himself as Niels. The man told Ray to work hard, and the boy was surprised that he didn't even remember meeting him yesterday. The man stepped aside and asked how many people they had now, and Kendrick replied that there were exactly 63 of them at the moment. The man said that there were only 3 conditions left that had to be met, and Kendrick realized that he was only gathering the strongest. Suddenly the man started laughing very loudly and declared that everything was just great and couldn't be better. He added that as soon as they gather all the people, he will immediately accept them into the organization. Kendrick said he couldn't believe they were finally going to be members of the organization, but the man explained that they were lucky because a special unit was being trained. Kendrick called meeting him the greatest luck of his life, although in fact, he was blatantly lying. Ray thought that a man in the shabby clothes of a tramp could not possibly be a leader, and began to doubt his sanity. Ray raised his hand and asked permission to ask a question. He asked if there was a main base. Did that mean there were branch bases? And asked what sector it was in. But the man replied that there were no branches in Merkred. Ray realized that the man was now telling the truth, since his mana in the vessel did not fluctuate. The man said that the main base was located in Sector 43, and that was where all operations were planned. However, this turned out to be a lie, and Ray noticed how his mana was trembling. The guy asked what kind of person the boss they were talking about was. The man, hearing this word, suddenly froze and thought very deeply. He began to repeat this word to himself many times and visibly trembled. The evil and dangerous face of the boss appeared before his eyes. He whispered that the boss was incredible and the best person in the world. The man admitted that someone like him doesn't even dare to look at him because he is truly great. Ray noticed a mixture of admiration and hidden fear in the man. The man asked Kendrick when the boss would arrive, and he replied that in 2 days. Then the man said that he would come here himself in 3 days, since he needed to carefully study the candidates. Ray suddenly became alert and was very surprised by what he saw next. As the man walked away, a red beam appeared from his hand, leaving a mark on the floor. Ray realized that although there wasn't much mana, the man was deliberately leaving traces of it. Using the space of an abandoned factory as a huge canvas, the man began to paint a magical sign. Suddenly he stopped and decided that everything was now completely ready. The man took out several red crystals from the inside pocket of his coat. Kendrick looked at them in surprise and asked what it was. The man just smiled and replied that it was something very good and important. The crystals gathered in a circle in the air, and blazing red magic emanated from them. Kendrick said that it all looked very dangerous, and asked if everything was okay. Ray assured him that everything was fine, and the crystals began to fly apart. 4 crystals lay on the sides and took the right places in the pentagram, and the man threw the last stone straight into the center of the magic circle. He told Kendrick not to be afraid because it was the same stone that was in the ring he gave him. The man explained that the stone suppressed illness and increased energy, and Kendrick bowed and thanked him for his concern. The man added that Kendrick should be grateful and under no circumstances touch the stone. Then he put his hand on Kendrick's shoulder, and the boy trembled with fear. The man sternly said that the ring must be protected as if it were one's own life and never lost. Kendrick, holding his hands behind his back, carefully touched the ring and promised that he remembered it. The man left, warning that he would return in 3 days. When the door closed, Kendrick fell to the ground, relieved that he was finally gone. He asked his friend what they should do now, and what this man was up to. Ray replied that they still had to figure all of that out. He told Kendrick to go back to the hotel, as he still had things to do. Ray climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. He couldn't quite figure out what exactly was going on here, but he knew magic was involved. Taking out a notebook, he began to make sketches in it, and I thought that it doesn't matter, because the one who should know about this already knows everything. Ray copied the magic sign in great detail and with extreme precision, without missing a single tiny element. And soon he was already sitting in his grandfather's room, thinking about what he had seen. The man asked if the drawing could be related to the man he called the performer Mark Red. Ray was surprised, because he hadn't had time to say anything yet, and didn't understand how his grandfather knew this. But he confirmed that everything was correct. The man put the notebook on the bed and said that the guy had gotten involved in an extremely dangerous matter, because it was a magic circle. Ray was surprised, and the man explained that such a technique significantly increases the power and range of spells. Magic circles are extremely difficult to use, and not every magician is capable of using them. Moreover, the circle that Ray drew turned out to be unusual and stood out for its precision. It was a truly flawless magic circle, perfect in every detail. But there was something that surprised the man even more about this drawing. What was most striking was the fact that Ray was able to perfectly redraw a high-level magic circle without having any formal education. Magic circles are created to gather a large amount of mana in a confined space. Tracing the movement of mana within a circle and redrawing it is like sorting through invisible and very thin, long threads. Such an operation is possible only thanks to tactile sensations and the ability to distinguish each thread among many others. No matter how talented a magician is, without knowledge of magical circles, such a thing by definition should not be within his power. Grandfather noted that Ray's circle shape was so perfect, as if he had seen it in front of him with his own eyes. Ray asked what specific function this magic circle served. The man replied that this was exploitative magic, a very dangerous type of magic. It was the same one that was used on the ring that Ray had brought him earlier. Ray recalled that the man had said that this magic strengthened spells and increased their range. The man confirmed his words and added that if the circle was activated, the consequences would be catastrophic. Inside the circle, a person simply disappears, swallowed up by a magical hurricane. All living creatures within the radius die, and their life force is converted into magical energy. Ray realized that he was now completely sure of his suspicions. He remembered the sacrifices of 66 children and linked them to this magic circle. This man clearly planned to use Kendrick's gang as sacrifices for his ritual. Grandfather said that a human would hardly be able to use such concentrated mana. Life force converted into mana was incredibly toxic, and its careless use could cause severe poisoning. It is impossible to cleanse such energy, like any other, through a ring, and therefore its use is extremely dangerous. It is usually used only as fuel for creating artifacts or as an amplifier for magical tools. Ray asked if it was possible to strengthen the charging stone, but the man explained that such items had strict limits, and strengthening them was pointless. However, if we are talking about the ring that Ray showed, then everything is completely different with him. Grandfather asked what Ray was planning to do now in light of the danger that had arisen. Ray was silent for a moment, deep in thought about what was happening. 3 days later, he went to that same factory, arriving there on the appointed day at exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The man also showed up and asked what Ray was doing there and where Kendrick was. The guy explained that Kendrick was inside the shelter giving orders, so he went out to meet the man. The man laughed at his words and said that it was time for them to go inside. He suggested that they had managed to gather the required number of people and praised them for their excellent work. Ray just remained silent, lowering his head, and said that it was all thanks to the man himself. In anticipation of what was to come, he took off his hat and opened the doors, stepping inside. Light from the street penetrated the room, and he immediately noticed that there was no one inside. As he was about to say something, a sharp knife was already flying towards his back. The man reacted in time, turned around, and managed to stop the attack. He knocked the gun out of the way and asked the guy what he was doing. Then Ray created a flame and aimed it straight at the man's face, taking advantage of the moment while he was surprised. But the man quickly came to his senses, dodged the blow, and jumped back. He screamed and demanded that Ray explain whether he understood who he had dared to attack. However, at that moment the door closed, and the entire room was plunged into darkness. The man became wary and asked Ray who he really was. Ray put on his hood and declared that he had come here on orders from the boss to eliminate him. The man laughed hysterically and contemptuously called him a murderer. The man shouted that he now understood everything, because this guy turned out to be the executioner. And Ray himself realized that a powerful magic circle was involved here. The magic was supposed to activate at exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was very little time left. Ray looked at his watch and noticed that it was now 14 hours and 14 minutes. Walter said that it was actually better than sacrificing a bunch of worthless boys. He stated that Ray would be much more useful, after which he activated his flame and released his power. He rushed forward and rushed towards the guy, wanting to take his life forever. Meanwhile, Philip was nearby and watched what was happening through binoculars, worrying about his friend. Sitting nearby was Kendrick, who asked if anything could be seen, but Philip replied that it was almost impossible to see anything from here, since all the doors and windows were tightly closed, as Ray had requested. Kendrick began to shout out some words loudly, but Philip quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He told him to be quieter, and together with him turned his gaze to the place where Veronica was sitting quietly. Kendrick asked in bewilderment if she was also a mage, and Philip confirmed that she was, since it was she who Ray had brought with him. One of the guys present approached the girl and asked if her name was really Veronica. She, slightly squinting, asked if it was that same Philip, and next to him was Kendrick, to which Philip confirmed and asked if she was worried about Ray. Veronica replied that not at all, and added that Philip's question was very stupid and inappropriate. At this time, Ray and Walter were fighting fiercely with knives, and neither of them wanted to give in to the other. Veronica confidently said that Ray was the most talented magician she had ever met in her life. She added that his talent is not limited to magic, as he is strong in other aspects as well. That's why the girl said that guys shouldn't worry too much. Walter, in a rage, shouted insulting words, calling the boy a rat, and again rushed forward with the intention of delivering a fatal blow. Veronica firmly said that she believed in Ray's victory, despite the danger. Philip noticed that as she spoke these words, her hands were shaking much more than they should have. He realized that the girl was worried, but deep down she sincerely believed in her comrade. Philip said that Veronica was right, and the only thing left for them to do was to trust Ray to the end. Ray himself continued to fight, but after a few seconds he noticed that the blade of his knife had broken in two. Walter laughed and said that now the executioner had better surrender, since resistance had become pointless. The man went on the attack again, but Ray caught the tip of his blade with his hand. Using magic, he was able to instantly reattach the fragment and repair his weapon. At that moment, Walter's sword was torn from his hands and flew off to the side with a crash. He was horrified to see the element of stability and realized that this guy was capable of controlling several elements at once. Ray flew up and struck, but achieved nothing, because his knife broke again. Walter's neck turned out to be made of steel, although it did have a noticeable scratch. Ray realized that this was a metal transformation, and normal attacks would not cause significant damage to the second circle mage. He decided that it would be best to use a magic circle, and Walter suspected that the guy was just stalling for time until the spell was activated. Opening his cloak, the man revealed a glowing pentagram with many complex symbols on his chest. He mockingly asked Ray if he really thought he would be allowed to complete his plans. At that very moment, a huge fiery snake burst out of his chest and rushed towards the enemy. The snake opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, but Ray managed to jump aside. Walter shouted that all efforts were pointless because the fire snake would not disappear until it destroyed its target. Ray pushed off the floor with incredible speed, jumped onto the wall, and from there threw himself straight at the snake. He tried to wound her, but realized that it was impossible to win this way, since the attack did not bring results. Walter stood motionless in place, in complete control of the flames he had created. Ray ran straight towards Walter, and the snake followed him, writhing. The man mockingly asked if the boy really thought he could change its direction and hit him with it, since such a pathetic trick would not work on him. But Ray knew perfectly well that he was facing a second circle mage, and that a first circle mage alone would not be able to cope with him. That's why he asked Veronica for help in advance, anticipating the outcome. Landing on the ground, he drew a glowing blue magic circle beneath himself with one sharp movement. A huge wave of water burst out of the circle and crashed straight onto the fiery snake. It was Veronica who taught him to draw this magic circle, and now her knowledge was saving him. A powerful stream of water completely washed away the created flame and enveloped the snake's body. Walter was furious, because a first circle mage could not achieve such power, and this scared him. Immediately, Ray appeared right in front of him and released several powerful waves of water in his direction. Ray's body couldn't withstand the strain, and a thin stream of blood flowed from his nose, which he quickly wiped away with his hand. The man sat there, exhausted, unable to cast spells, and a puddle of water was spreading around him. Ray looked at his watch and noticed that it was now 2:50 in the afternoon. Suddenly, the man, all wet and tired, rose to his feet and said that he had to leave. He said that he had to return to his boss urgently. Ray stopped him and firmly said that he would not let him leave. He warned Walter to move away from the door, or he would destroy the ring. Walter chuckled and noted that it was pointless, since the performers were different from ordinary spells. Ray knew he was at the limit of his strength, but he stalled for time and asked who had told him such a thing. He asked if he really thought that the bloodstones that gave power to the performers could not be destroyed. Ray reminded that stones can crack if a certain combination of elements is introduced into them. He said that at this point their surface becomes very weak and easily destroyed. Ray thought that Walter was lying, cunningly deceiving, and that the stone really could be destroyed. Walter became angry, turned to him and told him that the guy was talking nonsense before leaving. Ray squeezed the ring in his hand and said that the man might try to stop him. After that, he suddenly threw the ring to the side, and it began to shine with a bright red light. Walter rushed after him, cursing the executioner and screaming furiously. He almost grabbed the ring, but it bounced off the ground and rolled on. Walter turned around sharply and saw that Ray was already standing near the door. The guy had several stones in his hands, with which he knocked the ring aside. Ray ran outside and immediately slammed the door behind him. He thought that he had 5 more minutes, and this time should be enough. And Walter thought only about catching up with the executioner and punishing him according to his deserts. Suddenly, a pentagram lit up right under his feet, flashing with magical light. He didn't understand how this was possible, since there should still be time left before activation. Ray stood outside the door and thought about the fact that Walter didn't know something. Veronica told him that 5 minutes was the maximum, and activation could only be sped up by 5 minutes. It turned out that the magic circle was damaged and began to work incorrectly. A huge hurricane appeared, which lifted Walter up and swept him away. Ray returned inside the building and saw only clothes and a ring with a red diamond. He picked up the decoration and noticed that it was emitting an ominous red magic. Kendrick said it was too late, but Philip countered that Ray had definitely won and they needed to wait. Veronica suddenly felt mana and noted that she was becoming more and more. Kendrick didn't understand what this meant, but Philip told him to follow the girl. They ran after Veronica and started asking her what was going on. When the boys saw Ray, they were extremely surprised by his appearance. He walked towards them, completely engulfed in flames, which, however, did not harm him. Veronica immediately realized that his mana was poisoned, and the boy was in mortal danger. The boys looked at the girl in surprise, and their anxiety was instantly transmitted to them. Kendrick grabbed a rusty sheet of metal and a pipe, which greatly surprised Philip. Kendrick said that if the girl insisted that the leader was in danger, then they had to act. He rushed towards Ray, intending to hit him and stop him, but Ray didn't move. He just put out his hand and shot fire, and Kendrick covered himself with metal. The blow knocked everything he had been using to defend himself out of his hands, and he fell to the floor, shaking with pain. Philip screamed, begging Ray to wake up and stop. He shielded Kendrick with his body and shouted that it was he, Philip. But Ray didn't react in any way, already holding a blazing fire sphere in his hand. When the fire almost reached the boys, Veronica appeared nearby and put up a magic shield. She screamed that there were only 2 ways to get Ray back to normal: either force him to completely expend all his flame, or manage to extinguish it. Philip lifted Kendrick up and told her to call the fire brigade, asking the girl if she could hold out for 5 minutes. Ray created more and more flames and fiercely directed them towards the girl. Veronica stood and used a barrier shield, holding back the pressure. But when she saw this flame, she realized that she would not be able to contain it for long. All she could think about was that she would be okay, as long as Ray was safe. Immediately after the battle with Walter, Ray picked up the ring, feeling its unusual weight and power. He noticed that the mana inside the ring had increased greatly and seemed to be boiling, demanding an outlet. Although it was not comparable to the level of a magic circle, it was still incredibly strong and dangerous. And suddenly, in the midst of the fire, Ray saw a strange and unexpected vision, as if it had come from the depths of his memory. Walter's memories appeared before him, where he was a little boy and begged him not to hit him. He cried loudly and insisted that he had not stolen anything, but his words were drowned out by fear. Tears streamed endlessly down his face, and his eyes were full of horror and helplessness. Ray was extremely surprised when he realized that he was watching the man's actual memory. The fire suddenly changed trajectory, and new images appeared, where Walter was older and lying bloody on the floor. He rose with difficulty and told the bandits that one day he would become stronger than them. And then he swore to himself that he would take revenge on absolutely all those who had offended him. Walter's voice persistently tried to convince the boy to allow him to completely absorb his body. Ray knew he had to burn everything to the ground, but tragic memories came back to him. In his head, a voice continuously whispered the word, "Kill.
repeating it many times. Walter's shadow appeared behind Ray and told him to destroy everyone without exception. The man's smile grew wider and darker, and the whispers of murder continued. And when Ray was about to kill Veronica with his flame, he saw her face and was shocked. Suddenly he noticed a blinding white sun and thought it was incredibly beautiful. He stretched out his hands towards it, and this small, shining sun appeared right in his palms. Suddenly Ray woke up, realized what had happened, and felt tears rolling down his eyes. A worried Veronica stood in front of him, observing his condition. 3 days later, they were all at Philip's hotel trying to recover. Veronica was lying on the bed and asked Ray to bring her a glass of water. The guy looked out from behind the screen, handed her a glass, and the girl thanked him. She had been sick for 2 days already because she had used heavenly manna, and he had been taking care of her. Then the girl asked him to bring the second volume of the book, Light and Rose, as well as 2 pillows, and take away the mug. Ray did everything she said without hesitation, because his principle was to return what he received. When the guy sat down next to her, Veronica asked if that meant he had manna intoxication, and he answered evasively. She noticed that he was using the concentrated manna too recklessly, but Ray said that wasn't the issue. He pulled a ring with a glowing red glow from his pocket and explained that it was the manna battery he had taken from the man. Veronica felt the negativity emanating from her, and remembered her grandfather's words about manna being extracted from highly toxic people, and she was afraid that Ray was going to use it. The guy replied that no, because if it weren't for Veronica, he probably would have burned himself alive. The girl said that it would be right to never use such dangerous things. Ray thanked her for her help and sincere concern. Veronica became embarrassed, blushed, and asked why he was suddenly thanking her, because it was strange to hear. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted when someone sharply pulled the screen aside. Philip was standing nearby and asked the guy if he had a minute to talk. They went into his office, where Philip placed a heavy box containing the man's things found in the basement on the table. Ray pulled out a photograph and saw Walter among the children in the orphanage. However, he found it difficult to distinguish people's faces, as they all emitted the same energy, and he decided to look at the photo later. Philip pulled out an old book and noticed that it looked like the man's personal notebook, which could be important. Inside were various tasks marked completed, and Ray thought that Murkrid had ordered it. Turning the page, he noticed one particularly interesting entry. It read, Sector 31, Greenstone Investigation, Kelligold Auction House. Failed. No results. There were also other records of investigations of stones of different colors, and all of them had 0 results. The book mentioned the hypothesis of a rainbow divided into 7 fragments, and orders for the nation to search for stones of certain colors. Ray decided that Murkrid seemed to be looking for these rainbow fragments, although perhaps they were completely different stones, and it was worth checking. Philip noticed that Ray was thinking about something and asked if he was going to leave the sector. He put the bag on the table and said that it was all for Ray, and he added a little of his own, because it was thanks to the guy that they dealt with Kendrick. Philip promised that as long as Ray remained in the sector, he would send a courier to him and help him in any way he could. He added that if this is not enough for the guy, then he should not be shy and is obliged to say so directly. Philip also asked him to inform him of the day of departure in advance, because he wanted to see him off personally. The thought that they might never see each other again made Philip sad. Ray extended his hand to him and suddenly asked if he wanted to leave the sector with him. These words surprised Philip so much that he screamed, not believing what he heard. Philip asked if Ray was serious about what he was saying, and Ray confirmed that he was. Philip was amazed because he had never left Sector 49, and leaving meant leaving all his work behind. Ray noted that the guy had actually been saving money, and if he decided to leave, it would be an opportunity to use it. Is there really no other way to leave this place than to risk everything? Philip remembered their previous conversation and was surprised that Ray remembered everything so accurately. Remembering that night, Philip again mentally returned to his childhood and remembered his mother in warm evenings. What he said that night was casual, but it left a deep mark on his soul. He was silent for a long time, holding back a lump in his throat and experiencing internal emotions. Finally, Philip agreed and said that he would go with Ray, deciding to follow his friend. He asked for some time to hand over his responsibilities for managing the hotel and finish his business. Philip clarified that 2 weeks would be enough for all preparatory activities. Time flew by. Days followed one another, and Philip gradually transferred responsibilities to his employees. He said goodbye to friends, distributed responsibilities, and ensured that the hotel's management continued smoothly. Ray sat in his car, reading books and patiently waiting for his friend to arrive. He visited his grandfather, learning magic from him and studying the intricacies of its control. At the same time, Ray learned to read from Veronica, who showed amazing patience and teaching skills. The girl said that she had nothing more to teach him, because she really was a genius in her field. Ray noted that it was thanks to Veronica that he became such a good student and attentive in his studies. His gaze accidentally fell to the side where small children stood around the corner, watching them. Seeing that they had been noticed, the children lowered their eyes in embarrassment and quickly ran away, embarrassed by their presence. Veronica noted that they liked Ray, and the children talked about their dreams of becoming hunters in the future. She asked if they were switching places, and Ray nodded, indicating that yes, the roles were reversed. Now Veronica was sitting on a chair, and Ray was standing next to her, carefully watching her every move. Mana thickened in the girl's chest, and she tried to carefully create a ring around her heart. Ray noticed that her ability to manipulate mana had improved significantly, even though he hadn't given her much direct training. If he did help, it was only by gently pushing and urging, without interfering fully in the process. Suddenly, a blue glowing ring appeared around the girl's heart, glowing with a soft light. However, Veronica felt that this was not enough, and decided to wait to concentrate better. She understood that her grandfather did not have much time left, and every action mattered. But now she was not alone, because Ray was standing next to her, supporting her. She clutched her skirt with her hands and mentally urged herself to complete the task. Remembering the evenings when her grandfather and her brothers read books together, she drew inner strength. Therefore, the girl decided that she would not let him down and would definitely cope with the task. Suddenly, the ring around the heart became fixed, and it glowed with a steady blue light. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, and sweat ran down her face, reflecting the strain of her efforts. Ray noticed her empty circle filling with mana, showing the success of her work. The girl was glad that everything worked out for her, and from the tension, she lost consciousness for a moment. Ray stood next to her and gently supported her so that she would not fall and get hurt. Veronica woke up and reported that she was fine, and that the tension had simply completely left her body. Afterwards, she thanked Ray for his support and help in achieving success. Tears streamed down her face, as the circle had only been created thanks to Ray's presence nearby. Ray watched her and thought that he hadn't really done much of anything, so he didn't understand her tears. He said that since she managed to form the circle, she should show it to her grandfather to make him proud. Veronica ran happily up the stairs, full of pride and joy. Ray asked himself if he wanted to go with her, but he didn't yet understand why he should. The girl smiled and explained that she had succeeded thanks to him, and they should show it to her grandfather together. She took him by the hand and happily led him upstairs, sharing her joy at the success she had achieved. When they reached the right door, Veronica knocked quietly so as not to frighten her grandfather. She carefully announced her entrance to prepare him for his unexpected appearance. Joyfully, she turned to her grandfather, wanting to boast that she had just managed to create a circle. Suddenly, the girl stopped, noticing something unusual that caused her alarm. Ray was very surprised and immediately asked Veronica what happened, feeling anxious. Then his eyes widened in horror as he saw what was happening in front of them. Grandfather was lying on the floor next to the bed, motionless, and this caused panic in both of them. Veronica looked at him with horror, and black mana thickened in her chest, reflecting fear and despair. When morning came, Grandfather slowly opened his eyes, as if returning from a long sleep. Ray stood next to him and was glad that the man had finally regained consciousness. The man asked how much time had passed, and Ray replied that he had been unconscious for about 2.5 days. Grandfather realized that his days were numbered, and involuntarily thought of Veronica. He noticed an empty chair next to Ray, standing next to the bed. The grandfather realized that the girl lacked the determination to be present at his last moments, because her heart was too soft and kind. He thanked the boy for his support, because the request to become his student was unexpected, and he was grateful that Ray was there all this time. Ray replied that their interests coincided. The man needed a student to pass on the techniques, and he himself needed a teacher. Grandpa thought Ray was the strangest child he had ever met, said it was their last lesson, and asked if he had any more questions. Ray decided to ask what had long interested him, and said that they do feel emotions. Grandfather Lisha said that he understood his question, and Ray was surprised how he knew.
but the man admitted that he only suspected. Ray explained that his life was practically devoid of emotion, and in order to feel anything, he had to search deeply within himself for it. He asked if it was an illness, and his grandfather said that his heart condition could indeed be called a special illness. There are people who close their hearts after a great grief or abuse, and then their feelings stop showing. But Ray, unlike others, could choose what emotions he felt. And that was what made him special. The boy admitted that he didn't understand anything and said that he would like to know what kind of magic his grandfather used. He always understood his intentions even without words, knew what Ray was going through, and guessed his thoughts. Grandfather replied that this was magic, and even laughed a little about it. He clarified that it was just the ability to read emotions, but Ray noted that his face didn't express anything. Grandfather explained that while he was using the spell, the corners of his lips would rise slightly, his eyes would widen, and even now Ray doesn't fully understand his words. He added that these are just small signs by which one can learn to read emotions. He advised Ray to try learning it, and if he felt that it was similar to magic, then it was worth mastering this art. Ray admitted that people's faces are the same to him, and he distinguishes them only by their voices or hair color. After the conversation, he left the man's room and quietly walked down the stairs. Veronica sat at a small table on the floor with her head down. Ray stopped her tears and called her to him. He said that he felt like his grandfather didn't have much time left. Veronica thought that she didn't want to see her grandfather leave their world, because her heart was breaking from it. Ray interrupted her thoughts, reminding her that this was her last chance to talk to him. Without thinking for a second, Veronica jumped up and ran upstairs. She rushed to his room, thinking only about him and praying that it was not too late. She didn't knock, but opened the door and called her grandfather's name. Her two younger brothers were sitting next to the bed, crying and holding his hand tightly. Grandfather lay pale but in good health, and he greeted Veronica. He said that she was his child and was glad that she came to him at that moment. Veronica cried and smiled at the same time, saying that she had succeeded in creating the ring. Grandfather extended a trembling hand to her and said that he had always believed in her strength. Veronica took his cold, damp hand in hers and smiled through her tears. She remembered how he had held her hand and calmed her down back then, too. He said that now she would no longer suffer from colds, go hungry, and wait alone for someone who would never return. She felt again the happiness she had experienced when her grandfather took her with him. Grandfather said that they shouldn't worry, because he had taught them a lot. Veronica assured him that no matter what happened, they would definitely cope. He closed his eyes and said that now he didn't have to worry. After all, he knew how strong they had become. He too was happy to have met and raised them. A few days later, the funeral took place in a dark cemetery in the pouring rain. Veronica spared no expense in preparation, and Graham was buried in the central cemetery of Sector 49. In the evening, she hugged her sleeping brothers and quietly closed the door behind them. She thanked Ray for his help, because she alone would not have been able to bear all the worries. Veronica didn't shed a tear, but her mana source was so tense it felt like it was about to explode. Ray watched her and couldn't understand what this strange emotion was. He remembered his grandfather's surprise at his inability to distinguish facial expressions, and decided to try a different approach. Instead of looking at the face as a whole, he focused on individual features. Veronica's face was red, her eyes were full of fear, and tears were running down her cheeks. Ray looked at her in surprise, and suddenly, a tear rolled from his own eye. He didn't understand what it meant, because he didn't want to feel sad. The girl fell to the floor, her nails clinging to the wood, and her hands were shaking violently. Tears fell on the floor, and she repeated one single word. Grandfather. Ray couldn't resist, walked up to her, and hugged her tightly. He thought that maybe this feeling was actually very good. He gently stroked the girl's red hair. Now he realized that he was capable of sincerely supporting someone of his own free will. Kendrick saw Philip off, and with tears in his eyes, he said that he would miss him, and begged him to definitely come back. And he promised that he would return one day. And after that, he calmly sat in the car next to Ray. Philip noticed that Veronica didn't seem to have arrived, and asked if Ray had told her the exact time of the meeting. Ray replied that he had already told Veronica everything. She was aware and knew that they were leaving today at exactly 10 in the morning. Earlier, when Veronica heard this, she was very surprised that they were all going to leave together. Ray then thought that Veronica could help him with the theoretical part of magic circles, which is what he lacks so much. He was interested in the white sun that she had, because it was thanks to it that she was able to pull him out of danger. Veronica was in shock because everything happened so suddenly, and she needed to take care of her younger children. Ray said that Philip would take care of them since he had already spoken to them, but they replied that the decision was up to Veronica, and the girl did not understand who would take care of the store if she left. Ray explained that she didn't have to worry because the store could be closed temporarily, and Kendrick, his loyal subordinate, would guard it every day, and nothing would happen to him. Ray asked Veronica directly if she really didn't want to leave this city. Veronica asked him in surprise if it was really that obvious to everyone. After that, she asked to give her a little time because she needed to think everything over carefully. Philip noticed that the time had come, and 10 o'clock had already struck. Ray pulled the lever and said that it was time for them to go without any further delay. Kendrick stood nearby, watching them, and couldn't hold back his tears because they were really leaving. Suddenly, Veronica appeared, running towards them and shouting loudly for them to wait for her. She had a huge, heavy briefcase on her back and begged to be taken along. Philip noticed that Veronica had probably been hiding behind a rock the whole time and said that they needed to slow down. Veronica screamed at them not to stop, but to just keep driving and leave the door open. Philip was surprised that she was going to get into the car while it was moving, and Ray ordered him to hold on to the steering wheel. The girl ran to the car with all her might, and at that moment the door swung open while she was moving. Ray got out of the car and told Veronica to grab his hand. Veronica, all sweaty and tired, but happy, still smiled. After that, she grabbed his hand tightly. Ray pulled her up with one powerful movement and threw her into the car. Philip was genuinely amazed that she had decided to go with them, and he asked why she asked them not to slow down. Veronica replied that she felt that if they stopped even for a moment, she might change her mind. Philip and Ray looked at her in surprise, but said nothing. Philip called her boring, and Veronica retorted that it took all her courage to take such a step. They drove non-stop until the evening, and then stopped because Ray checked the car and realized there were problems with it, while Veronica and Philip were throwing up. They had been driving for 7 hours without a single break, and now it felt like they were about to vomit out their own stomachs. Ray said that they should set up camp here for the night, and in the morning they could continue on their way. After a few minutes, they collected some firewood, and soon a small fire was blazing. At dinner, Ray said that his main goal was to find the legendary rainbow. Veronica remembered that she had already heard about this, and Philip asked what kind of rainbow it was. Ray put down the empty plate and said that he would now explain everything in detail. Now Philip realized that the rainbow was a stone that generated infinite mana, which was currently split into 7 pieces scattered throughout the world, and by collecting the rainbow, one could make a wish. After fighting the man, Ray was able to find the Merkard, who were also looking for the rainbow, and Veronica said that there were rumors that their boss had one of the shards. Philip realized what it meant that Ray was now going to study the activities of the Merkard. Ray warned that if they continued on their journey with him, their lives would be in danger. But he promised to protect them and help them achieve their goals. He added that if they are afraid, they can still go back. Veronica said that she had already learned enough, and Philip noted that he had encountered death several times. Ray wanted Philip to be in charge of finances and to negotiate when necessary, and Veronica to be a guide in the field of magic. Ray saw in Philip's vessel the yellow color, which symbolized courage, and the radiance of its power was unparalleled. Philip said that he also wants to share his goal, namely, to find his mother. When he was a child, she went to another sector to earn money and told him that he should wait for her. Before leaving, she kissed him on the forehead and told him that she loved him very much. She promised to return, and that was why he also wanted to collect the money, because they were the ones who divided it. Veronica said that it was incredibly sad and burst into tears, and Philip began to calm her down, because it wasn't even a tragic story. Veronica said her goal was to complete her grandfather's research. He wrote an article about black rain, which discolors the ground and skin and causes serious illnesses. These diseases are very dangerous and incurable with modern methods, and her grandfather fell ill with eternal sleep syndrome, and she wants to complete his research so that no one else dies from black rain. Philip said that he would help her in any way he could, even though it was not his area of expertise, but he was sure that he would find other ways, and Veronica promised to help him. Ray stopped them and said that they should help each other, because each of them had their own important goal. Veronica and Philip exchanged glances and looked at Ray. They shook hands and said that from now on they would rely only on each other. Ray didn't understand what this gesture meant and looked at them in surprise. He thought that this was a meaningless action, because simply touching fists did not give the body strength like magic. They waited for him to make the same gesture, as Philip's fists were already beginning to warm up. Ray exhaled, reached forward and bumped his fist with their hands. He said that now they must rely on each other. Veronica and Philip happily agreed with him, and soon they were sitting together in the back seat, thinking about how Ray had warned them of mortal danger. A herd of stone deer with glowing red eyes appeared right in front of them. Ray was behind the wheel and skillfully evaded pursuit, and the guys couldn't believe that danger had overtaken them so quickly. Together they rode through the endless desert, and Veronica asked the boys how many days had passed since the beginning of their journey. Philip replied that he didn't know exactly, but it seemed to him that about 7 days had passed. And Ray clarified that in fact 9 had already passed. They were almost there, since the journey from Sector 50 to 49th had taken them 10 whole days. Philip noticed something unusual in the window. A large cloud of dust was rising right outside. A huge and noisy herd of stone deer was running towards their car. Philip did not immediately understand what kind of creatures they were, but Veronica confidently said that they were mountain deer. Their skin, or rather their tough shell, was all cracked, like stone, and the girl remembered reading about them in books, so they were definitely mountain deer. Veronica said that they are usually peaceful in nature, but it is too early for them to migrate. Ray assumed that something unusual had happened, and that they were most likely running away from danger. Even if they had decided to turn around, the animals would still have caught up with them, and it would have been impossible to break through them forward. Ray ordered Veronica to create a shield around the car in the form of a sphere 3 meters in diameter, and adjust the structure so that the shield would move with them. Veronica, straining herself greatly, began to cast a spell to project a 3-meter-high magical sphere of protection that would follow the car. Philip noticed that the animals had already begun to approach rapidly. A lot of deer were screaming loudly, and they were already very close to the car. Ray swung the car around and they drove straight through the thick line of herd. He told Veronica to focus all her mana on maintaining the shield. He added that the defense shouldn't break, but Veronica screamed that she was already working at the limit of her strength. Ray realized that she couldn't go on like this for much longer, because her mana would run out too quickly. He turned to Philip, reminding him that he had once spoken about wanting to learn to drive, and now is his real chance to try. Philip protested that this was clearly not the best idea, but Ray had already made room for him behind the wheel anyway. He himself climbed out and was now standing right on the roof of the car. Ray looked closely at the deer and noticed one unusual blue one among them, and then he saw that in the place from which the animals had run away, there were many dead bodies and a lot of blood. Philip asked how much longer they had to go, but Ray ordered them to press the gas pedal to the metal and not slow down because they were almost there. Suddenly, the barrier received a strong blow from one of the deer and began to crack. Ray and Philip were very surprised by what happened. They turned to Veronica and saw that her nose was bleeding. Ray realized that the protective barrier was wearing thin. He knew that he himself would not be able to create a barrier as wide as Veronica's, because her rings were filled with white mana. But he had one option, and that was, when the deer finally broke through the defense, one huge deer crashed right into the spot where Ray had just been. Veronica looked out of the car in fear and loudly called out to her friend. A huge cloud of dust rose up from that spot, and she realized that he was no longer there. But soon the dust cleared, and the girl saw a familiar figure. Ray sat on the roof of the car, completely safe and sound. Now all he could do was use the car's metal transformation. The hull was reinforced, and climbing out could result in serious injury, so Veronica had to stay in the car. Ray said it was almost over, and Philip needed to put the pedal to the metal. The car burst into a bright red glow and sped past the deer without sustaining any damage. When they finally got to the right place, Philip asked if everything was okay, and Veronica said that it seemed like it was. But then she fell to the floor and started shaking. Ray also replied that he was fine and walked over to the carcasses of the stone deer. Philip was very surprised and wondered if all this had happened because of them. But Veronica said no, because the mountain deer had a shell as strong as stone, and they would not have been harmed. Ray touched one of the bodies and said that Veronica was right. They had been shot. Their wounds were significantly larger than usual, and were clearly traces of special ammunition. Ray couldn't understand who could be in such a remote place, and suddenly a man appeared right behind him, asking if they were lost. He said with a grin that the children themselves would not have gone such a long way,
and asked where their adults were. The man noticed Veronica and said that she had a very cute face. Ray shielded the girl with his body and asked the man how much was left until Sector 48. The man chuckled and asked if Ray really wanted to go home so much, and why he was speaking to him informally. Ray unceremoniously grabbed him by the shirt and slammed his head into the ground. After that, he lifted the man's face and handed Philip a knife. He said that on his signal, Philip would have to cut the man's throat. After these words, Philip was in complete shock. Philip stands in a complete stupor and does not dare to accept the knife that Ray hands him. After a few seconds, overcoming himself, he finally takes the weapon into his hands. In his entire life, he had never held a knife to someone's neck and never imagined such a thing. But he decides that he must do it now, despite the fear. Approaching the man, he shouts loudly for no one to move and for them to lay out everything, otherwise the prisoner will die. The stranger is shocked and realizes that these children are not ordinary, but apparently bandits accustomed to robbing travelers. Suddenly, a tall man emerged from the crowd and told the guy to let him go and not make things worse, because they wanted to help. Ray coldly orders Philip to cut the man's throat, but not to kill him. Philip obeys the order and makes an incision, causing the prisoner to cry out in pain. Ray warns the others that they shouldn't even try to lie to his face. The gang captain is shocked that there are children in front of them and admits that they had bad intentions. But he adds that he has a huge gang behind him, ready to act. And these children are now at a disadvantage, because if he says a word, their bodies will turn into a sieve. Ray casts a spell and several fiery spheres appear around him, flickering menacingly in the air. He invites the man to try giving the order if he has enough courage and strength. The captain turns around in amazement and realizes that a magician is standing in front of him. After this, the whole gang bows down in horror, apologizing and admitting their mistake, begging for leniency. Ray, leaning on the hood of his car, says he doesn't want to make things any more difficult if they just fulfill a few of his demands. The guy asks what exactly they are doing in these places, and the man replies that they are looking for something. He says they are deer or deer-like creatures with a blue gemstone in their forehead. Ray demands that he tell her more about this search, without hiding any details. The man reflects and admits that he does not understand what magicians are thinking about when they look for something like this. He explains that their client was once famous in the 40th sector for his well drilling business, and his name was John Greed. In his youth, this man once got lost in the wasteland with no hope of rescue. But suddenly, a mysterious deer appeared next to him, with water dripping from its body. It was the blue mountain deer that he now asked to find. They say that the deer appeared out of thin air and either gave water or its body itself turned into water, which seemed incredible. Ray asks the man where he can meet their client and talk to him. The captain decides that he cannot let the old man know anything extra and replies that it will be difficult to meet him. He says the client lives in Sector 42, but a knife flies past his face. Ray reminds him that he warned him not to lie, and the words sound threatening. The man is horrified, because he has been a mercenary for decades and does not understand how the guy immediately realized the lie. He is amazed that this magician seems to see right through him and knows the truth. The man gives in and says that the client lives in the 48th sector, in the Galat Hotel. Ray asks if it is because of them that the mountain deer began migrating early. The man replies that no, because the deer gather in groups of dozens of individuals, and the distances between them are enormous. He explains that it is impossible to gather several thousand animals by human efforts, which means that this is a natural migration. They arrived in the 48th sector 5 days ago, and already then noticed that the migration had begun too early. Apparently, their horns and meat were valuable on the market, but they had not had time to prepare more transport for the extraction. Ray is satisfied with this answer and says that he has one last demand. The man is glad that it is almost over and asks what else they want from him. Ray reminds them that the deer turned and ran straight at them, and it was their fault. He says that because of this, they found themselves in a life-threatening situation. Although they managed to break through the crowd, the car could have been completely damaged and now needs repairs. Ray turns to Philip and asks him to name a figure that would be fair. After some time, Philip decides and says that they have agreed on 250,000 shillings. They put the money in the trunk, and although it all belongs to Ray, he decides to split it equally. Philip is surprised by this decision, since he didn't do anything himself. But Ray explains his logic. He says that you can't divide the income according to merit every time. It's better to avoid disputes in advance. Even if it's not about money, he will always try to resolve issues as fairly as possible. Philip nods and says that he completely understands this decision. Suddenly, a small blue deer appears from under Veronica's clothes. A deathly silence of surprise reigns between the three boys. Philip, amazed, asks who it is, and the animal growls threateningly. Veronica turns away in embarrassment, not knowing what to answer to this. She admits that she saw a baby that had strayed from the herd and felt sorry for him. He stood next to the dead deer, tears glistening on his face. The girl decided that leaving him alone was too dangerous and cruel. Philip asks if this is really why she took him with her. Veronica exclaims that if Fran is left alone, he will die, and asks to take him until the pack is found. Philip is surprised that she has already come up with a name for him, and is sure that it is a boy. Veronica replies that he himself became attached to her and is definitely a boy. But Philip doubts the idea of taking him. Ray is silent for a long time and looks attentively at his new companion. He says that while standing in the car, he saw a deer that looked like his parent, and it's clearly related to the story they heard from the mercenaries, so they have to take him. Veronica and Fran are genuinely happy about Ray's decision. The next day, the guys arrived at the right sector and discussed how this place was completely different from their previous home. Philip asked where Fran was, and Veronica replied that he was sleeping, neatly covered with a blanket so that no one would disturb him. She checked all the doors of the car so they could be sure that it was safe inside and no one would break in. Suddenly, two local hooligans approached them and announced that they urgently needed to chat with the newcomers on their territory. One of them asked who allowed them to enter someone else's territory, and he asked if they had paid the obligatory toll. A few minutes later, Ray, who was white, picked up the bruised ones and asked the name of the quiet leader of their gang, to which the man replied, Leonard. Ray told me to tell the leader to come to the Galat Hotel on 22nd Street because he had a special assignment for him. The boys said they understood everything and ran away in fear. And this was already the 6th time they tried to scare the boys. Veronica wished those hooligans would stop showing up, but Ray explained that it was practically impossible. If you leave strangers alone, others might think that the whole gang can be taken lightly, which will create problems. Philip thought for a moment and said that there was one way that would help them reduce the risk of conflict with the gang. A person's attire determines how they are perceived by others, so clean and tidy clothes will reduce the chances of being picked on, especially in luxury hotels. At the same time, you can buy a suit or an evening dress because you never know when you will have to appear in such places. Veronica was twirling around in her new look with interest and asking if the new clothes suited her, while Ray was wondering if the outfit change would really work. Philip asked the man to leave their old clothes in the next hotel room so that there would be no problems with their things. Ray asked if the guy had managed to get a discount, but he replied that it was a commercial secret and he couldn't divulge the details. As a result, the three of them confidently walked down the street in new clothes, feeling more confident and calm. Ray watches the passers-by carefully and notices that one of them is emitting a purple cloud of energy, unusual and remarkable. They discuss whether other people might have the same impression and feel admiration and respect for themselves. I wonder if just changing clothes can really have such a big impact on how people treat a person. Ray asks Philip if there are other ways to influence people's reactions besides appearance and clothing. The guy explains that first impressions are mainly formed by appearance, because at the first meeting, people evaluate a person with their eyes. However, the most important thing is a person's energy and aura, which can make even cheap clothes look elegant, while expensive ones don't help. He believes that Ray is one of those people who even wears inexpensive clothes effectively, and the expression, the son of a rich family, doesn't convey the scale. Suddenly, Veronica interrupts his thoughts and tells him that they have come to the right place, where they will have an important meeting. They stop in front of a tall hotel, and Veronica admits that this is the first time she has seen such a large and impressive building. Ray goes ahead, saying they need to go inside, but Philip stops him, fearing potential trouble. He explains that it is better to speak carefully first, so as not to be caught by security and not to arouse suspicion. Ray insists they will pass unnoticed and reassures Philip not to worry. All three of them calmly walk past the security guard in a suit. He stands there, not taking off his dark glasses, and watches them. He looks at the guys strangely, and Philip and Veronica smile shyly back at him, demonstrating friendliness. The man smiles back at their smiles, which gives the young guests confidence. When they entered the building, Veronica was shocked that they actually managed to get inside, as she expected to be caught. She asked Ray how he knew they would be allowed through,
and he said it was decided in advance by observing people's energy. In fact, Ray saw a clot of energy on the man, and there was no hostility or wariness in it, which meant that they were safe. Philip approached the man behind the counter and said hello to establish friendly contact. The man asked if something had happened to the young gentleman and the lady, and Philip explained that they would like to return to the room, but had forgotten the number. He asked what name they had used when they settled in, and Philip replied that he had used the name John Greed, his grandfather's name. The man calmly reported that the room was number 207, and Philip thanked him for his help. As they were leaving, Veronica remarked that it was quite clever, and the guy said that all you need here is the ability to communicate with people. Together they knocked on the door of the room, and the man opened it to find out what had happened. He said they had dialed the wrong number, and Philip explained that they had come on a tip from mercenaries and wanted to find out information about the blue deer. They wanted to know more about the mountain deer the man was looking for and assured him that they could help him with this matter. The man explained that the boss was busy and not the kind of person that people like them could meet at the snap of their fingers. Ray realizes that even Philip won't be able to negotiate with the boss directly, and this complicates the situation. He begins to analyze the layout of the rooms, realizing that from the hallway they are located in one row, and from the sounds inside he can hear two more. The man warns them that if they do not leave, he will use force to protect the territory. Veronica notices that the mana around her has begun to fluctuate, even though she is standing still, which worries her. She turns her head and sees Ray's hand tense and begin to glow red with energy. When you understand what you want, you don't choose the means and methods, but use everything necessary to achieve the goal. Ray was about to attack the man, but he heard someone's voice say that it was enough, and he needed to stop. The boss came out to them and greeted the young guests, demonstrating confidence and respect. Veronica was shocked because he felt the surrounding mana, and the man explained that if the boss told them to go through, then they could go through. Together they slowly walk inside, assessing the situation and security in the hall. The boss asks the young guests to sit comfortably so that they can discuss the issues calmly and without unnecessary anxiety. Businessman John Greed sits smiling, holding a cane and showing respect to his guests. He asks if they would like to hear a story about the animal he is looking for in order to get the information he needs. John Greed is the director of Colonel Water, which supplies drinking water to Sector 40. He says that clean water used to be so expensive that even poor people couldn't afford it. Ray asks if the Elton River was also polluted back then, and the man confirms that yes, that is exactly how it was. The water was murky and filled with waste and debris, virtually indistinguishable from what can be seen today. Although the situation has improved now, John still comes from a nomadic background and remembers the difficulties of the past. Because the old-timers did not allow them to settle in the sector, they were forced to lead a nomadic lifestyle and constantly search for new places. They wandered through the wastelands, their lives completely subordinated to the search for the next oasis, on which the fate of the entire group depended. Some members of the group fell to the ground, screaming that this was the end, and Mihail's group disappeared without a trace after the last expedition, without finding the oasis. John reassured his friend that everything would be fine, and that he needed to be patient while waiting for the next oasis. They needed to stay put and wait, because he would definitely find an oasis and return to them, safe and sound. After this, John went deep into the desert, losing track of time and feeling completely alone and tired. After a while, he lay on the ground, clutching the sand beneath him and thinking that he might die here without finding salvation. Suddenly, a drop of water fell from the sky onto his hand, which surprised him and restored his hope for a miracle. Above him, a beautiful blue deer towered in the sky, majestic and incredibly bright. In the center of the animal's forehead, crystals shone, reflecting the light and creating a magical effect. John Greed was completely amazed by this incredible picture and could not believe his eyes. This deer was soon followed by other mountain deer, accompanying him with their presence and majesty. The blue animal soared into the sky, raising John's mood and surprise to a new level. After this, the glow intensified, and the other deer also made loud sounds, as if rejoicing at what was happening. John opened his eyes and saw rain in front of him, falling so fast that huge puddles of clean drinking water were formed. He caught the raindrops with his hands, amazed by this sight and the incredible beauty of nature. On this oasis, they started a water business, trying to supply water at a relatively low price to make it accessible to everyone. John understood very well what it was like to not have access to clean water, and wanted to change that. He put a bottle of water on the table and said that everything was different now, and the approach to business would be completely different. That source dried up, and all the sites suitable for development were already occupied. So many companies rushed into the water supply business. In addition, the market was affected by a large amount of money and competition between companies. The man saw blood relatives go crazy and attack each other with knives, which horrified him. Only then did he realize that it was time to leave this business and focus on more meaningful things. Now he wants only one thing: to see the deer again before he leaves this world and goes away forever. The man wants to thank the deer for once saving him and making a difference in his life. The room fell silent as everyone present became immersed in John's story and his extraordinary experience. Ray promised that they would help him find the mountain deer so that his mission would be successful. John said that he was pleased to hear these words because they meant a lot to him personally and gave him moral support. Only he wondered who these young guests really were that were so determined to help. Ray explained that they were mercenaries, and Philip and Veronica were very surprised when they heard this for the first time. John looked at them in a special way and wondered who these children were and how they ended up here. After this, the captain of the gang knocked on the door, saying that he would like to discuss something with those present. John noted that the guests had arrived first and had perhaps already met him, learning about his history and deeds. The captain apologized for accidentally revealing the details of the assignment and asked permission to explain the situation, which John understood. He noted that if such a person dared to speak of unnecessary details, it meant there was a good reason for it, and the situation required attention. John learned that the guests were mercenaries, and asked Skyle what he would say about the information provided. In the world of mercenaries, it is not customary to see such elegant and young youths, which creates surprise among those present. The man clasped his hand behind his back, thinking that the old man in front of him was stupid, although in fact, he saw Ray's magical abilities. They continued to talk about various things, and then the men bowed, showing respect to those present. Ray reflected that when they entered the hotel, their well-chosen and clean clothes had clearly helped, creating the right impression. But now the situation was reversed. In order to be believed, they had to walk around in dusty and dirty clothes, although they were not real mercenaries. The man asked if people dressed like that couldn't be mercenaries, expressing doubt about the standard notions. John laughed and said that of course it was possible, because appearance did not always determine a person's abilities and experience. Typically, a mercenary is understood to be an armed individual with sufficient experience and skills capable of carrying out complex tasks. Suddenly, several yellow sparks flew over the man's head, causing surprise and alarm among everyone in the room. Everyone present began to worry, not understanding what exactly was happening and how to react to it. It was Ray's magic that caused the sparks, and he asked if the man meant this by weapon. The man standing behind John realized that he was a magician, although it seemed impossible, because he did not sense any circle. He asked who Ray was, and the guy saw that the man was indeed a magician and possessed the second circle of power. The man asked if he could now be considered a mercenary, and asked Ray to stop using magic to calm those present.